Al Jazeera.
It's the top of the hour, and we welcome
a jury
you to
in Los
Morning
Angeles
Mic Drop,
has found
a
Google
Truth
and
Talks
Meta
Live,
negligent
where
for
your
designing social media
voice
platforms
matters.
that are harmful
Stay
to young
tuned
people.
for our
The
breaking
lawsuit was
world
brought
news
by a young
coverage
woman who
this
says
hour.
platforms like YouTube
Like,
and
subscribe,
Instagram
and hit the
contributed to her
notification
addiction.
bell
The
for
verdict
when
could
we
open
go
the door
live.
to thousands of
And
similar
now,
cases against
breaking
major
news.
tech companies. John Hendren has been speaking to affected families.
For many parents across the U.S., the court ruling came as a welcome recognition of what they've long felt.
Are y'all ready to go?
For the biggest tech executives, I want to say something. Stop blaming the parents.
A Los Angeles jury found that major social media companies harmed a young user known as Kaylee with addictive design features that damaged her mental health. Facebook and Instagram's parent company, Meta, was ordered to pay $4.2 million. YouTube must pay $1.8 million. And that is likely just the beginning.
It's really validated, and a complete validation of what we've been screaming on the top of roofs about for years. This was not this was a conscious decision that they made. It was not an accident, and parents are not to blame. That's for sure.
In a statement on X, Andy Stone of Meta wrote in part, "Teen mental health is profoundly complex and cannot be linked to a single app. We will continue to defend ourselves vigorously as every case is different, and we remain confident in our record of protecting teens online." The companies say they will appeal. After all the appeals, if companies like Facebook change the way they offer their services to young people, it could alter not just their bottom lines, but the experience of modern childhood itself. That landmark case is expected to open the floodgates for thousands of lawsuits, many already in court, filed by parents who say their children suffer from social media addiction. Parents like Lori Schott, whose daughter Annalie died by suicide.
She lost her sparkle. She lost her light. It was telling her about anxiety and depression and, making suicide seem like normalcies.
The case, modeled on the successful lawsuits against tobacco companies, argued that the social media apps are defective products that lead children to misery and sometimes death. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Kelly Stonelake is a Meta whistleblower who is working there as the director of product marketing. She's also part of the advisory council of the Parents Rise campaign. She says she saw firsthand the addictive tools and methods Meta programmers used to target young minds.
While I worked there, until I saw it firsthand, was of course that the company wanted to maximize engagement. But I never imagined that that was without regard for the health and well-being of the people that use the product, including the most vulnerable. And we have had at this point years of evidence, and we're seeing in this case a mountain of unsealed evidence that proves that folks within these companies knew that the products were harming kids, that they were designed to addict, and there was not regard for the consequence of it. For me specifically, when I was working on Horizon Worlds, which is the virtual reality software inside the Oculus headset, we knew that there were kids in harm's way, specifically for predation and data collection. And the primary concern of my fellow leadership team was to avoid taking notes or creating any discoverable record of our knowledge of that. Evidence from within the companies is showing that the products were designed specifically to keep kids on, to utilize mechanisms like casinos use, using words like addiction, saying that we're pushers, that we're basically dealing drugs. This is now, the public gets to see, thanks to this trial, what I experienced, which is that gap between the public statements and what's actually happening within these organizations.
Efforts to resolve a funding dispute in the U.S. Congress over the Department of Homeland Security have failed again. The standoff, which began in February, is now disrupting airport security with checkpoints short of staff. Hundreds of unpaid Transportation Security Administration workers have quit or called in sick, leading to long delays for passengers. The dispute centers on immigration policy, with Democrats demanding reforms to enforcement issues. The UN General Assembly has designated the African slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity. It adopted a resolution that also calls for reparations. The move is being described as a landmark step, Gabriel Elizondo explains why from UN headquarters in New York.
While General Assembly resolutions are not legally binding, this resolution is meant to set the legal foundation, recognizing that the transatlantic slave trade was the gravest crime against humanity. It also calls for reparations. Now, this resolution passed overwhelmingly with the support of over 120 countries. It was an initiative of Ghana.
History, as we know, is rarely simple. It is layered, it is complex, and at times uncomfortable. This resolution does not deny that complexity. It does not ignore the many dimensions of historical experience. Rather, it recognizes that even within complexity, there are moments in history that stand apart, moments defined by their scale, their systemization, and their impact on humanity. To acknowledge this is not to diminish any other history. It is to deepen our collective moral awareness.
While the resolution passed overwhelmingly, more than 50 countries abstained, most notably France.
We regret that this resolution seems to establish a hierarchy amongst crimes against humanity. This gives rise to serious legal difficulties and runs the risk of creating a competition against historic tragedies that should not be compared and done to the detriment of victims.
The European Union, as a bloc, decided to abstain, citing what they called legal and factual problems with the draft. The only 3 countries to vote against this resolution: Israel, Argentina, and the United States. Gabriel Elizondo, Al Jazeera at the United Nations in New York.
There's more news just ahead here on Al Jazeera after a short break.
And good morning. It's the top of the hour on Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like and subscribe now.
It's the top of the hour, and you are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Alive, where FACT added. And now, breaking news.
We're not CNN, MSNBC, or Fox News. We are your morning mic drop on at Truth Talks Live, where all voices matter.
Effort on the main power centers in Iran to kill thousands of people, not just the core.
Upfront tackles the big issues only on Al Jazeera.
Examining the impact of today's headlines, setting the agenda for tomorrow's discussions. International filmmakers and world-class journalists bring programs to inform and inspire you on Al Jazeera.
It's the top of the hour, and we welcome you to Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for when we go live. And now, breaking news.
Continuing coverage of the war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. Iran is under heavy attack from the U.S. and Israel. Donald Trump insists a deal to end the war is near, but Tehran issues its own counter-proposal. At least 6 people are injured across central Israel following Iran's latest barrage of missiles. Also ahead.
I'm riding through one of the busiest parts of Dhaka. Police are deployed at some gas stations as tensions are high and fuel is running short.
Massive queues across Bangladesh's petrol stations as fuel supplies dwindle due to the war. And
I'm John Hendren, and coming up, a landmark court ruling that could change the way children use social media.
Thank you for joining us. The rhetoric between the United States and Iran has become increasingly threatening, despite diplomatic efforts aimed at de-escalation. Washington has urged Tehran to accept defeat, White House spokesperson Carolyn Leavitt warned the U.S. will unleash hell on Iran if it doesn't agree to a deal to end the war. But Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi insists no negotiations are underway and says President Trump's talk of negotiations proves that the U.S. is losing the fight.
The fact that the talk of negotiations is now being raised is, in itself, a clear admission of defeat. Weren't they previously speaking about unconditional surrender? What has happened now that they are talking about negotiations and requesting them? I will explain that there is no negotiation taking place, but the very fact that they are mobilizing their highest-ranking officials to negotiate with the Islamic Republic indicates that they have accepted defeat.
Meanwhile, strikes continue across the Middle East. 2 children were killed in an attack on a residential area in the city of Shiraz in south-central Iran. And in the United Arab Emirates, debris from a missile interception killed 2 people in the capital, Abu Dhabi. Tauhid Asadi joins us now live from Iran's capital, Tehran. Tauhid, let's dig into these talks, which may or may not be official talks, but at the very least, they are an exchange of ideas that seems to be taking place. What is Iran saying that it needs the U.S. to agree to in order to end this conflict?
Well, first things first, a high-ranking diplomatic source told Al Jazeera that this is a mediated communication rather than a negotiation, and we've got it from different officials, including the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Foreign Minister himself, military spokesperson, as well as the Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, all coming out to say that at this point there is no negotiation with the United States, but we know that the spectrum of diplomatic engagement by Iran includes other countries, the regional countries, and beyond Russia and China. There are engagements, as the Foreign Minister had a phone conversation with his counterparts across the region and beyond that. And we know that the 15-point plan that Iran received was not that much welcomed here in Tehran. The diplomatic source told us that this is sort of unreasonable as well as maximalist. And also he said that this is deceptive and a sort of misrepresentation. So we don't see that much of a positive vibe when it comes to this plan. Meanwhile, we hear from different sources in Iran that there is also a counter plan by the Iranian side in which they are asking for complete halting of the aggressions as a sort of precondition for any potentiality of the talks. Whether or not there is going to be a talk remains to be seen, because this is already overshadowed by a cloud of mistrust that is out there. Also, Iranians are considering a guaranteed payment of the war damage as well as conclusion of the war across all fronts, as well as the concrete the recognition of Iran's right to exercise authority over the Strait of Hormuz. So basically, we are dealing with 2 lists, even though the details of which remains to be seen. We can say that there are clear controversies between the 2 sides, and that makes any negotiation really, really hard.
Yeah, and Tauhid, in the meantime, while these negotiations may be happening behind the scenes, U.S. and Israeli strikes are continuing across Iran. Tell us what's been happening there throughout the day.
Well, we have been witnessing an exchange of fire between the 2-3 sides, I would say. While Iranians are talking about new waves of retaliatory strikes targeting the Israeli territories as well as the U.S. bases across the region, the airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis continue to target different locations across the capital and in other cities. We know that since the early hours of the morning, we are hearing constantly the sounds related to the activation of the air defense system in Tehran. And we know that, again, over the past 24 hours, we have reports from different cities across the country, including in Mashhad, including in the border city of Taibad, including in Isfahan, a city which is known for its historical and industrial background. And we know that over the past few days, Isfahan has been targeted several times. Specifically, heavy bombardments are reported in the industrial parts of the city. And also in more than 200 cities, we know that since the beginning of these airstrikes, assaults have taken place when it comes to casualties. We know that more than 1,400 people, officially speaking, have lost their lives. When it comes to infrastructures, we know that it is not just a military headquarters or state buildings, but when it comes to civilian units, we know that more than 86,000 units have been targeted so far.
Tauhid Assadi, live for us in Tehran. Thank you, Tauhid. The White House's threats against Iran come as the U.S. moves more troops and more warships into the Middle East. That's while insisting that Tehran has been militarily destroyed and is desperate for a deal. Teresa Bow reports from Washington, D.C.
Coercive diplomacy. This is the term that is being used in the United States to describe the Trump administration's terms that is being, or threats with which it has been referring to Iran in this past few days, with the threats to unleash hell if Iran does not meet the United States demands. Earlier today, Donald Trump attended a fundraising event of the Republican Party. There he said that the Republicans are going to win the midterm elections happening later this year. But polls suggest something different. A recent poll by Reuters says that Donald Trump's popularity right now is around 36%. And the main reason is the war in Iran, the price of oil and the price of gas in this country that has gone up around $1 since this war started. In that event, Donald Trump again spoke about Iran. He said that the United States is winning the war, and this is what he had to say.
We're winning so big, nobody's ever seen anything like we're doing in the Middle East with Iran. And they are negotiating, by the way, and they want to make a deal so badly, but they're afraid to say it because they figure they'll be killed by their own people. They're also afraid they'll be killed by us. There's never been a head of a country that wanted that job less than being the head of Iran.
So as the Trump administration continues to say that there's negotiations underway about this plan that has been presented to Iran, the U.S. government continues to send troops to the Middle East. For the past few days, we have been covering how Marines are being sent to the region, 2,500 from California with 3 warships. These are Special Operations Forces. And now we're hearing that the 82nd Airborne Division will be deployed to. This is a rapid response unit that has the capacity to be deployed to the Middle East in about 24 hours, involved in special operations, and lots of speculation about what they're going to be doing there. Some are saying that they could be involved in operations on Harg Island. This has been referred to by Donald Trump as the jewel of the crown, the place where Iran exports most of its oil. It would be an extremely difficult operation, mostly because it would mean that U.S. forces would probably engage with Iran. And this is highly unpopular here in the United States. It's called putting boots on the ground. So certainly we're seeing the Trump administration increasing the rhetoric, also deploying more troops, with saying that there's negotiations on the way. But many people here in the United States, they want to know how long this war is going to last. Teresa Bo, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Iran has been sending several missiles and rockets towards Israel. There have been powerful explosions in Tel Aviv in central Israel. At least 4 people have been injured due to falling debris from missile interceptions. Also in central Israel, there have been explosions and rocket debris across Kfar Kazem. At least 6 people there have been injured. The city is home to Palestinian Israelis. There has also been an attack on Haifa in the north. Israel is targeting villages in southern Lebanon as the conflict with Iran's ally Hezbollah enters its 4th week. Israeli ground troops are advancing into Lebanese territory. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel is expanding what he calls a buffer zone in Lebanon.
The issue of dismantling Hezbollah remains before our eyes. It is also connected to the broader confrontation with Iran, which is still ongoing, contrary to what is being reported in the media. We are committed to doing everything we can to profoundly transform the situation in Lebanon.
Joining me now from Jaffa in Israel is Abed Abu Shadeh. He's a political commentator. Thank you very much for being with us here on Al Jazeera. I want to ask you first, what are you hearing inside Israel from officials about this exchange of demands, if you will, between the U.S. and Iran?
Israeli officials are extremely worried and
Recently, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu even published a video trying to convince the Israeli society that Trump's plan for a ceasefire is something good to capitalize on the achievements of the war. But for the Israeli public, this isn't what was promised. They promised them a regime change. They promised them.
Appreciation for attending this meeting at the headquarters of the GCC Secretary General in that very critical moment in time. I'd like also to express my condolences to the families of our martyrs, from the civilians and the military who lost their lives due to the Iranian attacks on the GCC countries. Dear audience, let's start at the very beginning by the facts. On the 28th of February 2026, until the moment, the Iranian authorities have launched unprecedented barrage of missiles and drones against the GCC countries at the same time, in addition to Jordan. Iran also targeted some of Islamic countries. This is not an escalation from so many escalations at the region, but it's a change and a turning point in the relation and the situation between Iran and the GCC countries, because Iran is being targeting purposely and launching a direct attack at the GCC countries at the same time. I'd like to say the following. Attacks against the civilian targets, the attacks, Iranian attacks with missiles and drones led to the killing of civilians between the residents and the citizens. The latest of which is the Iranian attack against Abu Dhabi, which led to so many deaths and wounded people. In addition to that, other attacks on other GCC countries have led to big damage in the infrastructure, energy facilities, water sanitation, hotels, government establishments, ambassadors and airports and residential areas. And the spaces were closed in some GCC countries. After 25 days of the Iranian aggression, the result of the attacks, more than 5,000 missiles and drones launched against the GCC countries. Most of them have been intercepted, but some of them have hit the civilian establishment and led to the killing of some people and the damage in the properties. The percentage of the Iranian missiles were 85% of the total amount of missiles launched during the war. The defense systems in the GCC countries have done greatly in intercepting these attacks with all professionalism, which has limited the volume of damage, but this is an aggression against the GCC countries by Iran. The international navigation has been also honed, and the GCC countries are the economic lung of the world, because the GCC produces 16 billion barrels of crude oil, which means 22% of the total world production. The GCC countries export 27% to the world, which means 11.5 million barrels a day. 3, the GCC countries host 33% of the oil reserves, which is about 512 billion barrel, and 41% of the reserves of the oil as well. And the GCC countries produce 442 billion liters of gas, which is a great percentage of the world production. This means that the GCC countries are very important to the world economy, and any disruption will reflect immediately on the security of the energy globally and will hit the global around the world. The stability of oil production and exploitation from this part is not a luxurious thing, it's a necessity for the international markets. What's being done by the Iranian and again in the GCC countries have overcome all the red lines. They closed the Strait of Hormuz and imposed fees for passing through the Strait of Hormuz, which is an aggression and violation of the United Nations Agreement on seas law. Also, some vessels have been kidnapped or attacked in the African Horn or the Red Sea by the affiliated groups in the region. The international world must listen to this carefully, and the Iranian officials must understand this, because this is an international obligation and responsibility. Stopping the navigation not against the GCC countries only, but it's against all and so many countries that are now suffering from a shortage of their needs of oil and gas. The naval corridors are there within and operating within certain international agreement. No one has the right to stop them from operating, and no one can work as a traffic officer in these parts of the world. The GCC countries got surprised by the American-Israeli attacks on Iran. And the GCC countries have said clearly that they will never take part in any military operation, will never allow the territories to be used for any attacks against Iran, will never be part of a war against Iran, and the Iranians have been informed officially. But this situation hasn't stopped Iran from attacking the GCC countries. The GCC countries are training themselves according to the situation. They have never replied or retaliated so as not to expand the conflict in the region. Hopefully, that Iran will stop these attacks. Everyone knows that the GCC countries have worked throughout the last years to de-escalate the situation in the region with all professionalism and transparency. The GCC countries, since its establishment, were part of stability. GCC countries are playing positive role in positive relationships between the neighbors and the partners. They are also mediators in so many conflicts, and they have been trusted by their partners, and they are oil producers and oil exporters. Here, I'd like to say that the GCC countries, when Iran has been attacked by Israel in June last year, the GCC countries held a meeting, an exceptional meeting, an exceptional ministerial meeting, and the GCC countries have expressed the denunciation of the Israeli attacks against the Iranian sovereignty, and we called for diplomacy to sort out problems and to avoid hitting the establishment, because this is a real threat to the security and the comprehensive guarantees of the International Atomic Energy, and a violation to the international law, the human international law that prevent attacking the nuclear facilities. I'd like here to tell you also some examples that prove the goodwill of the GCC countries towards Iran. First, the message sent by the GCC leaders to the Iranian president in 2016 regarding the development of the GCC countries with Iran, and to develop the GCC countries with Iran. Then the resumption of diplomatic relations between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Iran through the Chinese mediation in Peking in 2023, a matter that is supported by the GCC countries, being a step towards regional stability. Also, the diplomatic role of the Sultanate of Oman that hosted in Muscat talks in order to facilitate the dialogue channels between the sides of Iran and America, and this step was supported by the GCC countries and the international community. Also, the meeting of the GCC foreign ministers with the Iranian foreign minister held in Doha, and during which messages were clearly sent about security and stability in the region. And the meeting confirmed the wish of the GCC countries to have normal relations with Iran and to tackle all the problems with all transparency, including the nuclear program of Iran and the Iranian and the Emirati occupied 3 islands. We expressed our desires to have normal relations based on mutual respect. 2, non-intervention in the domestic fronts. 3, the real wish to cooperate in so many domains, economic and commercial. The discussion about real chances to boost the Gulf-Iranian relationship. We were clear in these meetings, and we were clear during our meetings with the Iranian officials. We have behaved in a rational way, the way that every partner wants to behave, and despite that, we were attacked by the Iranian missiles. This is enough to say that all claims of Iran were false. The legal international framework of the GCC countries is like this. The GCC countries have built their situations based on a legal framework that is very clear. The attacks of Iran is a violation of the second item, 4th paragraph of the United Nations Charter, that prevents the usage of force or the threat of the usage of force against the peaceful of other countries. The GCC countries have the right to defend themselves, according to the item 51 of the Charter. It's not a threat, it's a legal right of every country to defend its sovereignty. The Security Council Resolution 2817, where 136 countries have supported our proposal in an unprecedented historic manner that I've never seen by the United Nations in a matter that is related to our region. This confirms what we have urged Iran to stop it. Iran is the base of the crisis in the region, and Iran must stop these unjustified claims and attacks. The Security Council, the Human Rights Council, has adopted a resolution regarding a proposal submitted by Bahrain in the name of the GCC countries and Jordan. This has been supported by more than 100 countries from the regional groups. The security of the GCC countries is one, and any aggression against any country is aggression against the whole GCC countries, according to the defense agreement between the GCC countries. We are united. We will face any aggression against any of the GCC countries. The entire world must be up to the responsibility and must adopt a decisive manner towards and against anyone who is playing with the naval straits and will threaten the naval routes and the oil facilities in the GCC countries and in the region. On the international level, there is an economic impact. 1, the economic and energy in the world. The Strait of Hormuz is closed today, and the results might be limited for some period of time, but on the long run, this will affect the economic growth in the world. This will be catastrophic on the world economy. What's going on in the Strait of Hormuz will never stay in the Strait of Hormuz, but it will extend to other areas. What is being done by Iran against the energy facilities in the GCC countries is not a simple matter. It's a brutal aggression on the world economy, and the strikes have really hit. Also, the Iranian attacks have reached refineries of Ras al-Nur in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, one of the biggest facilities in the world, and in Al-Kharj, field of Sheba in Rub al-Khali, refinery Cyprus, Yanbu Airport, and refinery in south of Riyadh. The strikes hit Ras Laffan Industrial City in Qatar, the biggest source and center of LNG and Al Masaid complex for petrochemicals. 12.8% have stopped for probably a period from 3 to 5 years, and losses that grows up to $20 billion every year. The attacks of Iran has reached Habshan, the Emirates, and refinery of Ruwais as well. In Kuwait, the refinery of Al-Ahmadi Airport, one of the most important refineries in the world, has been hit. In the Sultanate of Oman, Salalah strategic airport has been hit, and oil tankers have been hit near the Strait of Hormuz. At Duqm also airport has been hit. In Bahrain, the stores of oil and refineries in Bahrain have also been held with fires all over the place. This systematic escalation has affected the international economy immediately. The prices have risen, and the costs of transportation have risen, and the Strait of Hormuz was almost closed, which affects the navigation. The chains are also affected. This is an international joint responsibility. What is representing a threat today will grow up in the future, and the chains must be protected, and this will be part of a bigger damage that will hit the digital economy. This is an international responsibility. The message of the GCC countries, the GCC countries want only diplomatic solution. This is our main goal, our main aim. We need to see a path of dialogue that can lead to these attacks to be stopped according to lasting security preparations. The international law allows all the rights to use whatsoever available for the countries according to the United Nations Charter and to defend themselves. There are so many items and articles in the Charter that allow the countries to do whatever it takes in order to defend themselves. We are considering these options, but we confirm and stress that the diplomatic political path is the best. Our main message to our partners in the world sent an international message, a unified message to Iran to stop immediately and unconditionally their attacks against the GCC countries. Our aim was not to destroy Iran at all. Our aim is to reach a good relationship between us and Iran based on the mutual respect, non-interference in the domestic affairs of every country. I'd like to give you an example here in this context. The smallest three countries when it comes to the GCC are the Kingdom of Bahrain, the State of Qatar, and the State of Kuwait. The population never exceeds 10% of the Iranian population. That is 90 million. The general production is almost close, and we have exceeded this in so many years. The revenues for the individual in Qatar or the Emirates from $51,000 to $70,000 a year, but it doesn't exceed $4,000 in Iran. This difference says the whole story about options and to which extension Iran can reach if Iran stops its aggression. The main principles of cooperation with the consequences of the Iranian aggression, first to understand the situation and to understand the facts. We cannot deal with the aggression of Iran as part of what's going on in the Middle East.
Like Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters.
And systematic targeting of certain areas, we ask and we urge our friends and our partners in the world to understand the situation properly. Also, a message, an international message must be sent to the entire world. All the countries must show the attitude.
Become a channel member today to receive a gift from Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
The deterioration of the situation in the Arab Gulf will be a warning that will exceed the Gulf area to other parts in the world, and 100% it will destabilize the international stability and will postpone the chains, commercial chains, and the exportation of oil and gas to the world. We need to be partners in the world to draw and to confirm the necessity of having the GCC countries as part of any agreement to sort out this problem or this crisis in order to provide these countries with safe and stability. Clearly and loudly, let's say any preparations, any agreements that aim at changing the map of the Middle East after this crisis is categorically rejected. Finally, the GCC countries throughout the decades were part and parcel of the international stability and a reliable source of the international energy and a responsible partner in building the international economy, and we will continue to be like this. But we will never be accepted to be targeted and to be under aggression. We will never allow our territories to be part of scenes or crises that being planned by others. We need to deter all aggression against ourselves and our countries, and we need not to understand the false claims always made by Iran. Thank you very much for being here, and if you have any questions, thank you again very much for being here.
Okay, you were listening to the Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation Council giving a briefing in Riyadh. Let's bring in Zain Basravi now, who was listening along with us and joins us now from Dubai. So, Zain, the Secretary General there calling once again on Iran to stop what he called the unjustified attacks on GCC countries. This is a call we've been hearing for the past month. He denounced attacks on civilian targets and referenced today a deadly one. Can you tell us more about that and more on what the Secretary General had to say?
That is correct. This was Jassim Mohammed al-Badawi, the Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation Council, speaking from their headquarters in Riyadh. It's the first briefing, I think, that we've seen since this war began, since these heavy retaliatory attacks. I want to get into a lot of what he said. It comes a day after the Gulf countries condemned, in large part, all of Iran's actions, the actions of Iranian backers in Iraq that they say have been attacking GCC countries. What he didn't mention was Israel, the real inception of all of this, the U.S. and Israeli attack on Iran that started all this. The GCC focus has shifted squarely away from trying to support Iran politically, from trying this war, from trying to keep this war from happening in the first place. They've shifted politically and diplomatically completely to defending themselves on the international stage and calling for Iran to just stop these retaliatory attacks. He said that they have killed civilians and injured civilians, bringing up that statistic we saw a few days ago of 85% of everything that Iran has hurled outside towards the U.S., Israel, and the GCC countries, 85% of that has been on the GCC, on targets in the GCC, primarily on targets in the United Arab Emirates. Earlier today, we saw missile interception and debris fall in Abu Dhabi killed 2 more people. It's not the first time it's happened in Abu Dhabi since the war began. He said 5,000 drones and missiles have been targeted against Gulf Cooperation Council cities. He goes on to say that Iran's aggression must be condemned. And then he went in to explain really why what is significant in the GCC matters on the international stage. The message here clearly that this shouldn't be the GCC's fight alone, that these are interconnected places, major hubs for crude oil production, for liquid natural gas production, major hubs for travel, the Strait of Hormuz, an international waterway that should be respected by international law, and that what the UN, what the Iranians are doing by blocking the Strait of Hormuz really contravenes UN mandates. It goes up against established, accepted international norms. And he's saying the international world must listen and Iran must comply. The international community, he said, must step forward to bring pressure to bear of all kinds. It isn't clear that he meant military, but it is clear that he meant simply diplomatically and politically. The international community must get involved because these blockages involve them as well. He says the GCC has never retaliated against Iran in this conflict, hoping that Iran would halt its attacks. He said the GCC has warned to de-escalate for years. The priority for the GCC is not a military retaliation. Though countries have said all options remain on the table, they've said that the priority is stability and positive relations between neighbors, and that GCC as trusted mediators in the world, oil producers, oil exporters, must be seen in that light by the international community, and pressure must be brought to bear on Iran. He went on to say that Iran was attacked last year. GCC countries held an exceptional foreign ministerial meeting to denounce Israel for violating Iranian sovereignty and called for dialogue in that moment. Also condemned attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities for a grave violation of international law and safety of the region. He went on to say that the rapprochement between Saudi Arabia and Iran that was brokered by China in 2023 was a sign of goodwill and good relations. He said that the GCC has always promoted dialogue. Foreign ministers meeting with Iranian counterparts continue to press this point. And he expressed a desire to reestablish normal relations and mutual respect. And he has been clear with this in all meetings. Oman has been such a major player in trying to boost Gulf Arab relations with Iran, even despite these ongoing attacks, even in this last 3+ weeks of retaliation. And again, he ended by saying, they've been honest brokers, and they were surprised, despite being honest brokers with Iran, despite promoting Iran's right to self-defense and good relations with Iran, they were still surprised by Iran's retaliation, that it's been so aggressive, continuing into the 4th week of this war, and they say it is unacceptable. And a number of points, all really pushing the agenda that the GCC plays a significant role, that it is not an actor in this war, and whatever happens next, what needs to happen immediately is Iran needs to stop these retaliations against GCC cities.
Okay, Zain Basravi live for us in Dubai. Zain, thank you. Let's bring you some breaking news now. Israel's defense minister says Tel Aviv has killed Iran's IRGC naval commander, Ali Reza Tangsiri. Israeli media is reporting he was assassinated in a strike in the southern port area of Bandar Abbas, which is adjacent to the Strait of Hormuz. There were explosions in the city of Bandar Abbas earlier on Thursday. Iran has not confirmed Tangsiri's status. Okay, to discuss all of these latest developments, which are happening quite quickly at the moment, Chris Doyle is in London. He's a commentator on Middle East affairs and the director of the Council for Arab-British Understanding. Also here in studio is Sultan Barakat, professor of public policy at Hamad bin Khalifa University here in Qatar. Thank you all very much for being with us. So, Sultan, let me start with you. Let me start with this GCC press conference that we were just listening into. A lot of it is things we've been hearing for the past month. But there was some other specifics in there, chief among them, this concern over the Strait of Hormuz that the Gulf countries have. And also, as Zain pointed out, that they did not mention Israel. What do you make of those 2 points?
Well, we've been hearing a lot of this, but we haven't heard it from the Council as a united bloc. And I think this is the first time the Secretary General comes out and speaks on behalf of everyone. And that's partly because Iran has been attacking different countries in slightly different ways. depending on their own calculation of the risk and the way their land has been used by the Americans or not, and so on. But to have the GCC speaking in one voice, I think it's important. It also shows that they have reached the conclusion that their defense is really in being united. And this, I think, will be reflected into the way they move into the future. I thought it was very interesting reminding the Iranians of how, particularly since 2016, the needle has shifted within the Gulf states. Before that, they were pretty confrontational with the Iranians to do with the Arab Spring and the support that was going on in Syria in particular, and in Yemen and so on. But since 2016, they've made a genuine effort to restore those relationships. And he sees it as a reason why Iranians should consider carefully their operation towards the region. I agree that it was a bit odd that you hide behind and you want to use the international law as your main source of argument against why Iran should not target you as sovereign states, that you don't start by condemning the origin of all this, the American-Israeli attack against Iran, which a lot of nations have already said it's illegal. The United Nations General Secretary has come out and said this is illegal, should not have happened. Although he did refer to the denunciation of the June attack by Israel. I think maybe the fact that the United States is part of this one, maybe the Gulf states find it a little bit more difficult to condemn openly
It might make it a little
this
more
kind of
complicated
operation.
for them.
Yes, of course, because of the complex relationship between them and the United States. I think also the reference to the occupied islands is very interesting because the Iranians are now claiming sovereignty over the Hormuz Strait.
Right.
But the fact that those islands are contested between them and the United Arab Emirates, that sovereignty is not 100% clear at the moment. So referring to those is, I thought was interesting. But most importantly, the fact that he reassured that the posture will remain one of defense, but at the same time, we still have all the options on the table.
Right. And they reserve the right, as they say, to defend themselves as they see fit. Let's bring Rasul Sardar in now, who is in Riyadh, who was at the press conference and listening into it. Rasul, what did you make of this? Do you agree with Sultan here that this is what the GCC needs to do, is stand together as one bloc? Is that what they're trying to present there?
Indeed, that was the main criticism toward the GCC. So since decades, one of the richest places in the world have been outsourcing its security to the United States and relying on the United States security umbrellas. But it's so fragile, and during each of the war, the region itself is becoming the first victim. And here, what we have seen indeed, that the Secretary General of the GCC first going through the damages that has been inflicted on GCC, talking about residential areas, killing of the citizens and the residents, the airports, the aviation industry, the embassies, the infrastructures that have been targeted, and simply saying that since the beginning of the war on, more than 5,000 projectiles, missiles, drones, and other projectiles have been fired at the GCC countries. So, and also he just mentioned how GCC stability is important not only for the region, but for the globe. So daily 60 million barrels of oil being exported to the world, which is constituting 66 or more than 30% of the global energy, and targeting these countries, how much it's going to affect the global economy. So it was a message to the international community. But here, he's saying that Iran is not only targeting the Strait of Hormuz, but directly or indirectly through its proxies is actually attacking the Red Sea and also the Horn of Africa. And that is not only affecting, reducing the flow of the energy, but also the flow of essentials, food and other essentials as well. So one of the things here is that he said that the GCC remained neutral. And that has been clearly communicated with Iranians. And then he has come up with a list of the goodwill of the GCC since 2016, the things that the GCC country has done to improve relations with Iran. Reference in 2016, 2023, Saudi Arabia, Iran deal that was signed in Beijing, and then 2024, the ministerial meetings between the GCC countries and Iran to improve the relations. And he said, we were candid. However, in the first place, when the war started, Iran targeted us. So here, a clear reference, we are hearing that almost on daily basis, a clear reference to Article 51 of the United Nations, which is about the self-defense, right of self-defense of conflicts. When you come under attack, so you have the right to retaliate. And he's mentioning that individually or collectively, we're still preserving that right. And he has not materialized. He didn't give any details. He said that this aggression must stop, but we are now examining the options. So whether these are the diplomatic options, whether these are the military options, he has not clarified about it. But another thing is that, so despite not clearly naming Israel, at the end of his speech, he simply said that the GCC's role in the regional order remains the same. And we state clearly that any attempt to change the map of the Middle East are categorically rejected.
Right.
Just we have heard again and again from Israelis about the Greater Israel and so on. So we see that GCC is saying that it is against any attempt to change the regional order and to change the map of the region. That is also clearly emphasized by the GCC Secretary General Jassim Mohammed Al-Budaiwi.
Right. Rasul Sardar live for us in Riyadh. Rasul, thank you. Before we carry on, I just want to bring you the news that President Trump has posted on his Truth Social, saying the Iranian negotiators are very different and strange. He said they're begging us to make a deal, which they should be doing since they have been militarily obliterated with zero chance of a comeback. And yet they publicly state that they are only looking at our proposal. Wrong. They better get serious soon before it's too late, because once that happens, there is no turning back and it won't be pretty. Okay, let's go back to our guest now. Chris Doyle, let's go to you in London for your reaction to this. It's very difficult to understand where these negotiations or where this diplomacy may be at. How do you read into it, and how do you think we should be following this?
It is almost as if you actually have to look at this psychologically, the psychology of all the leaderships in all of this.
Right.
So you've got an Iranian leadership that is essentially bunkering down, is denying that it's involved in any serious negotiations. It's not going to give up. It is determined to see this through. It wants a permanent end to the war. And you can see in the way that it's attacked so many other states and so many other targets that it believes that it can stand out. And then you have President Trump, who's given all these various statements. At one moment, he's in talks, and another moment, he's promising to hit Iran harder than ever. Every day, he promises to hit Iran harder than ever. And is he escalating or de-escalating? So the psychology of Trump, of course, will probably trigger huge PhD theses for years. And then the Israeli leadership. Now, what is Israel's agenda in all of this? Is it now a little bit panicking because there might be a deal in the offing, that there could be a ceasefire? That's not something that Netanyahu will want. He will want to be really bashing the Iranian military capabilities right up to the last minute to reduce their ability in the future to be a threat. And then, of course, you have the Gulf states. And in contrast to what you've just read out, that post on Truth Social from President Trump, where he says that Iran is militarily defeated and obliterated, the harsh reality is that those GCC states are saying, far from that, we've been hit by 5,000 missile strikes and drone strikes. This is a very real threat. This is a real damage done, including to civilian targets, and an appeal to the world, a warning to the world. What are you going to do about this? Because your interests are at stake. And are those other states stepping up in the collective self-defense of their interests, but also those Gulf states? And I think they are frustrated. They're angry that not enough has been done to stop these attacks.
And at this point, it doesn't appear that there's any end in sight. Sultan, I'll ask you, because if we are going back to the negotiating table, surely the president of the United States and also the leadership in Iran are aware that this is going to be a very different negotiation than it was going to be 4 weeks ago before this started. But do they?
Of course, they are aware, and I think the president ought to be aware and display less of a naive sort of attitude in these messages, because he's been negotiating with Iran for a long, long time. The United States has been in negotiations with Iran, for almost a decade now. And even in the days when they were in direct negotiations, face-to-face, across the table, they lacked trust. And the recent episodes back in June last year and then earlier this year and so on would have eroded whatever trust remained between the two parties. So to approach it by saying, well, we send a message of 15 points and they haven't responded, they're just reading it, it's ridiculous, to be honest. It's not serious, and it does show, it goes back to what we were saying earlier a few days ago, is this postponement is just tactical, that he's not ready. He's trying to build up the momentum and the opinion around the world that he's done his best, tried to make peace as much as possible, but these people are so ignorant, they don't even understand his sophisticated approach to peacemaking.
Right.
And therefore, he's justified to hit them yet again. I suspect that hit is coming. I think the reference made in the GCC meeting towards the change of the map of the Middle East is a real threat. Now they understand very well the position Israel is taking. The link between what Israel is doing in Lebanon and Iran is very, very important. And as Chris was saying earlier, the real key is not in the hands of Trump, unfortunately. It's in the hands of the Israelis, despite how much the Iranians are trying to put pressure on Trump by affecting the global economy and so on. The final answer will come from Netanyahu.
Sultan Barakat here with me and Chris Doyle in London. Thank you both so much for being with us. Oil prices continue to fluctuate as the Strait of Hormuz, the crucial waterway through which a fifth of the world's crude oil typically passes, remains severely disrupted, and the war shows no signs of relenting. Brent crude oil on Thursday is about $106 a barrel after falling more than 2% on Wednesday. West Texas Intermediate is trading near $93 a barrel amid the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. And Japan is releasing oil from its strategic reserves to ease price pressure. The country depends heavily on Middle Eastern supplies, with about 95% of its oil imports coming from the region. James Meadway is host of the economics podcast Macro Dose and a former UK Treasury official, and he joins us now live from London. James, I was listening to your podcast this morning, and one of the things that you mentioned in it was that some of the world capitals are now concerned that this is also going to make borrowing money more difficult, which is obviously going to come into play when they have to start paying for things, energy subsidies, fuel and food subsidies. Why is that a concern?
Well, at this point in time, we don't know how long the war will continue and how long the economic hit will last out of this. We can be reasonably certain that it's going to be extended beyond the duration of the war itself. If by some miracle there is peace tomorrow, there is still a great deal of damage across the Middle East, around the Gulf region. This is refineries out of action. There's other parts of infrastructure out of action. And then beyond that, of course, you have this shock to fertilizer prices in particular, right at the start of the growing season in the northern hemisphere, so that will play out in food prices coming into the autumn. So this all adds up to substantial increases in prices of essentials for most people around the world. Energy is an essential, food is an essential, and likely demands on governments, as we've seen before with the Ukraine price shock in 2022, demands on governments for subsidies and support for households and businesses. And that's expensive. And there's lots of governments already heavily in debt around the world, including the UK, for example. Across Europe, it's a similar picture. And that increase in borrowing costs adds to the additional expenses that they're facing around support for energy prices and food prices.
So I've talked to a few experts in the last 4 weeks, especially talking about this $200 billion price tag that the Pentagon is looking for this war. And they suggest, well, the U.S. is just going to borrow this money. But you can't just borrow the money and have no consequence, right? So how does this trickle down?
Well, for the US, once you have the dollar, and the US has the dollar, and this is still the dominant currency in world trade, and it's still, as we've seen in the last few weeks, it's still treated as a safe haven for investors in the rest of the world. If things look shaky elsewhere, you can run away and try and park your wealth and your investments in dollar assets in some form, or even just dollar cash, which is what seems to be happening at the minute. So it's still a safe haven dollar asset for the rest of the world. It's still something the rest of the world wants. That helps maintain the price and also means the US government finds it a lot easier to borrow. If you're the UK government or some other European country or some country in the global south who's in an even weaker position, that doesn't apply in the same way. You can try and borrow and borrow and borrow, and that's something that a government with its own currency can potentially do, but the rest of the world might start to decide that your currency is not worth so much. And if you have to, for example, import a lot of oil or natural gas to keep the lights on, you're going to face a really, really difficult inflationary situation at home in the back of that. So that's the real constraint on borrowing that lots of governments are running up against. The US has this incredible privilege of the dollar. It still is the world's dominant currency, and it can exploit that to borrow, really, probably not without limits, but it can borrow a great deal more than it is doing, and Donald Trump is exploiting that to its fullest at the minute.
Right, but then as you mentioned, countries maybe like Bangladesh who are looking at borrowing just $2 billion, a much smaller amount, may actually be hit harder by the aftermath of that.
Yes, exactly that. So the pressure at the minute is coming in two directions, really, for smaller countries. One is that the price of stuff they need, like oil and gas, is going up as a result of this war. The other side is that dollar's going up in value, so it's becoming more expensive, even on top of that, to buy those things. And that's also pushing up the price of borrowing for them at the time they need to borrow. So this is a really unpleasant shock that you're starting to see, particularly across Asia. You mentioned Bangladesh, but the Philippines, there's a number of countries already very exposed to all of this.
And then what happens to this debt? Quickly, James.
On the debt, well, it'll sit there, and the people who own the other side of that debt will want to receive interest on it. And that is a massive potential burden, particularly for countries in the global south that are already, many of them, very highly indebted. This is a very long-run problem we're looking at now.
All right, James Meadway, host of the economics podcast Macrodose. We appreciate you being with us. Thank you very much. I want to bring up for you, if I can, just one more time, the latest Truth Social from the U.S. president, who tweeted just a short time ago that Iranian negotiators are very different and strange. He said they are begging to make a deal, which they should be doing since they have been militarily obliterated with zero chance of a comeback. And yet they publicly state that they are only looking at our proposal. Wrong. They better get serious soon before it's too late, because once that happens, there is no turning back. Those are the latest words from the U.S. president amid a back and forth over whether or not negotiations are happening between the U.S. and Iran. We're going to take a short break here on Al Jazeera, but do stay with us. The news continues at the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us.
As the US-Israel war on Iran rages on, its impact has spread far beyond the battlefield. Energy prices are soaring as facilities and supply routes are targeted, and vital shipping lanes choked.
We strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend on this trade to come and help us.
Stay with Al Jazeera for extensive coverage and expert analysis as shockwaves continue to shake the global economy.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Diplomacy, yet again, was used as a ruse for war.
Critical debate.
Who betrayed the table? Who attacked the negotiations for the second time? For the third time during the talks we should be attacked? Who is talking about a greater country for itself? Israel, not Iran.
Iran has been a huge supporter of terrorism over the years. I really have to take exception to the idea that Iran is innocent in this.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
Hearing the facts.
A busy day for Iran today could mean when Iran retaliates, it will be a busy day for cities in the Gulf.
With the latest global news and insightful documentaries, Al Jazeera's teams across the world bring you closer to the heart of the story.
Carlson. This is Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. Israel says it has killed the naval commander of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. Ali Reza Tangsiri was an important figure in control over the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. President Donald Trump warns Iranian negotiators to take his offer seriously before it's too late. He warns there'll be no turning back. The GCC Secretary General says Iran is charging fees for ships to travel safely through the Strait of Hormuz. At least 6 people are injured across central Israel following Iran's latest barrage of missiles. Also ahead.
I'm riding through one of the busiest parts of Dhaka. Police are deployed at some gas stations as tensions are high and fuel is running short.
Massive queues across Bangladesh's petrol stations as fuel supplies dwindle due to the war. And we begin with some breaking news. Israel's defense minister says Tel Aviv has killed Iran's IRGC naval commander, Ali Reza Tangsiri. Israeli media is reporting that he was assassinated in a strike in the southern port area of Bandar Abbas, which is adjacent to the Strait of Hormuz. There were explosions in that city earlier. Iran has not confirmed Tangsiri's status. The Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation Council has condemned Iran's actions in the region. He was speaking at the GCC headquarters in Riyadh alongside ambassadors of Gulf countries. He said Iran is charging ships to pass safely through the Strait of Hormuz.
Iranians have again crossed all red lines. They closed the Strait of Hormuz and imposed fees for passing through the Strait of Hormuz. That is an aggression and a violation of the United Nations Agreement on Maritime Safety. Also, some vessels have been kidnapped or attacked in the Horn of Africa and the Red Sea by Iran's affiliated groups in the region. The international community must not take this lightly.
Meanwhile, strikes continue across the Middle East. 2 children were killed in an attack on a residential area in the city of Shiraz in south-central Iran. At least 6 people have been injured in strikes across Israel. And in the United Arab Emirates, debris from a missile interception killed 2 people in the capital, Abu Dhabi. We're going to begin in Tehran, where we're joined by Tawhid Ashadi. So, Tawhid, what more can you tell us about this IRGC Navy chief?
Well, actually, first things first, we don't have any official confirmation from Tehran about the killing of the IRGC Navy commander, but we know that if that's true, it's going to be another major blow for a country that has already experienced a lot of military commanders being killed from the very early hours of the initiation of the airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis, on the day 1 of which we know that the defense minister, the secretary for defense council, the commander of IRGC himself were all killed alongside the supreme leader of the country, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And now we are receiving reports from the Israeli side about the killing of the Navy commander of the IRGC, Tangsiri, and it is obviously significant, specifically seeing his role in the control and closure of the strategically significant choke point of the Strait of Hormuz. Over the past days, we heard strong messages, a strong rhetoric of warning by this military commander, specifically addressing the Israelis and Americans, and specifically talking about the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. In one of his posts on his X account, he's just warned against any vessels or oil tankers approaching without paying attention to Strait of Hormuz and facing the consequences. And of course, it goes without saying that in this already intricate situation, he played an important role when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz and when it comes to other aspects. But still, we don't have any confirmation in that regard. That's what we have from Tehran.
Okay, Tawhid, stay with us while we bring in Zain Basravi, who is live in Dubai. Because, Zain, we've heard from the GCC Secretary General within the last hour, and he says that Iran is charging fees for ships to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. How concerning is that for the Gulf?
Well, the legal consequences of turning an internationally recognized waterway that allows safe passage for anyone and everyone as per international law, turning that into a pay-to-play environment could have serious legal consequences. Now, Iran has said since closing the Strait of Hormuz that countries can liaise with it directly. Anyone can liaise with it directly except for the U.S., its allies, and Israel to pass the Strait of Hormuz, effectively turning it into a place that it controls completely. But we have not heard any official yet until now at this level confirm that it is effectively charging people to pass now. And what this means legally, well, the Strait of Hormuz is an international waterway. And under international law, specifically the United Nations Conventions on the Law of the Sea, the Strait of Hormuz is an international waterway where navigation and transit passage cannot be a charge. You cannot have a charge associated with it. So coastal states are not allowed to charge tolls or fees just for ships passing through. Specifically, it is Iran and Oman that are those coastal states, and they simply cannot make any charges. That's been the international standard for as long as there's been laws of the sea. But the reality is that what Iran is doing now is effectively wiping away any red lines. It has said that red lines were crossed when it was attacked. Now there are no red lines. And this is a continuation of that strategy of really upturning international norms. Now, I just want to go over some of what the GCC Secretary General said with regards to specifically this incident in the Strait of Hormuz. He said that Hormuz's closure is ongoing. It is catastrophic for the global economy. Energy facilities are being attacked, and this kind of brutal aggression is impacting the world economy. He has gone on to say that when it comes to the solution to something like this, specifically to reopening the Strait of Hormuz, it cannot be a GCC fight alone. It needs to be something that the international community takes seriously. But once again, what Iran has done is turn an international waterway where safe passage is guaranteed under international law, and turned it into if this is accurate, if this report is accurate, which it does seem to be, it's been turned into a pay-to-play environment, effectively completely undercutting and turning upside down international norms and standards. And it is scary if it does not stop here. What the GCC Secretary General has said, the international message must be clear. It must be in one voice. The entire world must deal with Iranian aggression because it is destabilizing international stability. And what he said is regional stability being undercut in this way could spread to other parts of the world and undermine international order and stability. And what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz, clearly he is suggesting it could be the beginning of a much more difficult scenario, not just in the region, but chaos that could spread worldwide.
That's right. And so, Zain, as we also heard from the GCC Secretary General, there is a lot of anger still across the Gulf about Iranian strikes in the region, but they are still continuing. Can you bring us up to date on the latest attacks and where they leave diplomatic ties with Iran at this point?
Absolutely. The GCC Secretary General, once again, he said that they were not only surprised by the aggression and the level of Iran's retaliation, but they were also surprised that the U.S. and Israel carried out those attacks against Iran in the first place. And GCC countries have condemned it, have condemned attacks that have happened last year, have condemned any attacks on Iranian sovereignty, attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities as a violation of international law. And so they have said that the GCC has all along played a role of trying to bring stability, of trying to promote dialogue. He also undercut reporting we've seen recently that Saudi Arabia and the UAE, according to unnamed sources in Western media, have been pushing for more aggressive positioning against Iran, for more attacks on Iran. He said that the GCC has never said that they wanted to retaliate, even after Iran attacked their sovereign soil, that the GCC countries officially, he has said, have called for an end to this conflict, a ratcheting down of tensions, never an escalation. So really undercutting what the Arab role in private has been purported to be in recent weeks. But what he continues to say is that the ongoing attacks must halt, that Iran cannot carry on what it's doing. And even now we see that earlier today, attacks on the UAE saw a debris fall from intercepted drones and missiles, killing 2 people in Abu Dhabi. That happened just this morning, in the early hours of this morning. Ballistic missiles and drones were being confronted by missile defense systems and jets that were intercepting drones. We saw in Kuwait multiple drone attacks intercepted. That fuel tank fire at the airport that happened 24 hours ago, still burning this morning as rescue crews try to put out that fire. Similarly, in Bahrain, in Saudi Arabia, multiple drone and missile attacks since yesterday into the early hours of this morning. And Oman Air, the most recent airline to confirm that flight cancellations in and around the region coming out of Oman will remain canceled until April 15th. So air travel continued to be disrupted. The Strait of Hormuz and naval traffic still disrupted. These disruptions are carrying on, and despite the fact that the GCC just yesterday condemned en masse Iran's ongoing retaliation, it continued this morning. And once again, we hear from the GCC Secretary General calling for the international community now to bring more pressure to bear on Iran to, at the very least, begin an end to this episode, this chapter of this conflict by stopping its attacks on the GCC.
Zain Basravi, our thanks to you for your reporting from Dubai. Now let's go back to Tehran and Tawhid Asadi. Tawhid, Iran's deputy health minister has now told Al Jazeera that a total of 1,937 people have died in Iran since the beginning of this conflict. The attacks there are continuing as well, and I'm wondering if you can tell us what's being hit and where those are going.
Yes, indeed. The truth of the matter is that we are dealing with the continuation of the airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis, not just targeting the military headquarters or police stations or state buildings, but also in residential civilian areas. We see these airstrikes taking place, impacting the buildings belonging to very ordinary citizens across the capital, specifically in the eastern parts of the capital. We have been hearing sounds of the explosions and sounds related to the activation of the air defense system of the country. And over the past 24 hours, I may say, in different cities such as Karaj, such as Taibat, the border city of Taibat, Shiraz, Lamert, and Bandar Abbas and Mashhad, we have reports about the continuation of airstrikes. But speaking of the numbers, the latest update, as you mentioned, came from the Deputy Health Minister Ali Jafarian, who came out to tell us that 1937 people have been killed, and among which we know that 452 are women and children. And also from him, we know that more than 24,000 people have been injured so far, among which we know that many are very, very ordinary citizens whose residential areas have been targeted. And speaking of the targeted areas, we've got the head of Red Crescent again telling Al Jazeera about the damages caused. He said that more than 87,000 residential units were targeted, some of them fully demolished, some of them partially impacted. And of course, that includes more than 66,000 residential areas and more than 600 schools.
Tawhid Asadi live for us in Tehran. Thank you, Tawhid. Meanwhile, Iran has been sending several missiles and rockets towards Israel. There have been powerful explosions in Tel Aviv in central Israel. At least 4 people have been injured due to falling debris from missile interceptions. Also in central Israel, there have been explosions and rocket debris across Kafr Kazem. At least 6 people have been injured there. The city is home to Palestinian Israelis. There has also been an attack on Haifa in the north. Israel is targeting villages across southern Lebanon as the conflict with Iran's ally Hezbollah enters its 4th week. The ground offensive is also gaining momentum. The Israeli military is advancing into Lebanese territory, but Hezbollah is claiming attacks on Israeli troops who are operating in some villages along the border. Zaina Khodr reports from Beirut.
Israel's military is moving into southern Lebanon. Defense Minister Israel Katz made its plans clear to occupy up to the Litani River and create what he called a defensive buffer for northern Israel. That's about 1/10 of Lebanon's land. The Litani River is 170 kilometers long and runs into the Mediterranean Sea just north of the city of Tyre.
The resistance fighters are battling in that area to prevent Israel from achieving this objective. This is part of Israel's historical objectives, as it has always sought to occupy the south of Litani area and annex it to the Zionist entity.
Hezbollah has been firing rockets and launching drones into northern and central Israel since the conflict began in early March. Hezbollah says it is also targeting Israeli soldiers who are now in villages in southern Lebanon. Let's take a look at the map. South Lebanon is divided into 3 sectors. Let's move into the west. Here, there were several days of clashes in and around Nakura. Israeli tanks are now positioned inside this border town, and Hezbollah is claiming attacks against Israeli soldiers here. Let's move to the central sector because the Israeli army is pushing in from more than one axis. Israeli troops have reached the town of Kuza, which is a hilltop town, strategic ground, because what the Israeli military has been trying to do is take elevated ground. Hezbollah has claimed responsibility for attacking a Merkava tank in this town. And nearby Ait Shab, there haven't been any clashes in recent days. This is along the border. It's believed that the Israeli military is now in control of this town. And then there's the eastern sector. Here too, Israeli troops have advanced. They have pushed into Khiam, which is close to the border. They've also reached Taibe. Both these towns are on elevated ground, but Hezbollah says it is targeting troops there. The closest route to the Litani River is also located in this sector. Hezbollah acknowledges that there is an imbalance of power, so its strategy appears to be not to hold ground, but to make it costly for the Israeli army to stay. Israel says the battle with Hezbollah has just begun. The group, too, is promising a long fight. And military gains on the battlefields of southern Lebanon are likely to translate into political leverage. Zana Khuder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Pakistan's foreign minister says indirect talks between the U.S. and Iran are taking place, with Washington and Tehran offering counter-proposals. In the last hour, U.S. President Donald Trump has posted on social media saying the Iranian negotiators are very different and strange. They are begging us to make a deal, which they should be doing since they have been militarily obliterated with zero chance of a comeback. And yet they publicly state that they are only looking at our proposal. He goes on to say, wrong, they better get serious soon before it's too late, because once that happens, there will be no turning back and it won't be pretty. Joining us now in the studio is Sultan Barakat, a professor of public policy at Hamad bin Khalifa University here in Qatar. Sultan, thanks for being with us. When we look at the sort of back and forth that we're getting and how difficult it is to tell what is actually going on, are we just all of a sudden privy to the bluffs and the bargains and sort of the backroom back and forth that we don't normally see? Or what is your estimation of what's happening here with these talks?
Well, what's going on is a clear illustration of the fact that there is no real goodwill to de-escalate and bring this to an end. On all sides, particularly I think on the American side at the moment and the Israelis. Let's start with Israel first. I mean, Israel's incursions into Lebanon is a very good example of how the Israelis thrive on escalation and confrontation, and this is their way to really extract as much as possible support from the United States, both in terms of weapons, cash, and so on. They could have taken a posture like the Gulf states did towards the missiles coming from Iran, i.e. defend, and maybe in the case of Israel, they may be justified to do some proportionate retaliation. What they've done instead is that they went to a major Arab capital with the sort of force they've applied in Gaza, the destruction that they've applied there, more than 1,000 people killed, etc. They totally undermine the capacity of the Lebanese government to have any legitimacy in the south. And they are working the ways to justify their way to occupy all the way up to the Litani River. Now, for Lebanese who live in that part of the world, they know that this is the agenda of Israel for the last few decades, since 1982. So now they're taking this as an opportunity to really implement a plan that has been long in the making. And in the last few months, we've heard some rumors about this plan, Greater Israel and so on. When you look at the United States should know better because they've been in negotiations with the Iranians for more than a decade. So they understand the way the Iranians think and the pride they enjoy. Mm-hmm. And they're falling into this trap of trying to ridicule them. And I think that's really dangerous thing in negotiations. The statements put out by Trump does not really help the other side, again, gain legitimacy or even to take him seriously on this.
And just as you say, it goes to goodwill also. It goes to showing
it demonstrates that there is no real goodwill. And if these are serious negotiations, the last thing you want to do is to keep tweeting about it or put on social media, manipulating the market, etc. You have to take it to the seriousness it deserves, because there are some, real people at the end of this who are paying the price for this war. And I think that must make the Iranians think, who are we dealing with? And it really would probably lead them to brushing aside all these attempts and focusing much more on their strategic objectives, which are now in their own mind linked to their own survival. And particularly when they hear things coming from the Israeli prime minister, is no longer talking about them being a Muslim radical group.
Right.
He has a 2,500-year history of conflict with them that goes way beyond the contemporary issues. So you can understand to some extent why they will take that entrenched position from the top.
And so, Sultan, quickly, with all of these moving parts that you've just laid out for us, this is now a much more difficult deal to come to than it would have been, say, 4 weeks ago, is it not?
Of course. I mean, the initial step of this deal is that the US and Israel should stop attacking Iran. And that will show them that they are serious, or give them a day or two of a one-sided ceasefire, because the attack is coming from them rather than the other way around at the moment.
Right.
But until that takes place, I think it will be very difficult to justify for the Iranian government to justify their position for any talks in front of their own public.
Sultan Barakat, it's always good to have you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Across Bangladesh, long queues at fuel stations are becoming a daily sight. The government is seeking nearly $2 billion in loans to keep power facilities and transport running. It's another example of how the impact of the war in the Middle East is being felt far from the front lines. And for Bangladesh's newly elected government, the stakes are high. Tanvir Chowdhury has more from Dhaka.
I'm riding through one of the busiest parts of Dhaka. Behind me, you can see the long queue stretching for blocks. Police are deployed at some gas station as tensions are high and fuel is running short.
We have to wait in line for 3 to 4 hours just to get fuel. During that time, we could have earned a decent amount, but instead, we are losing income.
The US-Israeli conflict with Iran is now disrupting global energy supplies, pushing up oil and gas prices. Here in Bangladesh, that's translating into shortages, panic buying, and even scuffle at some petrol stations.
We are not getting adequate fuel supply like before. Right now, there is no fuel at this station, and this has been going on for a week now.
Bangladesh is seeking nearly $2 billion in loans from international lenders to fund its fuel imports, aiming to keep power supplies stable through the summer without raising prices while easing pressure on its foreign reserves. But the import goes far beyond fuel stations' higher costs and are hitting transport, agriculture, and other crucial industries. Farmers in Bangladesh rely on imported diesel and fertilizer.
The future doesn't look good. Prices of essentials, fuel, and electricity are already going up. Not much we can do about it.
For Bangladesh's newly elected government, the stakes are high. And with global energy prices still rising, this crisis could deepen in the weeks and months ahead. From long queues to rising costs, like many other countries, it's already facing the impact of a distant war. Tanvir Chowdhury, Al Jazeera, Dhaka.
Pakistan's biggest sporting event is set to begin on Thursday, but without any spectators in the stands. A global increase in energy costs sparked by the war in Iran has pushed the government to impose sweeping austerity measures. The move has left fans of the Pakistan Super League, a major cricket tournament, worrying matches will lose their energy. The league has also canceled its opening ceremony and reduced venues from 6 to 2 to limit travel during the crisis. Here's a look at some of the day's other news now. At least 24 people have died after a bus plunged into a river in central Bangladesh. It happened in the town of Rajbari, which is about 100 kilometers west of the capital, Dhaka. Officials say the vehicle was carrying around 40 passengers when it lost control while driving onto a ferry. Authorities say a few passengers managed to swim to safety before the bus sank. Emergency crews say more people may still be missing. Months of Israeli airstrikes across Gaza have cost some Palestinians the use of one of their basic senses. The loud sounds from constant bombardment have led to people suffering from hearing loss. Doctors in Gaza are treating more patients with bomb-related blast exposure, some with permanent effects. Tariq Abu Azoum has this report from Gaza City.
For more than 2 years, this sound has been constant in Gaza. The thunder of airstrikes echoing across crowded neighborhoods, explosions that flatten homes and rattle entire streets. But when it comes to people here, sometimes the damage is less visible. 6-year-old Fuad al-Jarjir could once hear and speak normally, but that changed after an Israeli strike hit his neighborhood. Medical tests confirmed severe hearing damage. Doctors recommended a hearing aid. Even with the device, Fuad struggles to hear clearly. When words fail, his mother relies on sign language to communicate with him.
He lost both his hearing and his ability to speak. I remember talking to him after the strike, but he couldn't respond to me at all. Now, the only way we can get his attention is by waving our hands and communicating with him through sign language.
In Gaza City, Abdulsalam Abu Aita and his wife Arkan, parents of 4, say their lives also changed in a single night. In July 2025, an Israeli missile struck neighbor's house. Arkan lost hearing in her left ear, while Abid now struggles to hear from his right.
I started losing my balance whenever I bend down to pick something up from the ground. I feel as if I'm falling from a high place. I get dizzy and feel like I'm about to lose consciousness. I also struggle with communicating with my children. It's also difficult to communicate with my children's teachers when I'm at school meetings.
Doctors say repeated exposure to powerful explosions can permanently damage the inner ear. And as Israeli strikes have become routine in Gaza, the number of people suffering hearing damage is quietly rising.
This increase has to do with direct impacts on people, like if people are inside the house and the house has been bombed, so most of the people there would have hearing loss, and indirect impacts. That's what's happening to children and newborns who are born with hearing loss due to displacements, due to hygiene problems, due to problems with nutrition with their mothers when they're pregnant.
Here in Gaza, the destruction left behind by airstrikes is easy to see. Shattered homes, collapsed walls, and streets reduced to rubble. But for many here, the impact of these explosions goes far beyond what the eye can really see. For some, the echoes of war have taken something they may never recover. Tariq Abu Azoum, Al Jazeera, Gaza City, Palestine.
Up next, Inside Story examines Iran's war strategy in depth and takes a look at its various military options. The news continues in just over 30 minutes from now, but don't forget, you can get the breaking news and analysis on our website at aljazeera.com.
South Korean plastics manufacturer Hwangman Ik inspecting the last bags of raw materials produced from crude oil, and all production is about to stop. It's a story being told across South Korea after US and Israeli attacks on Iran triggered an energy crisis far beyond the Middle East. 70% of South Korea's oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz off the coast of Iran. Iran's Revolutionary Guard has effectively closed the waterway as part of the war.
Everything is connected in a chain. So rather than just plastic factories being affected, petrochemicals have ripple effects across the entire industry.
A ripple that affects everything from automobiles and cosmetics to fertilizer and food, all of which are being hit by the additional impact of rising transport costs, leading to inflation, lowered growth forecasts, and a battered Korean won.
Iran has kept up attacks on Israel and Gulf states despite intense US and Israeli bombing. The Strait of Hormuz remains effectively closed, limiting the transit of vital energy supplies. So what is Iran's strategy? What are its options? This is Inside Story. Hello there and welcome to the programme. I'm Nick Clark. Despite intense attacks from Israel and the United States and the assassination of senior figures, Iran continues to respond with military force. Strikes have penetrated Israel's defences and have hit neighbouring Gulf states, with targets ranging from energy facilities to hotels and airports. Tehran has essentially closed the Strait of Hormuz, cutting off a fifth of the world's oil and gas supplies. And wherever you're watching us today, the impact of all of this is being felt. President Donald Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth have trumpeted US military prowess, but they haven't yet removed Iran's strategic cards from its hand. So what are Iran's tactics in this war, and are they working? What are the risks, not just to those at the receiving end, but to Iran itself? We'll discuss this with our guest shortly, but first, this report from Laura Khan.
Iran has been continuing its attacks. More missiles headed towards Israel on Wednesday. And after President Donald Trump threatened to attack Iran's power plants if it didn't open the Strait of Hormuz, the US now seems to be rowing back. On Monday, President Trump announced a 5-day pause on plans to bomb energy and power infrastructure and has drafted a 15-point plan to end the war. It calls for Iran to dismantle its nuclear capabilities, end uranium enrichment, and stop funding and arming groups in the region. Tehran's military denies talks are taking place.
The strategic power you used to talk about has turned into a strategic failure. The one claiming to be a global superpower would have already gotten out of this mess if it could. Don't dress up your defeat as an agreement. Your era of promises has come to an end.
Since the US and Israel began bombing Iran on February the 28th, Tehran has fought back, with missiles managing to evade Israel's defense systems, causing significant damage. Attacks have targeted US assets in the Gulf, but civilian and energy infrastructure has been hit across the region. Kuwait's international airport was among the latest struck. Iran's geography also gives it powerful leverage at sea. It effectively controls the Strait of Hormuz, a narrow waterway and transit route for roughly a fifth of the world's oil supply before the war. After effectively closing the maritime route, Tehran says it will now allow passage to vessels belonging to nations it considers not to be hostile. Iran has spent decades preparing for a war, creating a decentralized military system to enable local commanders to take responsibility for defense if top military leaders are killed. The current war strategy, involving attacking other countries not involved in the war, is creating new fronts and risks. Laura Khan for Inside Story, Al Jazeera.
All right, let's bring in our guest to home in on Iran's position at this critical moment in the war in Tehran. We have Fouad Azadi, who's professor at the Faculty of World Studies at the University of Tehran. In Doha is Mehran Kamarava, who's a professor at Georgetown University here in Qatar. He's also the director of the Iranian Studies Unit at the Arab Center for Research and Policy Studies. And in Brussels, pleased to say, we've got Elijah Manier, who's a military and political analyst who specializes in wars in the Middle East. A very warm welcome to each of you. So before we get to the heart of Iran's overall strategy and its position of strength or weakness, what about the possibility of negotiations, I wonder? Because the Iranian military say that Donald Trump is negotiating with himself, and that, Fouad Azadi, may be so. But Iran is engaged diplomatically with several countries, including reportedly Egypt, Turkey, and Pakistan. So talks are happening, aren't they? And Iran's strategy has engineered this position.
Yes, talks are happening, not with the United States, with these countries, helpful countries, Iran's neighbors. As you know, everybody is suffering. This is a war, unnecessary war that Trump and Netanyahu started. And Iran wants to make sure that it ends. We are getting bombings every day. I'm in Tehran. We had a new round of bombings just about an hour ago. We are losing a couple of hundred people on average every day, civilians. We have lost thousands of civilians, billions of dollars worth of damage to Iranian infrastructure. Everybody realizes that this war will end sooner or later. In order to do that, we need to talk. But I don't think the Trump administration or Netanyahu are interested. One way of getting this war ended faster is stop attacking Iran today.
Okay, Mehran, there is a view, of course, that Donald Trump wants to get out of this situation. There's many counter views too, but that's one of the views. Isn't this therefore an opportunity for Iran to wrest advantage? Many say Iran has the upper hand.
It is an opportunity, but I think there's a legitimate concern in Iran that a few months from now, the United States or Israel could attack again. And what we're seeing is a redo of what transpired during the so-called 12-day war back in June of 2025. So the concern is in Tehran to come to some sort of an agreement that somehow guarantees that there won't be a repeat of this war again a few months or a couple of years from now.
And with that concern, it's important to home in, to study how this, at this critical juncture, how Iran diplomatically, militarily, and indeed strategically is placed. And Elijah Manier there in Brussels, because it's evident, isn't it, that Iran does hold considerable leverage over the Strait of Hormuz, and that is a crucial factor in all of this.
Yes, it is. But if we look what's happening today, the whole war turned focused toward the Strait of Hormuz. Now, why any negotiation cannot take place and lead to any result today is exactly what happened in June 2025 when both sides did not win, did not lose. There was a bombardment and a phone call stopped the war. This time, there is a need of some loser or some winner, or at least someone like Donald Trump searching for political and psychological gain to create a sudden, undeniable shift in the balance of the conflict and a spectacular, low-risk, high-visibility operation, not a full-scale invasion. And where he can achieve that is by occupying one of the islands in the Strait of Hormuz and immediately call for a ceasefire or call a victory for himself. And because the Strait of Hormuz is the focus indeed, this is where he can say, okay, let us stop. But it doesn't mean he's going to achieve that because Iran is not going to accept that. And holding a ground doesn't mean being able to defend it, protect it, and keep it.
Fawad, it's true to say that Iran is very unlikely to forfeit any leverage that it holds over the Strait of Hormuz without major concessions that have to be yielded by Israel and the United States, right?
I agree. Iran needs to be compensated for all these damages. One way is for US and Israel to deposit cash in Iranian bank accounts. That may not happen. We don't know. It may. One way would be for some of these countries in the neighborhood that have provided bases to the United States and, in fact, helped the United States in this illegal war. They can pay for it. That's the second option. The third option is to basically have some sort of an agreement with the country of Oman. You know, Oman is on the other side of the Strait of Hormuz, and they could create a Strait of Hormuz authority, somebody that would level transit fees on ships that go through. Iran is not a member of the Convention on Law of Seas, and neither is United States, neither is Israel. We have some countries that do that. For example, Turkey calls it transit fees, and they have access to a couple of straits.
Okay, Mehran, the point is, sorry to jump in there. I just want to say to Mehran that the point is that the strait is comes into play in the way that Fawad describes, simply because Iran realized before this all started, many years ago, that the strait was always going to be a critical player. in such a scenario.
Absolutely. And what is shocking is that the United States does not seem to have realized that this was a trump card that the Iranians had in their hand. Their ability to either close the Strait of Hormuz or more easily to harass shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. And I think what we're seeing is Iran now has an even greater excuse to close the Strait of Hormuz or to constrain shipping from going through the Strait of Hormuz, because earlier today we heard President Trump say that Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar are actively helping Israeli-American war on Iran. And so as far as the Iranians are concerned, now these three states are active belligerents against Iran, and therefore the Strait of Hormuz should be closed, or at least only open to shipping that the Iranians want to have open. And this is something that have been threatening since the end of the Iran-Iraq war. What is surprising is that the Americans don't seem to have taken them seriously.
If we come to you, Elijah, there are more than 3,000 ships stuck in the Gulf now, and Iran says it will allow safe passage for non-hostile vessels. Do you think that's a sign that Iran wants to permanently control the strait, something that Fahd just alluded to? Even there's talk of a toll being charged for transit. And if so, that's something that really won't go down at all well with its Gulf neighbors.
Well, Iran can't charge anything now because it is there is a binding, which is the UNCLOS. This is why it cannot charge the fees. However, this is one of the leverage point of negotiation with the Americans that Iran can raise, saying with the Suez Canal or the Bosphorus, there are some charges. However, these two are also linked to a specific treaty, which is not the case of Iran. Nevertheless, anything is valid today on the table that is said. It doesn't mean this is what each party is going to reach. Donald Trump said something that slipped out of his mouth, although he contradicts himself all the time. He said, I and the Ayatollah will control the Strait of Hormuz, which means both sides don't want to close the Strait of Hormuz. Iran will close it only if the Americans land on the Strait of Hormuz and becomes a battlefield. This is where Iran can say, this is not my fault. The Americans came in and now we exchange missiles and we fight. There are thousands of troops, Marines, amphibious troops, and the commandos are coming. We're talking about 5,000 to 6,000 troops. These are going to do something in the Strait of Hormuz, not to occupy Iranian territory. Even the islands are Iranian territory, but they can occupy land to claim some right on the Strait of Hormuz and to sit and negotiate, which means for the Iranians, closing the Strait of Hormuz will create a fireback against its Asian partners and other partners that are still benefiting, and also for its own oil. However, this is a price that Iran can pay only in extremis if Donald Trump pushes Iran toward that option. And Iran can always sink a tanker in the small passage in the Strait of Hormuz and then block it completely. Then nobody wins. So it is very delicate to say Iran is going to impose this or stop the navigation, because it's a double-edged sword.
Okay. Mehran, on that issue of ground forces, how will Iran be preparing for any potential US effort to deploy ground troops, with several thousand, as Elijah has just mentioned, are en route? How well equipped is Iran to deflect that?
It's very hard to tell because we don't know really how capable Iranians are. And so far, they continue to surprise everyone by their ability to fight back, despite overwhelming American and Israeli firepower. But I think we need to look at history. If we look at history, every time a bigger power has occupied a smaller power in a war of choice, whether it was the Soviet Union and Afghanistan, or the United States and Iraq, or the US and Vietnam, or Russia and Ukraine. In none of those instances have the bigger power been able to accomplish their military objectives. Of course, as Professor Izadi mentioned, wars do not have any winners. But if there's going to be a loser, it's the country that occupies, in a war of choice, territory of another country. And if the United States embarks on that initiative and occupies one of the Iranian islands, over time, regardless of Iranian military capabilities, it doesn't have the pain threshold that the Iranians can inflict over time. And all we're going to see is devastation, destruction, but ultimately American loss also.
Part of the plan, Fouad, clearly was to attack neighbors in the Gulf, the preconceived plan that this so-called horizontal escalation to put pressure on the United States. And yes, it certainly did. But it's a dangerous game, isn't it? The regional nations, the Gulf nations, they're running out of patience, aren't they? A lot of those missiles are hitting civilian and energy infrastructure. Sooner or later, that patience may run out. And that is a real danger for Iran, isn't it, Fouad?
It could be. I think these countries realize that if they officially join the war, they are basically providing resources, soldiers to Netanyahu. And after what Netanyahu has done in Gaza, engaged in genocide, is an indicted war criminal in international courts. I don't think that they really would want to do that. We have reports from Western news outlets, New York Times, others. They said that the Saudis are encouraging Trump to continue the fight.
Yes, there are reports that the Saudis want to join the fray, yeah.
Yeah, the Wall Street Journal reported that they have already done that. Iran hit 5 refueling American airplanes in a Saudi base, not an American base in Saudi Arabia, a Saudi base. Trump tried to dismiss that and said that it wasn't 5, it was 1, which is actually confirming the fact that Saudis are providing their airports to US military. The Secretary of War has said that they have conducted 6,000 sorties. You cannot do that unless you use these countries, neighboring countries. The ships that the US has is very far away. They don't want to get close to Iran because they don't want to be sunk.
Right.
So overall, the hope that Iran has is that the neighboring countries understand that Iran is fighting for Iran. It's an old country. The civilization has been around for thousands of years. And these countries, we hope in Iran that they realize that changing Iran's borders or taking over Iranian oil is not good. The other side is interested in their territory. Netanyahu has talked about Greater Israel.
Let me take that up with Elijah, if I may, Fouad, because this so-called horizontal escalation, going big early, locally, as we have seen, it is unprecedented, isn't it? And there really is a danger for the region. Don't you think it could yet imperil the whole region and escalate things beyond?
Well, it's already going more actively in Iraq, where the Iraqi government has announced that its armed forces, including not only Hashd al-Sha'bi, but also the army, has a right to defend itself. Between announcing it and acting it, there would be differences, particularly when Iraq is bound by the selling of oil that goes to America. However, it is expanding regionally, but the Gulf countries will not come into the war unless Iran is clearly defeated. For now, the energy infrastructure, the assets are very fragile. The Bab el-Mandeb is still open. The Red Sea is navigable, so that the Strait of Hormuz is not shut down unless only to the enemy of Iran. Therefore, for the time being, the Gulf countries accept that Iran is implying Article 3314 saying if your territory is used against me, then you are in partnership with the Americans, and this is acceptable so far. However, if the Americans hit the Iranian energy, which the Israelis have been trying in the last 2 days to do so, then the war will take another shape, and this is where it's going to be extremely damaging, and the cost of war is extremely high already, but it's going to be higher on the world economy.
Maren, what do you think? Is striking out at Gulf countries still to Iran's advantage, do you think?
Well, obviously, it's increased the pressure not just on the Gulf states, but also on the United States. So, as you mentioned, Nick, this is an extremely risky strategy that the Iranians are pursuing. But for the time being, it does appear to have borne results in the sense that the Persian Gulf states now realize that they are indeed within Iranian missiles, and that the Iranians are willing to use their missiles in order to hit these states. And so, you know, and I know that the local economies, regional economies, are greatly suffering, and the instability in the region is palpable. So it's a very risky strategy that the Iranians have pursued so far. And if it continues beyond this, I think there might be an actual entry of the Saudis and especially the Emiratis into the conflict. The Emiratis are very eager to get their hands on those 3 disputed islands in the Persian Gulf. And given their ejection from Yemen, that eagerness is all the more palpable these days.
Fawad, another surprise advantage Iran has demonstrated, it surprised many, was its military capacity. The US and Israel for weeks have been talking about how it's been pretty much obliterated, yet the missiles and the drones, they keep on coming. But at some point, surely Iran will run out.
That's true. You know, some of the missile factories are underground and they're more difficult to hit. Let me also say that we have had civilian damage in the Persian Gulf countries, but they are linked to the United States. So when the US started bombing Iranian banks, Iran hit American banks. These are civilian targets, but Iran has said that the new leadership in Iran is going to follow the doctrine of an eye for an eye. So anything that's linked to the United States is going to be legitimate target. We have had some debris also falling in unintended places, but overall, I think Iran can manage its fight for many months to come. But I think Iranians hope this war to finish today.
Elijah, Iran has also relished many nations saying no to Donald Trump, and yet we have the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte expressing backing for Donald Trump's war, saying that European allies will eventually come together and join the fight. And that might be true, mightn't it, if Iran keeps pushing up the price of oil?
Well, actually, NATO is the United States, and the British are already supporting the US, offering Diego Garcia, and inevitably they fall under the article of the United Nations Security Council 3314. However, the French yesterday, chief of staff and the president before him, accused the Americans, saying we were not invited and we are not part of this war. We don't want it. We suffer the consequences. The only thing that Donald Trump is doing is blackmailing the Americans, because we feel in Europe vulnerable due to the war in Ukraine, and the Europeans are terrified of the idea of the United States letting go of the operational base in Ramstein, Germany, where there are 50 nations conducting the war against Russia. So in exchange of that, Donald Trump saying you have to come in. Normally, the Americans form a coalition before the beginning of the war, but Donald Trump was so confident that he's going to win it in 3 or 4 days that he did not call for help. Now he's calling for help, and that is really serious because it's showing that Iran managed to stay up to the challenge of the strongest country in the world and the strongest army in the Middle East, and conducting a war of attrition that even Donald Trump is calling for help in the Strait of Hormuz, reducing all his objectives of regime change and defeating the army, defeating the IRGC, defeating the missile program, and the missile is still falling into only the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay.
This reduction of objectives.
Let me just jump in there, Elijah, because we're just running out of time. I want to bring in Mehran just one more time. Forgive me. So, Mehran, Iran might have a stronger hand than anybody ever imagined, but isn't there a big danger of Iran overplaying that hand?
Absolutely. And on a number of occasions in the past, it has overplayed its hand. And it could very well overplay its hand with the Strait of Hormuz if this continues, or it can overplay its hand with attacks on Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Qatar and Kuwait. Absolutely, this is a danger. And so the Iranians are walking a tightrope. And so, as everyone has mentioned, it is to everybody's advantage for this war to end and end very quickly.
James, we're going to have to leave it there. Mehran Kamarava in Doha, Elijah Manyan in Brussels, and of course, Fouad Izzadi there in Tehran. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. And thank you too for watching. You can see the program again at any time just by visiting our website, aljazeera.com. And for further discussion, go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. You can also join the conversation on X. Our handle is @AJ Inside Story. For now, that's it from me, Nick Clark, and the whole team here. Stand by for Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the war. More in just a moment.
Netanyahu is not interested in the interests of the Gulf, nor is he interested in the interests of the United States.
In Lebanon, we see Israel again targeting civilian areas and civilian infrastructure.
There's a concern that Israel will continue attacking Iran, even if there was a ceasefire in place, and the Gulf states are at the front line of that battle.
The Gulf states, they're trying to de-escalate the matter, but also defending their sovereignty.
They're trying to use this strait to control who is allowed to go through it and who is not.
Europe, Asia, they depend on energy markets, and having the strait cut is a direct threat to their well-being.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
On Counting the Cost, energy facilities in the Middle East are under attack. Are global gas markets facing a tipping point? As Europe and Asia scramble for supplies, who can fill the gap? Are American companies the biggest winners? And who's paying the price? Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera.
Hello, I'm Sarah Khairat, and this is Al Jazeera with our live continuing coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. Israel says it's killed the naval commander of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. Ali Reza Tangsiri was an important figure in control over the Strait of Hormuz. US President Donald Trump calls on Iranian negotiators to take his offer seriously. He says before it's too late and warns there'll be no turning back. The GCC Secretary General warns the war in Iran will disrupt food, medicine and fuel, not just regionally, but globally. At least 6 people are injured across central Israel following Iran's latest barrage of missiles. Also ahead.
I'm riding through one of the busiest parts of Dhaka. Police are deployed at some gas stations as tensions are high and fuel is running short.
Massive queues across Bangladesh's petrol stations as fuel supplies dwindle, and that's due to the war. Israel's defense minister says Tel Aviv has killed Iran's IRGC naval commander, that's Ali Reza Tangsiri. Israeli media is reporting he was assassinated in a strike in the southern port area of Bandar Abbas, and that's adjacent to the Strait of Hormuz. Now, there were explosions in the city of Bandar Abbas earlier, and Iran hasn't confirmed Tangsiri's status. Now, the Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation Council has condemned Iran's actions in the region. He was speaking at the GCC headquarters, and that's in Riyadh, alongside ambassadors from several Gulf countries. And he said Iran is charging ships to safely pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And he also warned the conflict could cause global food insecurity. Meanwhile, strikes.
Iranians have again crossed all red lines. They closed the Strait of Hormuz and imposed fees for passing through the Strait of Hormuz. That is an aggression and a violation of the United Nations Agreement on Maritime Safety. Also, some vessels have been kidnapped or attacked in the Horn of Africa and the Red Sea by Iran's affiliated groups in the region. The international community must not take this lightly.
And strikes continue across the Middle East. 2 children were killed in an attack on a residential area in the city of Shiraz, that's in south-central Iran. At least 6 people have been injured in strikes across Israel. And in the United Arab Emirates, debris from a missile interception has killed 2 people in the capital, Abu Dhabi. All right, well, we have correspondents covering the latest developments. That's in Riyadh, Dubai and Tehran. But let's start with Tawhid Asadi in the Iranian capital, Tehran. So, Tawhid, there's been a confirmation, as we were saying there, from Iran on the Navy officer that was being killed. Who was he, and has Iran confirmed it?
Well, first things first, so far we don't have any official confirmation regarding the killing of the IRGC's Navy commander, Tangsiri. But of course, we know that if that happens to be true, it's going to be yet another major blow for Iran, a country that has already lost a long list of its military commanders from the very day one since the initiation of the campaign of airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis. We know that the head of the commander of IRGC himself was killed. Also, we know that the defense minister, as well as the secretary of the defense council and the chief of armed forces were also killed. And of course, if this is true, it's going to be, as I told you earlier, another major blow. And we know that Tangsiri is critically important because he heads the naval segment of IRGC, which is responsible basically for many geostrategic the important places when it comes to the control over the Strait of Hormuz. In particular, we know that he has been in charge, one of the leverages that Iran tries to employ when it comes to this geopolitically significant choke point. And over the past few days, since the beginning of these airstrikes, we heard very strong messages of warning from this naval commander coming out to say in one of his posts on X account that in case any oil tanker or vessel dares to approach the Strait of Hormuz without a permission, it's going to be permission from the Iranian side. There are going to be tough repercussions. So if happens to be true, again, it's going to be another major development for Iran's military.
And what are the latest where you are in Iran in terms of attacks?
Well, this is basically continuation of the air strikes by the Americans and Israelis. Over the past few hours, we have been able to hear the sounds related to the activation of the air defense system across the capital and, of course, in other cities. We know that in Hamadan very recently, air strikes are reported, but in other cities such as Isfahan, Bandar Abbas, and many others, we know that airstrikes are still ongoing. But the latest came from actually the deputy health minister of the country, who told Al Jazeera recently that at least 19, and I have to be very careful about these numbers because they are not numbers, they are people. 1937 people have been killed so far, including 452 women and children, and more than 24,000 people have been injured since the beginning of these airstrikes. This is the official number that we have. Also, we had a chance to talk to the head of the Red Crescent of the country, who came out to tell us that more than 87,000 civilian units have been impacted, some of them fully demolished, some of them partially damaged, and that number includes more than 66,000 residential areas. I mean, homes, apartments belonging to very ordinary citizens. And that number also includes 600 schools, as well as 17 buildings belonging to very Red Crescent itself. That means we are basically dealing with a disastrous situation, not only when it comes to military headquarters or police stations or state buildings, but also when it comes to the human impact and when it comes to very ordinary citizens here in Iran.
Okay, thank you very much for that update. That's Tawhid Asadi there in Iranian capital, Tehran. Now let's go to the Saudi capital, Riyadh, because that is where Rasul Sardar is live for us. Sardar, we did hear earlier from the GCC Secretary General, that was in the last hour, and he says Iran is charging fees for ships to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. What can you tell us about that? Because my understanding is until now there's been no charging.
Indeed. So he has said that, and he said that was a red line that was crossed by Iran. And he also says that the control over the Strait of Hormuz or the passages cannot be one-sided. They are guaranteed under the international conventions, and they are against it. So remember, this is one of the demands of the Iranians. For a ceasefire, for a potential peace deal, that Iran will continue its control over the Strait of Hormuz. And now the Secretary General of the GCC, Jassim Mohammed al-Budaibi, saying that this is not acceptable by GCC. Throughout his speech, he has been talking about the damages that were inflicted by Iran, the attacks that have happened over the energy facilities, the seaports, the airport, the civilian residential areas, and many more. And then he said that attacks are practically bringing the energy flow to a halt, and saying that now the GCC countries before the war were daily producing around 60 million barrels of oil, which is making over 30% of the global energy supply. And that is practically coming into a halt, and saying this is having a tremendous effect over the global economy. Then he said that the GCC countries were neutral before the war. And this has been properly communicated with Iranians, that the GCC countries are not going to open up their airspaces or the bases for the American attacks. However, despite that, they came under attack. So now he's referring to Article 51 of the United Nations Charter, a right of self-defense, saying that the GCC countries prioritize the diplomacy, but all the options are at the table. They are not now examining that options. Nothing has been materialized yet, but in the coming days, we are going to see what he means by that all the options are being examined.
Rasul, nearly 4 weeks into this war, what did he say, the General Secretary for the GCC, about the state of diplomatic relations between the Gulf nations and Iran?
So he simply saying that he was indeed going through at least of the diplomatic engagements, the rapprochement of 2016, then 2023, Saudi Arabia and Iran normalization deal that was signed in Beijing, And then 2024, the ministerial meetings between the GCC countries and Iran in Doha, and saying that they were candid. The GCC countries were serious about the diplomatic engagement, normalization of the ties, improving the relations. However, when the war started in the first place, Iran has targeted the GCC, and that's why there was a very little trust between them, and that is now even shattered. That's why now there are no communications, diplomatic communications, and they are not involved in these mediation efforts. However, saying that they still prioritize the diplomacy and they are supporting these diplomatic efforts to bring the war to an end.
All right, thanks very much, Rasool Sardar there. Now let's go to Zain Bastravi, who's live for us in Dubai, because Zain, more strikes have been carried out across the Gulf, and it seems some of them have been deadly.
That is exactly correct. Really, what we heard in the briefing from the GCC Secretary General is really something that every leader in the GCC has been saying all along. This war never should have happened, and it needs to end as soon as possible. The longer it carries on, the worse it is going to be for the people living, working, the people of this region, the members of the GCC, the people who are native to here, and those that come to live and work here, expatriate workers. And what we are seeing now is a real concern among GCC leaders that this ongoing war will turn them into a semi-permanent, perhaps a permanent front line of sorts in this war between the US and Israel on one side that initiated this war, and Iran on the other that has retaliated, and by GCC standards, by what the GCC leadership is saying, overreacted enormously by continuing to attack sovereign Arab land. What we are seeing this morning, Abu Dhabi reporting that they were responding to a ballistic missile threat, an interception was made, and debris fall, which has been so dangerous. Debris fall resulted in the deaths of 2 people in Abu Dhabi. Not the first time that's happened in Abu Dhabi. And the UAE, of course, getting the maximum number of hits. Maximum targeted GCC country in Iran's retaliation has been the UAE. And the GCC has seen 85% of everything that Iran has fired since the war began. At Israel, targets in the US, and the GCC. They have seen 85% of the 5,000 or so estimated projectiles that Iran has unleashed. Earlier this morning before sunup, also in the UAE, scattered areas were being targeted by missiles and drones, air defenses, and jets intercepting those incoming. We similarly see in Kuwait multiple drone attacks over the course of the night. The fuel tank at the airport that was hit 24 hours ago, still on fire this morning. And similarly, attacks in Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Oman saying that its airline will not resume flights. Flights will remain canceled until April 15th. Multiple attacks coming after a day of diplomacy yesterday that saw the GCC condemn attacks by Iran, by Iran's allies in the region, in Iraq. Iran responding by continuing more attacks.
And Zain, the Kuwaiti government saying that it's dismantled a Hezbollah-linked group. What more do we know on that?
That is correct. Kuwait's government announcing that yesterday they arrested 6 people, 5 citizens and 1 other person, identified 14 others that left before they could be arrested, fled the country, 5 citizens, 2 Iranians, 2 Lebanese, and 5 people of other undetermined nationality. What they're saying is that after questioning, suspects confessed to planning to carry out assassination operations, targeting state symbols and leaders, and to recruiting individuals to perform these tasks. Now, it is not the first time that there's been a case like this. There's been similar arrests in the UAE, Qatar, and Bahrain. The UAE announcing that it arrested a covert network linked to Iran and Hezbollah. Qatar saying it arrested IRGC-linked sleeper cells, in Bahrain saying that they carried out multiple arrests, that in mid-March as well. Now, for its part, Hezbollah and Iran have denied any involvement in any such cases, but it does really illustrate a parallel conflict that's going on. State security in these countries has always been paramount, and the domestic security apparatus is on high alert as this war has carried on and as it continues to come under attack. And we've seen a slew of these kinds of arrests in operations carried out by internal security apparatus. Now, again, we should say that Iran and Hezbollah continue to deny any involvement, but what these GCC countries are saying is that there are ongoing activities in this area, in their cities, to try to upturn internal security as part of what is described as Iran's asymmetric warfare here in the region.
All right, thanks very much. So that's the update there from across the GCC, Zain Basravi in Dubai. Now, Pakistan's foreign minister says indirect talks between the US and Iran are taking place, with Washington and Tehran offering counter proposals. And in the last hour, US President Donald Trump has posted on social media. In it, he says the Iranian negotiators are very different, and he called them strange. They are begging, he said, us to make a deal, which they should be doing since they have been militarily obliterated with zero chance of a comeback, and yet they publicly state that they are only looking at our proposal. He goes on to say, wrong, in capital letters. They better get serious soon, he says, before it's too late, because once that happens, there's no turning back, and it won't be pretty. Well, to discuss all of these latest developments, we have Chris Doyle, who's live for us in London, and he's a commentator on Middle East affairs and the director of the Council for Arab-British Understanding. And also joining us here in the studio is Sultan Barakat, Professor of Public Policy at Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar. Thank you both, gentlemen, for joining us. Chris, I want to start with you in terms of what the GCC has been saying. The Secretary General is saying that all red lines have been crossed from Iran. Of course, we have heard this before, but it was really interesting to see that this seems to me, at least, that this is a unified stance by the GCC, also warning that the effects of this war isn't just on the GCC, but it will have global implications, much probably deeper than many people think.
It's a unified message from these 6 states. It's a unified message not just to Iran to say, stop it, but also to the rest of the world, that you too have a responsibility, and it is in your interests to get behind us and protect us, because your economies are going to be hit even harder if this continues. And I think that it shows this enormous frustration with these Gulf states who never wanted to be involved in this war. Several of them were actively brokering a deal, and are now engulfed in a situation where, as the Secretary General of the GCC said, they've been hit by over 5,000 missile and drone strikes. And they don't necessarily see an end, because they see all these conflicting messages coming out of the Trump White House. On the one hand, saying that there's talks, there's conversations, then the Iranians denying that happened. And then Trump threatens, various forms of hell and more hell upon Iran. It is really alarming. And of course, it's not just GCC states. Look what is happening in Iraq, of course. There's still the ongoing strikes against Israel. Israel, of course, who is actively participating in the bombing of Iran, but also invading Lebanon. All of this is a really, really ever more dangerous mix. And I think that's why the GCC is trying to sound more united, trying to urge the global community to put as much pressure as they can on all the participants in this reckless war to bring it to an end.
All right, and Sultan, I want to talk specifically about the Strait of Hormuz, because this is a choke point. Iran has had the upper hand when it comes to this. Now we're hearing from the GCC Secretary General that Iran is charging fees for the ships to pass through, those that it's allowing to pass through, and it has said that it will allow ships pass through that are not affiliated to Israel or the US. Is that a concern? Because my understanding is that until now it's been for free. Ships can pass through for free.
Yes, I must say it's not my area of specialty, but my understanding is this, that the territorial waters for Iran and for Oman actually overlap across the strait, because the strait is only 33 kilometers. So in principle, it is a shared kind of control between Oman and Iran. However, customary for the last few decades, it's been recognized as an international waterway, and there has been no fees. Having said that, if the Iranians were to provide a service, or the Omanis were to provide a service to ships crossing, then they have the right to charge a fee for that. So this service can be as simple as refueling or resupplying some of those ships that have been stuck there for a long time now. They need resupply, food, fresh water, etc. They could also consider navigating cross the strait as a service, and they'll probably be in a position to charge for that. Now, I don't know what is the nature of the charge they're demanding, but I suspect whatever it is to ensure that they're in control. They want to make sure that they have the ability to allow the rest of the world to cross, minus the United States and Israel. This is something they've said from the beginning, and that's a position that's very clear they've taken from the very start. We're not here to block the Hormuz Strait. What we're here is to disrupt the ability of the United States, Israel, and some of their allies from crossing, and by doing so, threatening us strategically. So if I think adding fees, communicating messages, all part of this positioning that we are in control, you'd better take it seriously. It's no longer free for all to pass as it used to be a few weeks ago.
And Chris, when we talk about the Strait of Hormuz, once again, there are troops being sent. They're on their way to the Middle East. The thought is perhaps that this is an attempt by Trump to take back control of the strait, but also to perhaps take control of Kharg Island. Either or, what's really interesting is that Trump has also posted saying that NATO hasn't done anything about this. He's really sort of gone after them many times, and he says he won't forget it. We don't need you anymore. We won't forget it. So what do you think Trump is going to do moving forward when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, it's really hard to know. I mean, in order to carry out any of these military operations, according to military experts, he's going to lead a lot more troops than he is currently sending to the region. So I suppose the question is this for the purposes of negotiations to try to amp up the pressure on Iran to accepting the deal that he's trying to push on them, this surrender deal, as he would call it? Or does he actually genuinely believe that he could mount what would be a really challenging military operation to take Kharg Island? That will be quite some feat. And it still really raises questions as to what the military strategy is with the United States. It's having to pull back some of its aircraft carriers as well, out of range of some of the naval missiles. And it is, with NATO, he has been moaning about this really since the beginning of the war. But yet again, it's contradictory. He says, where is NATO? We want NATO ships. We don't need NATO. We haven't even asked NATO. He didn't consult NATO. And it's outside of NATO's territorial field as well. So it's really all over the place. But I think that NATO members will be very much conscious of that threat, not veiled at all.
Sultan, you had something to add there with regards to NATO.
Island is maybe in sight of Trump as the main terminal to export the oil from Iran, because he draws parallel between controlling that and what he did in Venezuela, that he'd be able to export Iranian oil and have a share in it. But the two other islands that are important, which could draw the Gulf states into confrontation with Iran, are the Abu Musa and Greater
These
Tam.
are the contested islands with
These
the
are
UAE.
the two contested islands with UAE. And I think if he were to try and occupy those and then say, well, the sovereignty of this is going to go back to the UAE, then there will be something for the Gulf states to contest directly as a bloc with the Iranians. And he may use that as a way to drag them into this.
Right, and perhaps that would be a real concern because the UAE has normalized relations with Israel, and that would be a concern if Israel sort of was able to have access. Just hold that thought there for a moment, please, Sultan, because we do have a map. I just want to show you this map. Now, this is of Bab el-Mandeb. We're about to bring it up. Anyway, we don't have it for the moment, but Bab el-Mandeb, we do now. Look at Bab el-Mandeb there. That is where Yemen is. It's now an area that Iran says that it could potentially activate, which what they mean by that is to take control of that and prevent anything from moving through Bab el-Mandeb. So you wouldn't only just have one choke point, you'd have two choke points, which of course, and Iran says that it could do that if the US and Israel continue with their strikes, not just on energy infrastructure, but if they were to try and take Strait of Hormuz. Can you perhaps explain to us, Sultan, what that would mean and who would be able to interfere when it comes to Bab el-Mandeb? Because we know the Houthis are there, which is an Iranian-backed group in Yemen.
I mean, one of the tactics that the Iranians have used to ensure their resilience is this gradual escalation. And I think they've proven to the United States and Israel and the rest of the world they can go on and on and on. And every time they can increase the temperature by 1 degree. And so it makes logic from that perspective that they will do this. However, they have to calculate very carefully, because so far the way they've tackled this war, they've managed pretty much to neutralize Egypt. And Egypt is a major power in the Middle East that has trying to take a balanced view over what's going on, and they've kept out of it.
They haven't really wanted to get involved, to be honest.
And the same with Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, they don't want to increase the pressure on Saudi Arabia. They've allowed them to export through Yanbo and others. This is not in their interest to disrupt the arrangement with these two regional powers. And also, I must add that the Houthis, although we perceive them as an extension of Iran, they have their own independent mind and they have their own calculations. And although they may act occasionally...
We appreciate your subscription. This broadcast is shifting to our horizontal feed only and no longer in shorts. You can still watch on your phones anywhere in the world, but tap the notification bell now. Otherwise, you might miss us when we go live with the truth.
And gives them a degree of justification. Now, if they were going to do it for the sake of Iran, it's a totally different calculus.
Right.
And also, of course, since December, when Saudi Arabia fell out with the United Arab Emirates, the United Arab Emirates withdrew from Yemen, that played into their interest. So it's not in their interest at the moment, again, to agitate Saudi Arabia too much. So I think they will look at this very, very carefully, and very unlikely that they will react in a knee-jerk reaction
and
when the Iranians decide.
That's where it's so complicated in the region. You really have to understand history and context there. Back to you, Chris. Do you have any thoughts on that? Any last thoughts?
Well, I think in part the threat from Iran to, take control of or in any way attack shipping in the Bab el-Mandab is what it's all about. By doing that, you are actually forcing its opponents to have to consider what it would do to defend shipping in that vital sea lane. So even by making that threat, it is changing the calculations of the Americans and others in what will happen next. And I agree with Sultan. I think that it's not a given that the Houthis will necessarily attack that shipping at all. That is why I think it's all about the psychology of what is going on. It may be the Houthis could deploy another excuse. It could be the issue of Lebanon that they try to go on, but I'm not convinced that they will do so. But it is intriguing the way that Iran is demonstrating the whole time that it has other aspects of its strategy to go to, including the use of sleeper cells. And they can be activated in various countries, including in the Gulf. We've seen all of these arrests. All of these are means to demonstrate to the outside world that even greater costs can come down the line if they do not wrap this up and get serious about a final deal. That's, I think, how the Iranians are seeing this.
All right. Thank you very much for your thoughts, both of you. Chris Doyle in London and Sultan Barakat here in Doha. Right, well, oil prices continue to fluctuate as the Strait of Hormuz, that's the crucial waterway that we've been talking about, through which a fifth of the world's crude typically passes, crude oil, and remains severely disrupted, and the war shows no signs of relenting. Brent crude oil on Thursday has climbed above $106 per barrel after falling more than 2% on Wednesday, with West Texas Intermediate trading above $93. That's amid the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. And Japan is releasing oil from its strategic reserve to ease price pressure. The country depends heavily on Middle Eastern supplies, with about 95% of its oil imports coming from the region. Well, earlier, my colleague Nick Clark spoke to Moyu Shu. She's a senior crude oil analyst at Kepler. She says uncertainty around the war means oil prices are likely to remain high.
We think the oil prices will continue to stay at an elevated level. Right now, there are a lot of news and conflicting message actually around the negotiations and whether there will be some potential escalation move during the weekend. So if something happened, we might see oil prices potentially hit higher level, especially if the US want to send the troops to take over Kag Island or take over the control of the Strait of Hormuz, because then that will for sure trigger Iran to initiate some severe revenge that potentially push the oil prices to, let's say, 120. But that could be a potential turning point in this war. But yet again, it's just a lot of uncertainties around here, and we just don't expect the oil price to go down anytime soon.
And what if the prices are to rise to, say, as you $120 and possibly above? What are the implications of that for the global economy and certainly the economy in Asia?
I think it really depends on what Asian countries we're talking about. For instance, like Japan, they still have a sizable oil inventories and they can continue release from these stockpiles, whereas some other countries like the Philippines, like Thailand, and even Australia, they don't have much oil reserves. So the higher oil prices not only means higher fuel price to them, that the pain is for real. Like there's just simply no gas in the station, and probably they need to ground the airlines at some point. So if the war drag along, let's say until mid or late April, we might see some severe implication like civil unrest or some crisis in a humanitarian ways.
Across Bangladesh, long queues at fuel stations are becoming a daily sight. The government is seeking nearly $2 billion in loans to keep power facilities and transport running. It's another example of how the impact of the war in the Middle East is being felt far from the front lines. And for Bangladesh's newly elected government, the stakes are high. Tanvir Chaudhary has more from Dhaka.
I'm riding through one of the busiest parts of Dhaka. Behind me, you can see the long queue stretching for blocks. Police are deployed at some gas station as tensions are high and fuel is running short.
We have to wait in line for 3 to 4 hours just to get fuel. During that time, we could have earned a decent amount, but instead, we are losing income.
The US-Israeli conflict with Iran is now disrupting global energy supplies, pushing up oil and gas prices. Here in Bangladesh, that's translating into shortages, panic buying, and even scuffle at some petrol stations.
We are not getting adequate fuel supply like before. Right now, there is no fuel at this station, and this has been going on for a week now.
Bangladesh is seeking nearly $2 billion in loans from international lenders to fund its fuel imports, aiming to keep power supplies stable through the summer without raising prices while easing pressure on its foreign reserves. But the import goes far beyond fuel stations' higher costs and are hitting transport, agriculture, and other crucial industries. Farmers in Bangladesh rely on imported diesel and fertilizer.
The future doesn't look good. Prices of essentials, fuel, and electricity are already going up. Not much we can do about it.
For Bangladesh's newly elected government, the stakes are high. And with global energy prices still rising, this crisis could deepen in the weeks and months ahead. From long queues to rising costs, like many other countries, it's already facing the impact of a distant war. Tanvir Chaudhary, Al Jazeera, Dhaka.
You're watching Al Jazeera's special coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. And here's a reminder of our latest developments. Israel's defense ministry says its forces have killed Iran's IRGC naval commander, Ali Reza Tansiri. Israeli media are reporting he was assassinated in a strike in the southern port area of Bandar Abbas, which is adjacent to the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has not confirmed his status. The White House has threatened to, quote, unleash hell on Iran if it doesn't agree to a deal to end the war, yet continues to send troops to the Middle East. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says Trump's talk of negotiations proves the US is losing the fight. The Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation Council has condemned Iran's actions in the region. He accused Iran of charging ships to safely pass through the Strait of Hormuz and warned the conflict could cause global food insecurity. Iran has been sending several missiles and rockets towards Israel. There have been powerful explosions in Tel Aviv, that's in central Israel, and at least 4 people have been injured because of falling debris from missiles interceptions. Also in central Israel, there have been explosions and rocket debris across Kafr Qasim. At least 6 people have been injured. The city is home to Palestinian Israelis, and there has also been an attack on Haifa, that's in the north. Israel is targeting villages across southern Lebanon. That's as the conflict with Iran's ally Hezbollah enters its 4th week. The ground offensive is also gaining momentum, and the Israeli military is advancing into Lebanese territory, but Hezbollah is claiming attacks on Israeli troops operating in some villages along the border. Zaina Khoda reports for us from Lebanon's capital, Beirut.
Israel's military is moving into southern Lebanon. Defense Minister Israel Katz made its plans clear to occupy up to the Litani River and create what he called a defensive buffer for northern Israel. That's about a tenth of Lebanon's land. The Litani River is 170 kilometers long and runs into the Mediterranean Sea just north of the city of Tyre.
The resistance fighters are battling in that area to prevent Israel from achieving this objective. This is part of Israel's historical objectives, as it has always sought to occupy the south of Litani area and annex it to the Zionist entity.
Hezbollah has been firing rockets and launching drones into northern and central Israel since the conflict began in early March.
Hezbollah says it is also targeting Israeli soldiers who are now in villages in southern Lebanon. Let's take a look at the map. South Lebanon is divided into 3 sectors. Let's move into the west. Here, there were several days of clashes in and around Nakura. Israeli tanks are now positioned inside this border town, and Hezbollah is claiming attacks against Israeli soldiers here. Let's move to the central sector because the Israeli army is pushing in from more than one axis. Israeli troops have reached the town of Kuza, which is a hilltop town, strategic ground, because what the Israeli military has been trying to do is take elevated ground. Hezbollah has claimed responsibility for attacking a Merkava tank in this town. And nearby Ait Shab, there haven't been any clashes in recent days. This is along the border. It's believed that the Israeli military is now in control of this town. And then there's the eastern sector. Here too, Israeli troops have advanced. They have pushed into Khiam, which is close to the border. They've also reached Taibe. Both these towns are on elevated ground, but Hezbollah says it is targeting troops there. The closest route to the Litani River is also located in this sector. Hezbollah acknowledges that there is an imbalance of power, so its strategy appears to be not to hold ground, but to make it costly for the Israeli army to stay.
Israel says the battle with Hezbollah has just begun. The group, too, is promising a long fight. And military gains on the battlefields of southern Lebanon are likely to translate into political leverage. Zaina Khoda, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
All right, joining me from Yafa in Israel is Abed Abu Shahadeh. He's a political commentator. Abed, thank you for speaking to us here at Al Jazeera. Now, when you see those troops, those Israeli troops, of course, this isn't the first time we've seen these in the last few decades. This time, though, how different do you think the war goals are for Israel?
I think this time it's different. Ever since 2001, when Israel was forced to leave Lebanon, there's this sense of, especially between in the Israeli elite, that they shouldn't have left Lebanon and they should have kept Lebanon, especially after 2006 when they didn't manage to reach their military objective through military power. Now, especially after the 7th of October and the general Israeli consensus over the fear of any armed groups bordering with Israel and the extreme right Israeli groups who are pushing for land grab. What the Israeli defense minister said, it's not only that there is going to be a ground invasion into Lebanon, but also there is a sense of ethnic cleansing, asking Lebanese to leave their houses in southern Lebanon. And there are extreme right groups who are asking and demanding the Israeli government to build settlements in southern part of the Litani River, obviously southern Lebanon. I think it's different, especially due to the fact that the Israeli current government is influenced by these messianic groups who do believe that they have the right to land grab all over the Middle East.
And speaking of those that believe that, you have, the far-right ministers, Bezalel Smotrich, that's the finance minister, the national security minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir. They believe that the new border for them should be the Litani River. Do we think that could happen and happen soon?
Well, it depends how you look at it. The Israeli military is not excited with these ideas because the military knows the limits of power, and the Israeli military knows there is going to be a resistance, especially because we're talking about a sovereign state. And the Arab countries surrounding it, even though they might have any type of relationship with Israel, they know that it's going to be difficult. But I think we shouldn't underestimate what the Israeli ministers and other politicians advocate for regarding of grabbing more land and this notion of greater Israel. But there is an objective reality, and not everything they say can be fulfilled, especially when you take into consideration the demography and geography of Israel and the number of soldiers that Israel needs to keep these land. I think it shows that there is also a fracture inside the Israeli society between the military elite and the political elite, between what can be achieved and what can't be achieved.
Now, where are the Israeli forces, if you say, in terms of war fatigue? Because they have been fighting in Gaza. I've seen reports in Israeli media just yesterday saying that they're calling on something like 400,000 Israeli reservists. So how much are they able to keep continuing this war? And I ask that because we did, Al Jazeera, speak to those on the northern border on the Israeli side. They've been displaced from their homes for so long. How long are they prepared to continue this?
I think you're right, and we need to take into consideration the geography and demography. Israel is a very small state. One Iranian missile sends millions of people to the shelters, and this has tremendous effect on the economy. Since the beginning of the war on Iran, the second war, obviously, the economy is not functioning. Millions of people are not going to work. Millions of children are not going to schools, and there is a very heavy price on the economy. And the war didn't start a month ago. It started 3 years ago with the October 7th attack. It's not sustainable, and we are seeing that more and more Israelis starting to ask questions, but unfortunately, they're not reaching to the right conclusions. We are hearing that they're not satisfied with the results of the war, whether it's being in Lebanon or in Iran, but they are pushing for even more extreme actions and legitimizing. Mainstream Israelis are legitimizing land grab in southern Lebanon, and the extreme right are using this land grab notion into pushing more extreme right ideas of building settlements in southern Lebanon.
All right, thank you very much for speaking to us, Abed Abu Shaheda there. Right, well, time for some of the day's other top stories now. Russia is unable to use at least 40% of its oil export capacity after a series of Ukrainian drone attacks, a disputed pipeline attack, and the seizure of its tankers at sea. And that's according to the Reuters news agency. Reuters is calling it the most severe oil supply disruption in the history of modern Russia. The news hits Moscow just as oil prices exceed $100 a barrel due to the Iran war. Russia is the world's second largest oil exporter. Yulia Shapovalova has more from Moscow.
Russia will continue to export its oil, not the same volumes of it as previously, as the two ports in the Baltic Sea and the second largest oil refinery in the Leningrad region were hit by Ukrainian drones recently, and they were an important part of Russia's energy export infrastructure. It will take time for Moscow to restore them. In recent months, Ukraine targeted 3 major Russian ports located in western and southwestern Russia, Novorossiysk on the Black Sea and Primorsk and Ust-Luga on the Baltic Sea. Russia continues and will continue to export crude oil and petroleum products to the global market despite Western sanctions and despite these Ukrainian strikes. Until recently, it exported millions of barrels daily, mainly to China and India and Turkey. So these strikes won't completely hold Russia's exports as it can redirect them and use other routes. The price of Russia's finest ESPO crude oil has exceeded $100 per barrel, and it's produced in the Far East and exported via the East Siberia Pacific Ocean pipeline. So Russia continues to supply Asian countries, particularly China and India, via its eastern pipeline. And also a growing number of other Asian countries are now considering Russian oil a way to replace the shortage in the crude supplies due to the crisis in the Strait of Hormuz. Authorities of Thailand and the Philippines have already announced purchases from Russia. And just yesterday, Vladimir Putin hosted the Prime Minister of Vietnam here in Moscow. And among other things, they were discussing oil and gas supplies to Vietnam. So Russia continues to receive oil and gas revenue no matter what. Yulia Shapovalova, Al Jazeera, Moscow.
The UK is preparing to take the sanctions battle with Russia offshore, training military teams to intercept tankers suspected of evading sanctions. At the centre is Russia's shadow fleet, aging vessels that keep exports flowing. But the move could affect already volatile global energy markets, as Lou Brown reports.
This is the tactic the Trump administration first leaned on, seizing tankers accused of breaking sanctions, cutting off the flow of oil at sea. Now, the UK is preparing to follow suit. Military teams are training to board and detain ships suspected of helping Russia bypass sanctions. At the center of this, Russia's so-called shadow fleet, hundreds of aging tankers, often sailing without clear national flags, used to keep oil and cash flowing despite Western sanctions. In January alone, 23 shadow fleet ships using false or fraudulent flags were spotted in the English Channel and the Baltic Sea, according to Lloyd's List Intelligence. Under new legal powers, Britain could soon intercept these vessels in its own waters, turning one of the world's busiest shipping lanes into a new front in the sanctions war. But this isn't just about Britain or even Ukraine. With tensions rising across the Middle East and the Strait of Hormuz still disrupted, oil prices are climbing and Russia is already cashing in.
Putin is rubbing his hands at the war in the Gulf and the rising oil prices. And that is why, in my strong view, we should go after the shadow fleet even harder.
And there's a risk this move could ripple far beyond Europe. Countries still buying discounted Russian oil, including major economies, may see these seizures as a devastating blow.
Thank you to all our super fans for your Cash App and Super Chat support. We salute you.
Isn't possible.
For now, no British forces have boarded a vessel, but with operations expected soon, the battle over oil could soon be about to play out.
We appreciate your subscription. This broadcast is shifting to our horizontal feed only and no longer in shorts. You can still watch on your phones anywhere in the world, but tap the notification bell now. Otherwise, you might miss us when we go live with the truth.
Officials say the vehicle was carrying around 40 passengers when it lost control while driving onto a ferry. Authorities say a few passengers managed to swim to safety before the bus sank, and emergency crews say more people may still be missing. Heavy rain and wind have damaged hundreds of tents that are home to displaced Palestinians in Gaza. Most of the strip's buildings have been destroyed by Israel, leaving hundreds of thousands of civilians without proper shelter. Ibrahim Khalili has more from Gaza City.
While global attention remains fixed on escalating tensions in the wider Middle East, Gaza continues to face a deepening humanitarian crisis. Gaza's displaced are facing yet another challenge. Harsh weather is adding a new layer of hardship, compounding more than 2 years of war. People here say their tents have deteriorated beyond the point of offering basic safety, dignity, or protection.
This piece of cloth does not protect from the rain or the sun. These tents are worn out, and last night it was rainy and we experienced a strong rainstorm. The tents were flooded, the bedding, cooking utensils and food, the children, everything was soaked. They have no other shelter or other clothes to protect them.
More than 5 months since the U.S. brokered ceasefire took hold, authorities say Israel continues to violate the agreement either through airstrikes, expanding the buffer zone, or by blocking the entry of much-needed humanitarian aid like caravans and tents, and as winter conditions worsen, families are not only left battling the elements, but the uncertainty of how long they can endure life without adequate shelter. And with each rainstorm, the same miseries repeat. And for thousands of families here, there is still no safe shelter or lasting solution. Ibrahim Al-Khalili, Al Jazeera, Gaza City, Palestine.
Months of Israeli airstrikes across Gaza have cost some Palestinians the use of one of their basic senses. The loud sounds from constant bombardment have led to people suffering hearing loss, and doctors in Gaza are treating more patients with bomb-related blast exposure, some with permanent effects, as Tariq Abazoum reports from Gaza City.
For more than 2 years, this sound has been constant in Gaza. The thunder of airstrikes echoing across crowded neighborhoods, explosions that flatten homes and rattle entire streets. But when it comes to people here, sometimes the damage is less visible. 6-year-old Fuad al-Jarjir could once hear and speak normally, but that changed after an Israeli strike hit his neighborhood. Medical tests confirmed severe hearing damage. Doctors recommended a hearing aid. Even with the device, Fuad struggles to hear clearly. When words fail, his mother relies on sign language to communicate with him.
He lost both his hearing and his ability to speak. I remember talking to him after the strike, but he couldn't respond to me at all. Now, the only way we can get his attention is by waving our hands and communicating with him through sign language.
In Gaza City, Abdulsalam Abu Aita and his wife Arkan, parents of 4, say their lives also changed in a single night. In July 2025, an Israeli missile struck neighbor's house. Arkan lost hearing in her left ear, while Abid now struggles to hear from his right.
I started losing my balance whenever I bend down to pick something up from the ground. I feel as if I'm falling from a high place. I get dizzy and feel like I'm about to lose consciousness. I also struggle with communicating with my children. It's also difficult to communicate with my children's teachers when I'm at school meetings.
Doctors say repeated exposure to powerful explosions can permanently damage the inner ear. And as Israeli strikes have become routine in Gaza, the number of people suffering hearing damage is quietly rising.
This increase has to do with direct impacts on people, like if people are inside the house and the house has been bombed, so most of the people there would have hearing loss, and indirect impacts, that's what's happening to children and newborns who are born with hearing loss due to displacements, due to hygiene problems, due to problems with nutrition with their mothers when they're pregnant.
Here in Gaza, the destruction left behind by airstrikes is easy to see. Shattered homes, collapsed walls, and streets reduced to rubble. But for many here, the impact of these explosions goes far beyond what the eye can really see. For some, the echoes of war have taken something they may never recover. Tariq Abazoum, Al Jazeera, Gaza City, Palestine.
A jury in Los Angeles has found Google and Meta negligent for designing social media platforms that are harmful to young people. The lawsuit was brought by a young woman who says platforms like YouTube and Instagram contributed to her addiction. The verdict could open the door to thousands of similar cases against major tech companies. John Hendren has been speaking to affected families.
For many parents across the U.S., the court ruling came as a welcome recognition of what they've long felt.
For them, for the big tech executives, I want to say something. Stop blaming the parents.
A Los Angeles jury found that major social media companies harmed a young user known as Kaylee with addictive design features that damaged her mental health. Facebook and Instagram's parent company, Meta, was ordered to pay $4.2 million. YouTube must pay $1.8 million. And that is likely just the beginning.
It's really validated, but a complete validation of what we've been screaming on the top of roofs about for years. This was not this was a conscious decision that they made. It was not an accident. And parents are not to blame. That's for sure.
In a statement on X, Andy Stone of Meta wrote in part, Teen mental health is profoundly complex and cannot be linked to a single app. We will continue to defend ourselves vigorously as every case is different, and we remain confident in our record of protecting teens online. The companies say they will appeal.
After all the appeals, if companies like Facebook change the way they offer their services to young people, it could alter not just their bottom lines, but the experience of modern childhood itself.
That landmark case is expected to open the floodgates for thousands of lawsuits, many already in court, filed by parents who say their children suffer from social media addiction. Parents like Lori Schott, whose daughter Annalie died by suicide.
She lost her sparkle, she lost her light. It was telling her about anxiety and depression and, making suicide seem like normalcies.
The case, modeled on the successful lawsuits against tobacco companies, argued that the social media apps are defective products that lead children to misery and sometimes death. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Washington.
The global backlash against big tech is gathering pace. Countries wanting to protect teenagers' mental health are now looking to Australia, where the world's first social media ban for under 16s was introduced in December. But as Danielle Robertson reports from Sydney, many teenagers are finding ways around the restrictions.
For teenager Ilya Kirichenko, fleeing the war in Ukraine meant starting over in Australia, away from family and friends who were struggling to survive back home. With the social media ban, he says that distance is felt even further.
I'd say when the social media ban came in, it got reasonably harder to speak to family and friends back in Ukraine. But then you got a little worried because everything, you don't know what's going on, all the bombing and shooting and things like that, you don't know if they're okay.
He now relies on other platforms to stay in touch and says for his community, less scrolling has brought an unexpected benefit.
I used to go onto news and see what's going on. Maybe they shouldn't have seen what they've seen and maybe have traumatized them or some sort of thing. So I think the ban is protecting them from that sort of perspective.
That being one of the aims of the ban, to protect children from harmful content as well as online bullying. But enforcement has proven difficult, with many, like teenager Victoria Long, able to get around it.
I know a lot of my friends bypassed it, including my little brother who used my older brother's ID to get past, and a lot of my friends just created a new account. I just had to put my face in a circle and open and close my mouth to prove that I was a real person, not a photo. And it waited for a minute. I got a few notifications saying you're back on, and then I got a screen that said you're back on Instagram, you're back on Snapchat, you passed the ban.
The eSafety Commissioner's team told Al Jazeera they are seeing broad compliance, with 4.7 million accounts restricted last year, adding that platforms face fines of up to 33 million for non-compliance. But how it is monitored and how many accounts have bypassed restrictions remains unclear, and any ongoing investigations are being kept confidential.
The eSafety Commission's research team is now tracking 4,000 children and their families as part of a major evaluation plan. The survey will study their online habits and mental health, with the results expected to guide global decisions.
Other countries such as Denmark, Malaysia, Indonesia and the UK are now considering doing the same. An analogue generation making rules for the new digital world. Danielle Robertson, Al Jazeera, Sydney.
All right, we're going to take a short break for now. Stay with us, though. Don't go away. The news does continue at the top of the hour. And for all of our latest top lines, go to our website, aljazeera.com.
And good morning. It's the top of the hour on Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour.
The latest
like and
news
subscribe
as
now.
it breaks.
Solar panels are being damaged or destroyed. And when the clouds gather, darkness takes over completely.
With detailed coverage,
the front line, once marked by where fighters were, has now become blurred, with drone strikes targeting not only military targets, but schools and hospitals
from around the world.
It's not always possible to divert shipments destined for the Middle East because a new destination may have different requirements.
On counting the cost, energy facilities in the Middle East are under attack. Are global gas markets facing a tipping point? As Europe and Asia scramble for supplies, who can fill the gap? Are American companies the biggest winners? And who's paying the price? Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.
Wow. Thank you for the
My name is
super
Eddie.
chats coming in. Please support independent media like Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters.
Palestinian and Lebanese descent, I really understood the challenges and the demands of the people who were fighting for freedom, justice, dignity, and economic opportunities. The human story, it's the heartbeat of the channel. That's what makes Al Jazeera so unique.
We're not CNN, MSNBC, or Fox News. We are your morning mic drop on at Truth Talks Live, where all voices matter.
Hello, I'm Sarah Khairat, and this is Al Jazeera Live with our continuing coverage of the war between the US, Israel, and Iran. Coming up in the next 60 minutes, Israel says it's killed the naval commander of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, Ali Reza Tangsiri, was an important figure in control of the Strait of Hormuz. US President Donald Trump calls on Iranian negotiators to take his offers seriously, he says, before it's too late, and warns there'll be no turning back. The GCC Secretary General warns the war in Iran will disrupt food, medicine and fuel, not just regionally, but globally. At least 6 people are injured across central Israel following Iran's latest barrage of missiles. And also ahead.
I'm riding through one of the busiest parts of Dhaka. Police are deployed at some gas stations as tensions are high and fuel is running short.
Massive queues across Bangladesh's petrol stations as fuel supplies dwindle, and that's due to the war.
This is breaking news on Morning Mic Drop on at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters.
Prime Minister says that his forces have killed Iran's IRGC naval commander, that's Ali Reza Tangsiri. Israeli media are reporting he was assassinated in a strike in the southern port area of Bandar Abbas, and that is adjacent to the Strait of Hormuz. There were explosions in the city of Bandar Abbas earlier, but Iran hasn't confirmed his status right now. Now, the Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation Council has condemned Iran's actions in the region, and he was speaking at the GCC headquarters, that's in Riyadh, alongside ambassadors of the Gulf countries. He said Iran is charging ships to safely pass through the Strait of Hormuz, and he also warned the conflict could cause global food insecurity.
This systematic escalation has affected the international economy immediately. Prices have risen, the costs of transportation have risen, and the Strait of Hormuz is almost closed, which affects navigation. Supply chains are also affected, and they must be protected. This is a joint international responsibility. What represents a threat today will only get worse, and this will contribute to wider damage that will hit the digital economy.
Meanwhile, strikes continue across the Middle East. 2 children were killed in an attack on a residential area that happened in the city of Shiraz in southern central Iran, and at least 6 people have been injured in strikes across Israel. In the United Arab Emirates, debris from a missile interception has killed 2 people in the capital, Abu Dhabi. Right, well, if confirmed by Iran, the killing of Ali Reza Tangsiri, it would be the latest high-profile assassination inside the country. The 63-year-old naval officer was appointed commander of the IRGC Navy in 2018 by then Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei. Tangsiri's career spanned decades, including serving a naval brigade commander during the Iran-Iraq War in the 1980s. And more recently, he was integral in Iran's military strategy around the Strait of Hormuz. Well, Noor Auda is following the latest developments from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. She'll be focusing on Israel. But first, let's go now to Ali Hashim, live for us in Iran's capital, Tehran. So as we were saying there, the naval commander, very high-profile figure. If he is killed, what does that mean, especially as Trump has already told Iran that they need to allow ships to go through the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, Sarah, Ali Reza Tangsiri is a well-known commander, especially when it comes to his main focus, which is the Navy. He's been commander of the Navy for years, the IRGC's Navy, and he's known, as you've been saying, he's known to have worked a lot on developing the posture and also the technicalities of this navy. He's responsible for also developing drones for maritime use, of course, military maritime use. And given the fact he's been in the past a few weeks, it seems he was in Bandar Abbas, overseeing directly the efforts by the Iranian government to close the Strait of Hormuz. And he's been on his Twitter, or at least whoever is running his Twitter, updating on the ships that are allowed to pass through the strait. So he was one of those people who the leadership here in Iran relied on. He was, of course, appointed by the former supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, and he continued his job, one of those commanders who survived the two waves of assassinations, the one in 2025 and the one in 2026. But at the end, he was killed in Bandar Abbas. At least this is what the Israeli reports are saying.
All right, thanks very much. That's Ali Hashem there in Iran. Now, Israel's Prime Minister announced the killing of the IRGC's naval commander, saying he had blood on his hands.
We continue to strike with force the targets of the Iranian terror regime. Last night, we eliminated the commander of the Navy of the Revolutionary Guards. This man has a lot of blood on his hands. And in addition, he was the one who led the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. This is yet another example of the cooperation between us and our friend, the United States.
Let's go to Noor Alda, who's following the latest developments there from Ramallah. I mean, quite ironic to hear that from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, that he has blood on his hands. But how significant is this reported assassination from the Israeli perspective, and also in terms of its goals in this war?
Well, I think for the Israeli government, this is a good opportunity to score 2 points. One with the U.S. President Donald Trump by saying that Israel is being helpful. It is assisting in the attempt to open the Strait of Hormuz. So a good PR punchline, if you will. Another is with the Israeli public, who views these assassinations as achievements, perhaps, on the way to degrading and possibly collapsing the regime in Tehran. Strategically speaking, though, Israel, which has assassinated hundreds of people from all sorts of nationalities, including in Iran, understands, at least the military and intelligence establishment, that assassinating a figure or a dozen does not change completely the dynamic. There is a war, it is raging, and everybody in Israel understands that Iran is fighting for its survival. So while there may be some operational impact, Israel's experience with these kinds of killings makes it very clear that it will not change the overall picture. It might change the dynamics. But again, this sells well domestically, and it might even sell well with the U.S. president.
All right, so let's bring in, thanks very much there, Noor Alda. Let's bring in Rasool Sardar in the Saudi capital, Riyadh, and that's where the Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation Council addressed members. And Rasool, it was quite the stark warning there from him that the war will affect the global supply chain. Of course, we're not just talking about oil and gas. We've been speaking about that for weeks now. But when it comes to food, medicine, and even fuel, not just regionally, but globally.
Indeed, he had a long list of the locations, the facilities that have been hit by the Iranian drones and missiles since the beginning of the war on. More than 5,000 projectiles were fired from Iran. Means 85% of total projectiles fired from Iran were directed toward the GCC, the airports, the energy facilities, seaports, the civilian infrastructure here. And he was talking about the scale of the damage here, but as a consequence, saying that it's tremendously affecting the economy of the region, bringing the energy flow to a halt. And he said that just before the war, 60 million barrels of oil were produced and being transferred to the global market. And that is making more than 30% of the global energy supply, because not only oil, we're talking about the gas, natural gas, and the LNG as well. And say now, that is significantly reduced. And By the way, when he was talking about it, he's not only talking about the Strait of Hormuz, saying indirectly the Red Sea and the Horn of Africa also is affected. The Red Sea is making around more than 10% of the global maritime trade. That is also being affected. And not only the energy, then the food, then the agriculture, every aspect of the life is being affected. The economy, not in the region, but globally, is under a huge pressure. And he warns that if the war continues, that is even going to be more and more felt by international community, by people, by the countries. And that's why he said there is a lot at stake. And so far, despite all the attacks on the GCCs, the reason that the GCC countries have shown restraint is because there is a lot at stake. However, he also hinted that the GCC countries are running out of patience, saying clearly, making a reference to the Article 51 of the United Nations Charter, which is about the right of the self-defense. He said that we are prioritizing the diplomacy, but all the options are at the table and they are going through them.
All right, and Rasul, we also heard from the Secretary General of the GCC saying that Iran is charging a fee for ships to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Did he say any more?
Well, here, he said that is a red line that was crossed by Iran. Of course, we need to wait and see if it is verified, if it's confirmed. But two things here were quite important. So he's talking about the status quo to be preserved and also the regional order to remain untouched. And the reason that he specifically referred to Iranians charging the passage, the tankers that are coming in and out, is because he is against, or the GCC as a unified position is against the control of one certain actor over that critical choke point. And we have seen that one of the Iranian demands among the five was that even after the war, Iran wants to effectively be in control of the Strait of Hormuz, and GCC countries saying, well, one actor, a certain actor, cannot have the full control over that. It is under the guarantees of the international conventions, so they are not going to let this status quo to change. But at the end of his speech, he also clearly, without mentioning Israel, without naming Israel, he said that the regional order must be preserved and the regional map must be preserved. So we have heard again and again from the Israeli officials about the dreams of the greater Israel, the status quo to change, and so on. So he clearly said that categorically the GCC countries are against any attempt that aims to change the regional order and the map. So here, what we are seeing, GCC's position, on one hand, they are accusing Iran of destabilizing the region, destabilizing the global economy, and also accusing Israel also destabilizing the region by trying to change the regional order and the map.
All right, thank you very much. That's Rasul Sardar in the Saudi capital. Well, Pakistan's foreign minister says the indirect talks between the US and Iran are taking place, with Washington and Tehran offering counter proposals. In the last hour, US President Donald Trump has posted on social media, and in it he says the Iranian negotiators are very different, and he called them strange. They are begging us to make a deal, which they should be doing, since they have been militarily obliterated with zero chance of a comeback. He also says, and yet they publicly state that they are only looking at our proposal. And he goes on to say, wrong, in capital letters. They better get serious soon, he says, before it's too late, because once that happens, there's no turning back and it won't be pretty. Let's go to Alan Fisher, our chief US correspondent from the White House. Alan, colourful language once again from Trump in terms of the language. He's also talked about NATO and really put them down for what he thinks are a lack of effort from NATO.
Busy morning for Donald Trump on social media. He's also attacked the Democrats as well. He's got a cabinet meeting in just about an hour or so. He's running into problems domestically, long lines at the airport to try and get through security. Cost of living crisis is getting worse. Fuel is becoming much more expensive. He needs reaffirmation from his cabinet that he's doing a good job. Now, from people I speak to, they still believe that Donald Trump wants to see this war done in the 4 to 6 week timescale that he talked about. He wants to be able to say, see, it was done, I predicted it, I was right. He's obviously putting pressure on the Iranians, still moving troops into the region. We're talking a new deployment announced just on Wednesday, putting more Marines into the area. There seems to be growing speculation that there could be boots on the ground at some point, but likely to be Karg Island rather than on the mainland of Iran. And of course, he's talked about NATO as well in those tweets, talking that they are not giving him the support that he would like. He said, well, the US doesn't need NATO, but he also added, never forget this very important time, which seems like an ominous warning from Donald Trump about the future of NATO. Just to point out, he can't actually do anything about the NATO alliance. That is approved by Congress, and there's very little appetite in there to do anything that would remove the United States. But it's clear that Donald Trump is slightly anxious about this way, the way the war is going. He's looking at a timescale to get out of it, but he's trying to put pressure on the Iranians with that Truth Social message, saying, look, you agree to our terms, or else, in the words of his press secretary on Wednesday, he will unleash hell on the Iranians.
All right, thanks very much. Alan Fisher there. That's the latest from Washington, D.C. Well, to discuss all of that, we have Chris Doyle, who's live for us in London, a commentator on Middle East affairs and the director of the Council for Arab-British Understanding. And here in the studio, we have Sultan Barakat, professor of public policy at Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar, a regular with us here at Al Jazeera. Always good to hear both of your thoughts. So we just heard there from Alan Fisher, our chief US correspondent there, saying, you know, that Trump has sent out these tweets. He seems quite anxious for a timescale, a timescale really to get out of the war. Do you think that's what he's trying to do? Chris?
I think he does. I think he wants an exit. I think, unlike Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, Donald Trump has a timetable in his head. He is acutely aware of the domestic concerns, but also the markets. He is looking at the way this is all hitting the markets in the United States. We've seen in the past that this has been something that troubles him greatly. I think many people were speculating that's why he had delayed the threatened strikes on energy resources and infrastructure in Iran until at least Friday evening. So Donald Trump is giving all the appearance, once again, of being somewhat panicked. The threats just get louder and more bullish. There's nothing really substantive to back them up. He's always saying he's going to hit Iran harder and harder and harder. But it's really unclear as to whether this has had the sort of impact that he'd had hoped on the Iranian leadership. Far from it. They talk about these conversations. Is there indirect mediation? But in public, they're talking past each other. There is no meeting of minds at all in the public space. And what we are seeing is propaganda war, psychological war going forward. And the rest of the world is watching, I think, in ever-increasing alarm, not least the GCC states who we've heard from today.
I want to ask you, Sultan, I mean, do you think that he wants a way out of this war? Or do you think this is all smoke and mirrors? And I say that because, you know, Trump is unpredictable. And, you know, if he says jump, everyone says how high. That you see that often, especially with the tariffs, for example. When he wanted to suddenly drop the Greenland idea, that sort of all went away very quickly. He could easily just sort of turn this around with some spin and say that, you know, we've achieved our goals, that's it.
I think he could, and he probably will, bending on finding the right narrative that matches his pride and his ego. He knows very well that the rest of the world sees this as an action that has failed to comply with international law, if not totally illegal, including many of his strong allies. You know, the British, the position the French took, the Canadians and so on, is a very strong reminder of him, or where he stands on the legality side. Adding to that, the fact that last week he was threatening to take out civilian infrastructure does not really square well with his image, and on the international humanitarian law either. This is a threat of a war crime in public. And most important, I think, domestically, he is seen as someone who has exceeded his authority by going to this war. You know, the presidential executive orders and so on may have helped him launch a counterattack, an attack, and so on. But now it is, if it drags beyond 6 weeks, he does need the Congress support. And very important, I think, linked to that is that he's going back to them for additional money. He is still asking for that $200 billion.
It's just a
which
huge
means
amount.
he has to have the country on board in relation to this war.
But why would he then test that with wanting to send more troops? There's still a big question mark as to what he wants to do with these troops. Perhaps just perhaps it's just optics. Perhaps there is a plan. But when really, ultimately, that is the biggest question for Americans, you know, not sending more troops abroad.
Well, I think he still probably sees them as part of this limited action or limited operation, that they're going to only seize some islands. They will not be going into the mainland in Iran. They're there to regulate the traffic in the Hormuz Strait. They're there to allow the flow of oil again to the international market. But I think he was delayed for a number of reasons. This is why he's given the Iranians these 5 days to rethink. And this is maybe why also the Gulf states have come out this particular moment trying to mitigate against the possibility of America taking the next step to try and make sure that the Iranians fully understand their position and do not retaliate against their own territory, which is quite likely.
Right, you did mention the British allies and French. Chris, I just wanted to talk about something here now. Intelligence sharing, this is by the UK, has been, of course, valuable to the US and Israel. Even though they're not getting involved as such, they are allowing the Americans to use some of their bases. And, you know, in terms of this, I guess the question is, in a way, Europe says that it's not directly getting involved, but I suppose it is.
Well, it is up to a certain point, and I think they have to balance off the interests of trying to get this war to end so that the oil and energy can flow again. They also have the interests of trying to somewhat mollify a very embittered American president so they can at least say that we have actually done something to help with you. And of course, you know, there's pressure on them to help defend, certainly in the case of Britain, Gulf allies who are under daily, even hourly attack. So there is pressure on European countries to do a great deal from other countries, but domestically, and I cannot emphasize this enough, there is no public support for getting further involved. None at all. I mean, it's at historic lows in terms of support. So in Britain, we see only 17% of the population would support Britain getting involved in any offensive operations against Iran. Now, even Tony Blair in 2003 had a majority, a slight majority of public opinion behind him in that disastrous, ill-fated Anglo-American invasion of Iraq. So it's really unlikely they're going to get more involved. I think they are trying their best to press the United States and others to get to the negotiating table and get a comprehensive deal.
And I guess people have seen the devastating consequences of that Iraq war. Speaking of consequences, we heard there from the GCC Secretary General, and he says one of the biggest consequences of what's happening of this war, of course, with the closure or the partial blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, is food supply shortages. How so? Because we have been focusing on oil and gas, but how would that affect the food supplies globally?
Well, clearly, in terms of the cost of transport would be one major area, but also fertilizers. You know, a lot of fertilizers are produced in the Gulf. They're not making it around the world. So production of food will be slowed, I think, over time. And very important, I think, in this war is it's all about optics and messages. You know, if the message of uncertainty is there, all sorts of things will be affected, be it insurance companies, travel internationally, flights. People are calculating twice before taking any action. That instability is not good globally, and it's coming at the back of a major genocide that we just witnessed with Gaza, which has really worked people up in many different ways, even domestically in all sorts of politics around the world, particularly in Europe, and also economic crisis and the shadow of the Ukraine war. All of these issues have not really been resolved. And it's just adding to the fuel of this uncertainty, which will be reflected in all sorts of ways, including on food. And I think the countries that are going to pay the highest price probably are the poorest, who have always relied on getting the most competitive pricing their way. And they will be cut out of the market first.
From developing countries, we've seen Asia, and we actually are going to be looking into Africa very soon.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sultan Barakat there, and Chris Doyle in London.
Thank you.
Right, well, Iran has been sending several missiles and rockets towards Israel. There have been powerful explosions in Tel Aviv in central Israel. At least 4 people have been injured, and that's because of falling debris from missile interceptions. Also in central Israel, there have been explosions and rocket debris across Kafr Qasim. At least 6 people have been injured. The city is home to Palestinian Israelis. There has also been an attack on Haifa, that's in the north. Well, Israel is targeting villages in southern Lebanon. That's as the conflict with Iran's ally Hezbollah enters its 4th week. Israeli ground troops are advancing into Lebanese territory. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel is expanding what he calls a buffer zone in Lebanon.
The issue of dismantling Hezbollah remains before our eyes. It is also connected to the broader confrontation with Iran, which is still ongoing, contrary to what is being reported in the media. We are committed to doing everything we can to profoundly transform the situation in Lebanon.
Well, Zaina Khodr has more from Beirut.
Israel's military is moving into southern Lebanon. Defense Minister Israel Katz made its plans clear to occupy up to the Litani River and create what he called a defensive buffer for northern Israel. That's about 1/10 of Lebanon's land. The Litani River is 170 kilometers long and runs into the Mediterranean Sea just north of the city of Tyre.
The resistance fighters are battling in that area to prevent Israel from achieving this objective. This is part of Israel's historical objectives, as it has always sought to occupy the south of Litani area and annex it to the Zionist entity.
Hezbollah has been firing rockets and launching drones into northern and central Israel since the conflict began in early March.
Hezbollah says it is also targeting Israeli soldiers who are now in villages in southern Lebanon. Let's take a look at the map. South Lebanon is divided into 3 sectors. Let's move into the west. Here there were several days of clashes in and around Nakura. Israeli tanks are now positioned inside this border town, and Hezbollah is claiming attacks against Israeli soldiers here. Let's move to the central sector because the Israeli army is pushing in from more than one axis. Israeli troops have reached the town of Kuza, which is a hilltop town, strategic ground, because what the Israeli military has been trying to do is take elevated ground. Hezbollah has claimed responsibility for attacking a Merkava tank in this town. And nearby Ait Shab, there haven't been any clashes in recent days. This is along the border. It's believed that the Israeli military is now in control of this town. And then there's the eastern sector. Here too, Israeli troops have advanced. They have pushed into Khiam, which is close to the border. They've also reached Taibi. Both these towns are on elevated ground, but Hezbollah says it is targeting troops there. The closest route to the Litani River is also located in this sector. Hezbollah acknowledges that there is an imbalance of power, so its strategy appears to be not to hold ground, but to make it costly for the Israeli army to stay.
Israel says the battle with Hezbollah has just begun. The group, too, is promising a long fight. And military gains on the battlefields of southern Lebanon are likely to translate into political leverage. Zaina Khodr, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
You're watching Al Jazeera's special coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. And here's a reminder of the latest developments. Israel's Prime Minister says Tel Aviv has killed Iran's IRGC naval commander, that's Ali Reza Tangsiri. He was reportedly assassinated in a strike in the southern port area of Bandar Abbas, that's adjacent to the Strait of Hormuz. Iran hasn't confirmed the status. The Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation Council has condemned Iran's actions in the region, and speaking at the GCC headquarters in Riyadh, he says Iran is charging ships to safely pass through the Strait of Hormuz and warned the conflict could cause global food insecurity. Experts are warning that the disruption of the Strait of Hormuz will have a bigger impact on food security than Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine. The UN says around 30% of fertilizers traded globally pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Countries like India, Brazil, Australia and Kenya rely heavily on imported fertilizers for the agricultural industry, and it's especially important for products like corn and wheat. The UN says there are no global stockpiles of fertilizers, unlike for oil. All right, well, let's speak to Javan Naidu, a political economist at Oxford Economics Africa, joining us live now from Cape Town. Now, my understanding that Africa is particularly vulnerable given the situation when it comes to low amounts of fertilizers. This is, my understanding, the time of year where crops are sown. Can you give us an overview when it comes to Africa? We've heard about Asia. Let's hear about Africa.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. So generally, food insecurity, Africa broadly as a continent, is quite fragile. It's very much dependent on rain and fertilizer. And as you mentioned, Sarah, that 30 to 40%, those are UN numbers. We've got similar numbers here at Oxford, of fertilizers coming particularly from the Middle East and through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, with the added pressures, unlike Ukraine and Russia's conflict, the delays in fertilizers are really causing a major issue. And in some of the countries which I cover, I specialize in covering East Africa, there's also the El Nino weather effect. So we're having increased rains across East Africa, which is also damaging crops. So you have a combination of shortages of fertilizer, increased rainfall. These are all underlying elements that make what's happening in between Iran, Israel, and the US makes it worse for Africa. And as it is, food security is already fragile, generally speaking, with the supply chains in Africa.
Right. So are we seeing the effects already, or is this something yet to come, do we think? And is there sort of a sense the experts might have a timeline?
We haven't yet seen immediate impacts because obviously these fertilizers go towards crops. So, for example, in South Africa, farmers are very prepped for the next season. But some countries are impacted. So prior to this crisis, Ethiopia was already struggling with the fertilizer crisis. They will be impacted. So some countries won't be able to catch up. Once you lose the planting season, you can't catch up. So we haven't yet seen the full effects as yet. Probably in our in-house view here at Oxford is that we think in 2 to 3 months' time, we'll really see an impact on certain foods once the harvest comes through in certain products. But for now, things are stable-ish, but stable, but I would like to say critical to a certain point.
Right, and my understanding is that African countries rank among the most reliant on fertilizer imports, as you were saying, by sea from the Middle East. In fact, a report by the UN's Trade and Development Agency says that 54% of Sudan's fertilizers arrive this way. I mean, there is a war in Sudan right now. So I guess the question is, what does that mean? Because until recently, there was very possible famine in Sudan because of the war that's been incredibly protracted.
Yeah, exactly. So as you mentioned, Sarah, there's so many underlying factors. It's not just Sudan. Ethiopia has its own tensions in the north, in the Tigray, with its own conflicts there. There are other parts of Africa, South Sudan as well. There are tensions, the DRC. So all of these places have underlying tensions. And now when you add that with a shortage of fertilizer, which contributes to a shortage of food with underlying political issues, it's just a Molotov cocktail for chaos. And in Sudan, where it's probably arguably one of the greatest humanitarian crises on the continent, it's just going to make things worse. Plus, given that the governments are split between the SAF and RSF, it depends where the fertilizer comes in. So if you're a farmer in a territory controlled by the SAF and your fertilizer comes from another part, you may not get your fertilizer or you may have to pay extra. So it's really worrying for places that are already fragile and have very poor underlying conditions.
And of course, presumably, when you don't have the fertilizers, you don't have the crops, also food prices go up. But I guess, what are governments across Africa doing? Are they doing anything? And if they aren't, can they do anything to mitigate this?
Yeah, so there's been talk, particularly in the East Africa, about some kind of like collective food security where governments would, particularly on certain staple products in parts of the continent, people rely on, particularly maize or corn, where they would pool resources together. So we've been seeing some chats in the East African community. Here in South Africa, we've some chat with some of our neighbors on how we can sort of pool together and share if it comes to a point in it. So there has been talk, but to be honest with you, Sarah, the more concerning thing is governments are so concerned about the fuel and the oil prices. They are neglecting, I do see some countries neglecting this and not taking it as serious as you mentioned it, but I think it's something that countries really need to start paying more attention to on the continent, because yes, the oil is important, we need that for energy, but just as important is our food.
Of course, food is sustenance. Thank you very much for your thoughts, Jervin Naidu there. Okay, well, oil prices continue to fluctuate as the Strait of Hormuz, a crucial waterway, as we've been saying, through which a fifth of the world's crude typically passes, and it remains severely disrupted, and the war shows no signs of relenting. Brent crude oil on Thursday at one point had climbed above $106 per barrel after falling more than 2% on Wednesday, with West Texas Intermediate trading above $93. That's amid the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. And Japan is releasing oil from its strategic reserves to ease price pressure. The country depends heavily on Middle Eastern supplies, with about 95% of its oil imports coming from the region. Well, earlier, my colleague, Nick Clark, spoke to Muyu Xu. She's a senior crude oil analyst at Kepler, and she says uncertainty around the war means oil prices are likely to remain high.
We think the oil prices will continue to stay at an elevated level. Right now, there are a lot of news and conflicting message actually around the negotiations and whether there will be some potential escalation move during the weekend. So if something happens, we might see oil prices potentially hit higher level, especially if the US want to send the troops to take over Kog Island or take over the control of the Strait of Hormuz, because then that will for sure trigger Iran to initiate some severe revenge that potentially pushes oil prices to, let's say, 120. But that could be a potential turning point in this war. But yet again, it's just a lot of uncertainties around here, and we just don't expect the oil price to go down anytime soon.
And what if the prices are to rise to, say, as you $120 and possibly above? What are the implications of that for the global economy and certainly the economy in Asia?
I think it really depends on what Asian countries we're talking about. For instance, like Japan, they still have a sizable oil inventories that they can continue release from these stockpiles, whereas some other countries like the Philippines, like Thailand, and even Australia, they don't have much oil reserves. So the higher oil prices not only means higher fuel price to them, that the pain is for real. Like there's just simply no gas in the station, and probably they need to ground the airlines at some point. So if the war drag along, let's say until mid or late April, we might see some severe implication like civil unrest or some crisis in the humanitarian ways.
Across Bangladesh, long queues at fuel stations are becoming a daily sight. The government is seeking nearly $2 billion in loans to keep power facilities and transport running. Now, it's another example of how the impact of the war in the Middle East is being felt far from the front lines. And for Bangladesh's new elected government, the stakes are high. Tanvir Chaudhry has this report from Dhaka.
I'm riding through one of the busiest parts of Dhaka. Behind me, you can see the long gas station as tensions are high and fuel is running short.
We have to wait in line for 3 to 4 hours just to get fuel. During that time, we could have earned a decent amount, but instead, we are losing income.
The US-Israeli conflict with Iran is now disrupting global energy supplies, pushing up oil and gas prices. Here in Bangladesh, that's translating into shortages, panic buying, and even scuffle at some petrol stations.
We are not getting adequate fuel supply like before. Right now, there is no fuel at this station, and this has been going on for a week now.
Bangladesh is seeking nearly $2 billion in loans from international lenders to fund its fuel imports, aiming to keep power supplies stable through the summer without raising prices while easing pressure on its foreign reserves. But the import goes far beyond fuel stations' higher costs and are hitting transport, agriculture, and other crucial industries. Farmers in Bangladesh rely on imported diesel and fertilizer.
The future doesn't look good. Prices of essentials, fuel, and electricity are already going up. Not much we can do about it.
For Bangladesh's newly elected government, the stakes are high. And with global energy prices still rising, this crisis could deepen in the weeks and months ahead. From long queues to rising costs, like many other countries, it's already facing the impact of a distant war. Tanvir Chaudhry, Al Jazeera, Dhaka.
Pakistan's biggest sporting event is set to begin on Thursday, but without any spectators in the stands. A global increase in energy costs sparked by the Iran war has pushed the government to impose sweeping austerity measures. The move has left fans of the Pakistan Super League, a major cricket tournament, worrying matches will lose their energy. Now, the league has also cancelled its opening ceremony and reduced venues from 6 to 2 to limit travel during the crisis.
We're not CNN, MSNBC or Fox News. We are your morning mic drop on at Truth Talks Live, where all voices matter.
Were captured in a surprise US military raid in Caracas in January. Both have pleaded not guilty to drug trafficking charges. Their lawyers want the case dismissed. They say Washington is violating the couple's constitutional rights by blocking Venezuelan government funds from being used to pay their legal costs. At least 24 people have died after a bus plunged into a river in central Bangladesh. It happened in the town of Rajbari, that's about 100 kilometers west of the capital, Dhaka. Officials say the vehicle was carrying around 40 passengers when it lost control while driving onto a ferry. Authorities say a few passengers managed to swim to safety before the bus sank. Emergency crews say more people may still be missing. Heavy rain and wind have damaged hundreds of tents that are home to displaced Palestinians in Gaza. Most of the strip's buildings have been destroyed by Israel, leaving hundreds of thousands of civilians without proper shelter. Ibrahim Khalili has more from Gaza City.
While global attention remains fixed on escalating tensions in the wider Middle East, Gaza continues to face a deepening humanitarian crisis. Gaza's displaced are facing yet another challenge. Harsh weather is adding a new layer of hardship, compounding more than 2 years of war. People here say their tents have deteriorated beyond the point of offering basic safety, dignity, or protection.
This piece of cloth does not protect from the rain or the sun. These tents are worn out, and last night it was rainy and we experienced a strong rainstorm. The tents were flooded, the bedding, cooking utensils and food, the children, everything was soaked. They have no other shelter or other clothes to protect them.
More than 5 months since the U.S. brokered ceasefire took hold, authorities say Israel continues to violate the agreement either through airstrikes, expanding the buffer zone, or by blocking the entry of much-needed humanitarian aid like caravans and tents. And as winter conditions worsen, families are not only left battling the elements, but the uncertainty of how long they can endure life without adequate shelter. And with each rainstorm, the same miseries repeat. And for thousands of families here, there is still no safe shelter or lasting solution. Ibrahim Khalili, Al Jazeera, Gaza City, Palestine.
Months of Israeli airstrikes across Gaza have cost some Palestinians the use of one of their basic senses. The loud sounds from constant bombardment have led to people suffering hear loss. Doctors in Gaza are treating more patients with bomb-related blast exposure and some with permanent effects. Tariq Abazoum reports from Gaza City.
For more than 2 years, this sound has been constant in Gaza. The thunder of airstrikes echoing across crowded neighborhoods, explosions that flatten homes and rattle entire streets. But when it comes to people here, sometimes the damage is less visible. 6-year-old Fuad al-Jarjir could once hear and speak normally, but that changed after an Israeli strike hit his neighborhood. Medical tests confirmed severe hearing damage, Doctors recommended a hearing aid. Even with the device, Fuad struggles to hear clearly. When words fail, his mother relies on sign language to communicate with him.
He lost both his hearing and his ability to speak. I remember talking to him after the strike, but he couldn't respond to me at all. Now, the only way we can get his attention is by waving our hands and communicating with him through sign language.
In Gaza City, Abdulsalam Abu Aita and his wife Arkan, parents of 4, say their lives also changed in a single night. In July 2025, an Israeli missile struck neighbor's house. Arkan lost hearing in her left ear, while Abid now struggles to hear from his right.
I started losing my balance whenever I bend down to pick something up from the ground. I feel as if I'm falling from a high place. I get dizzy and feel like I'm about to lose consciousness. I also struggle with communicating with my children. It's also difficult to communicate with my children's teachers when I'm at school meetings.
Doctors say repeated exposure to powerful explosions can permanently damage the inner ear. And as Israeli strikes have become routine in Gaza, the number of people suffering hearing damage is quietly rising.
This increase has to do with direct impacts on people, like if people are inside the house and the house has been bombed, so most of the people there would have hearing loss, and indirect impacts. That's what's happening to children and newborns who are born with hearing loss due to displacements, due to hygiene problems, due to problems with nutrition with their mothers when they're pregnant.
Here in Gaza, the destruction left behind by airstrikes is easy to see. Shattered homes, collapsed walls, and streets reduced to rubble. But for many here, the impact of these explosions goes far beyond what the eye can really see. For some, the echoes of war have taken something they may never recover.
We're incredibly grateful for every single one of our subscribers. Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you, and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the Cash App symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.
This, I imagine mothers and parents in Gaza who lost children, or children who lost parents.
Her reporting, often from the heart of the story, brought audiences closer to events on the ground in the occupied West Bank. But that came to an end in May 2022. As she covered an Israeli military operation in Jenin, Abu Akleh was shot whilst wearing a clearly marked press vest. Her death prompted international scrutiny and multiple investigations. Among those, including Goldsmiths-based forensic architecture, concluded that she was likely killed by Israeli fire. Israel said the shooting was not intentional.
Shireen Abu Akleh's reporting shaped people's understanding of life in the occupied West Bank. And while those who've gathered here are remembering her work, is also tied in to an unresolved question and the lack of accountability for her death.
All shots were close together. All shots happened in close succession. First aid responders were targeted. It's been 4 years of this information being out, and there has been no justice, no accountability, no investigation, almost no pressure from the government.
For many here, it continues to shape how her death is remembered. Her killing has become a defining case for press freedom advocates, highlighting the risks faced by journalists covering conflict, honouring her work, and ensuring the circumstances of her death are not forgotten. Sonia Gallego, Al Jazeera, London.
Right, well, a jury in Los Angeles has found Google and Meta negligent for designing social media platforms that are harmful to young people. The lawsuit was brought by a young woman who says platforms like YouTube and Instagram contributed to her addiction. John Hendren has been speaking to affected families.
For many parents across the U.S., the court ruling came as a welcome recognition of what they've long felt.
For them, for the big tech executives, I want to say something. Stop blaming the parents.
A Los Angeles jury found that major social media companies harmed a young user known as Kaylee with addictive design features that damaged her mental health. Facebook and Instagram's parent company, Meta, was ordered to pay $4.2 million. YouTube must pay $1.8 million. And that is likely just the beginning.
It's really validated, but a complete validation of what we've been screaming on the top of roofs about for years. This was not this was a conscious decision that they made. It was not an accident, and parents are not to blame. That's for sure.
In a statement on X, Andy Stone of Meta wrote in part, "Teen mental health is profoundly complex and cannot be linked to a single app. We will continue to defend ourselves vigorously as every case is different, and we remain confident in our record of protecting teens online." The companies say they will appeal.
After all the appeals, if companies like Facebook change the way they offer their services to young people, it could alter not just their bottom lines, but the experience of modern childhood itself.
That landmark case is expected to open the floodgates for thousands of lawsuits, many already in court, filed by parents who say their children suffer from social media addiction. Parents like Lori Schott, whose daughter Annalie died by suicide.
She lost her sparkle. She lost her light. It was telling her about anxiety and depression and, making suicide seem like normalcies.
The case, modeled on the successful lawsuits against tobacco companies, argued that the social media apps are defective products that lead children to misery and sometimes death. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Washington.
The global backlash against big tech is gathering pace. Countries wanting to protect teenagers' mental health are now looking to Australia, where the world's first social media ban for under-16s was introduced in December. But as Danielle Robertson reports from Sydney, many teenagers are finding ways around the restrictions.
For teenager Ilya Kirichenko, fleeing the war in Ukraine meant starting over in Australia, away from family and friends who were struggling to survive back home. With the social media ban, he says that distance is felt even further.
I'd say when the social media ban came in, it got reasonably harder to speak to family and friends back in Ukraine. But then you got a little worried because you don't know what's going on, all the bombing and shooting and things like that, you don't know if they're okay.
He now relies on other platforms to stay in touch and says for his community, less scrolling has brought an unexpected benefit.
I used to go onto news and see what's going on. Maybe they shouldn't have seen what they've seen and maybe have traumatized them or some sort of thing. So I think the ban is protecting them from that sort of perspective.
That being one of the aims of the ban, to protect children from harmful content as well as online bullying. But enforcement has proven difficult, with many, like teenager Victoria Long, able to get around it.
I know a lot of my friends bypassed it, including my little brother who used my older brother's ID to get past, and a lot of my friends just created a new account. I just had to put my face in a circle and open and close my mouth to prove that I was a real person, not a photo. And it waited for a minute. I got a few notifications saying you're back on, and then I got a screen that said you're back on Instagram, you're back on Snapchat, you passed the ban.
The eSafety Commissioner's team told Al Jazeera they are seeing broad compliance, with 4.7 million accounts restricted last year, adding that platforms face fines of up to 33 million for non-compliance. But how it is monitored and how many accounts have bypassed restrictions remains unclear, and any ongoing investigations are being kept confidential. The eSafety Commission's research team is now tracking 4,000 children and their families as part of a major evaluation plan. The survey will study their online habits and mental health, with the results expected to guide global decisions. Other countries such as Denmark, Malaysia, Indonesia and the UK are now considering doing the same. an analog generation making rules for the new digital world. Danielle Robertson, Al Jazeera, Sydney.
It's the top of the hour, and you are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Alive. We're FACT at it. And now, breaking news.
February is now disrupting airport security with checkpoints short of staff. Hundreds of unpaid Transport Security Administration workers have quit or even called in sick, and that's leading to long delays for passengers. The dispute centres on an immigration policy, with Democrats demanding reforms to enforcement measures. A senior US transportation official has warned of growing pressure on airport security staff. Speaking to politicians, the deputy administrator of TSA, that's the Transportation Security Administration, said that workers are under financial strain and warned of a potential crisis ahead of the FIFA World Cup.
At this point, newly hired officers will not be able to work on the checkpoint until well after the 2026 FIFA World Cup. This is a dire situation. We are facing a potential perfect storm of severe staffing shortages and an influx of millions of passengers at our airports for the World Cup games in less than 80 days.
Right, let's return back to our top story, Iran, which is home to dozens of cultural and historic sites that are recognized by UNESCO. But fears are growing for their future, and some of them have been hit by bombs as the US and Israeli strikes target many areas across the country. Tawheed Asadi went to the Golistan Palace, that's in Tehran, to see the extent of the damage there for himself.
Tehran, a city where centuries of history rise from its streets and monuments, now coming under assault. At the heart of the city stands Golistan Palace, more than 4 centuries old, a witness to coronations and major political decisions, but now damaged by American and Israeli airstrikes. Iran's Minister of Cultural Heritage and Tourism, Reza Salehi Amiri, walks us through the damage, calling it very concerning for one of the capital's most historically significant landmarks. He also condemns the attacks.
All international rules prohibit attacks on countries' cultural, civilizational, and historical sites. Unfortunately, in this war, we've seen that none of these international rules have been observed by the Israeli regime.
The impact extends to the exterior of the palace and its historical halls inside.
Architectural decorations have been severely damaged, especially the wooden elements and ROC windows. The mirrorwork, the Hall of Mirrors, the Shams al-Emare veranda, and the marble throne are largely destroyed.
But Golistan Palace is not the only site affected. Others include the former Senate building in Tehran, where the Iranian constitution was drafted, the 12th century fortress Falak al-Aflaq in the west, and the ancient port city of Bandar Siraf in the south, known for its historic trade and maritime heritage. Iranian officials say at least 114 historical and cultural sites have been damaged. In Isfahan, another important historic city, several prominent monuments have been affected, from Chel Sutun Palace to Ali Qapu and the Nakhsh Jahan Square, each of which tells a part of the story of Iran's architectural and cultural identity. The international Blue Shield emblem has been installed at more than 120 historical sites nationwide to mark and protect cultural heritage during wartime. International organizations like UNESCO warn about the impact of these attacks on our collective heritage.
These are not just buildings, they are UNESCO World Heritage Sites, priceless treasures that belong to all of humanity. We are deeply concerned as these attacks place our shared cultural legacy in grave danger.
These sites are more than landmarks. They are living records of Iran's and our world's history, now under serious threat. Historical heritage sites like this one are more than bricks and tiles. They are part of Iran's identity. Many now fear that centuries of history could become another casualty of war. Tawheed Asadi, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
All right, well, we are going to a short break. Do stay with us. I'm Sarah Khairat. The news continues here with me at the top of the hour.
I have condemned the massive military strikes by the United States and Israel and the subsequent attacks by Iran.
Attacks on energy facilities on both sides is a dangerous precedent. It will cause repercussions throughout the world.
We can now see a regional conflict with unintended consequences.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
The Middle East represents a $1.3 billion market for South African fruit growers. But weeks of tension brought on by Israel and the United States war on Iran means a lot of uncertainty. 90% of the fruit sent to the region by ship has been disrupted.
We've diverted some of the fruit via India, Oman, Sri Lanka, but it's chaotic.
Fruit is packed according to the regulations at its final destination. So it's not always possible to divert shipments destined for the Middle East because a new destination may have different requirements.
Some of the fruit is returned to South Africa, but the local market can't absorb all of the produce. While the citrus industry is preparing to harvest and ship tons of fruit that is meant for the Middle East, there is worry about escalating costs and what comes next for a region that accounts for about 20% of South Africa's agricultural exports.
Hello, I'm Sarah Khairat. Thank you for joining us. This is Al Jazeera with our continuing live coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. Coming up, Israel says it's killed the naval commander of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. Ali Reza Tangsiri was an important figure in control over the Strait of Hormuz. US President Donald Trump calls on Iranian negotiators to take his offers seriously, and that's before it's too late, he says, and warns there'll be no turning back. The GCC Secretary General warns the war in Iran will disrupt food, medicine and fuel, not just regionally, but also globally.
All the countries in the world are one way or the other way affected by this war.
The EU's top diplomat also warns of the global consequences of the war and calls for an end to it. At least 10 people are injured across central Israel following Iran's latest barrage of missiles. Israel's prime minister says his forces have killed Iran's IRGC naval commander, that's Ali Reza Tangsiri. Israeli media are reporting he was assassinated in a strike, they said, in the southern port area of Bandar Abbas, and that's adjacent to the Strait of Hormuz. There were explosions in the city there earlier, and Iran hasn't confirmed whether he's dead or alive. The Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation Council has condemned Iran's actions in the region, and he was speaking at the GCC headquarters, that's in Riyadh, alongside ambassadors of the Gulf countries. He accused Iran of charging ships to safely pass through the Strait of Hormuz and also warned the conflict could cause global food insecurity.
This systematic escalation has affected the international economy immediately. Prices have risen, the costs of transportation have risen, and the Strait of Hormuz is almost closed, which affects navigation. Supply chains are also affected, and they must be protected. This is a joint international responsibility. What represents a threat today will only get worse, and this will contribute to wider damage that will hit the digital economy.
Meanwhile, strikes continue across the Middle East. 2 children were killed in an attack on a residential area that happened in the city of Shiraz, that's in south-central Iran, and at least 10 people have been injured in strikes across Israel. In the United Arab Emirates, debris from a missile interception has killed 2 people in the capital, Abu Dhabi. Right, now, if confirmed by Iran, the killing of Ali Reza Tangsiri would be the latest high-profile assassination inside the country. The 63-year-old naval officer was appointed commander of the IRGC Navy in 2018 by the then Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Tangsiri's career spanned decades, including serving as a naval brigade commander, and that's during the Iran-Iraq War back in the 1980s. And more recently, he was integral in Iran's military strategy around the Strait of Hormuz. Following the latest developments, we have Noor Alda. She'll be following what's happening in Israel from Ramallah. That's an occupied West Bank. But first, let's go to Ali Hashim in Iran's capital. That's Tehran. Ali, so does this bring about any change, do we know, the killing of the Navy chief when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, Sarah, before I get to Tank Series assassination, let me start first with the lines we are seeing from Tasnim News Agency, a semi-official news agency affiliated with the IRGC. It's quoting official sources as saying that Iran has sent its initial response to the United States with respect to the 15 points, and that Iran is asking for guarantees that there will be no war again the way it is right now, also for payments for the damages, and that the war will stop all over the region, alongside other points. So this has been reported now. What we are also seeing is that Iran has been approached by both Turkey and Pakistan to have these talks or negotiations, proposed negotiations with the United States, and that the path of diplomacy is still going on, despite the fact the war is already happening. Now, this is on the diplomatic side. If we are to talk about Tank Siri, the assassination or the killing of Tank Siri comes at the time of negotiations, when everyone is talking about the possible negotiations. But at the end, it's very symbolic, very significant, especially that he was killed in Bandar Abbas. Tank Siri is known to be one of the fathers of the Iranian Navy. He has been appointed several years ago. However, he is one of those who worked on developing the naval drones, which is one of Iran's other weapons in this conflict. Also, he's been updating on the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and among the people who were behind this idea, he was under U.S. sanctions, and killing him now, he joins several commanders who were killed over the past year. In the first and second wave, he wasn't killed, or at least he survived. Now he's being killed. But at the end, given the fact the way the Iranian military and the whole establishment is built, there are different layers, and someone will be appointed in his place.
All right, thanks very much. That's Ali Hashim there from Tehran. Now, Israel's Prime Minister announced the killing of the IRGC's naval commander, saying he had blood on his hands.
We continue to strike with force the targets of the Iranian terror regime. Last night, we eliminated the commander of the Navy of the Revolutionary Guards. This man has a lot of blood on his hands. And in addition, he was the one who led the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. This is yet another example of the cooperation between us and our friend, the United States.
All right, as we were saying, Noor Alda is live for us in Ramallah, in occupied West Bank. Noor, so how significant is this reported assassination from the Israeli perspective? What are they saying on that? And also how much it's aligning with its goals in Iran?
Well, look, Sarah, the Israeli army is basically now acting and has the instructions to be a hit squad against any and all Iranian officials. They have received instructions not to wait for any political approvals. If any opportunity arises, they have the authorization to assassinate any Iranian leader, military or civilian. Now, the presentation of this assassination as an achievement has two purposes for the Israeli prime minister. One is domestic, because he needs to speak to the base who, and the Israeli public at large, millions of whom have had to rush to the shelters for several times today and the days before. Needs to show some sort of achievement. The other use of this announcement, if you will, Sarah, is to score a point with the U.S. President Donald Trump, who is facing difficulty having any outside assistance in reopening the Strait of Hormuz, which of course was not closed before this war started with the U.S. and Israeli strikes. Strategically speaking, the military and defense establishment in Israel now concedes that all these assassinations, including that of the supreme leader on the first day of the war, have not eroded the system in Tehran enough to secure its collapse, which was something that was promised on the first day. So this is a hit, but it's not a strategic kind of achievement.
All right, thanks very much, Noor Auda there. From the latest in Ramallah. All right, let's bring in Rasul Sardar in the Saudi capital, Riyadh, where the Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation Council has addressed members. Now, a stark warning, Rasul, from the GCC Secretary there on the war effects on the global supply chain of food, medicine and fuel, not just for the region, but globally.
Indeed, he came up with a long list of the places, the locations, the facilities that were hit by Iranian drones or missiles, talking about the energy facilities in several countries, almost on all of GCC countries, and then about the residential areas, then about the airports and the civilian areas and so on, and say that that is practically bringing the energy supply to a halt. He said that before the war, daily 60 million barrels of oil were transported to the international market, and now that is significantly reduced. But we're not only talking about the oil, there is also natural gas and the LNG, and all of that combined, so is making more than 30% of the global energy supply. And he said that now the problem is not only the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, but more and more Red Sea and even the Horn of Africa are being threatened. And if these choke points are also closed, then the effect on the global economy is going to be quite huge. That's why he said that despite all of that attacks, more than 5,000 projectiles being fired at the GCC countries, the reason that these countries have shown the restraint is because there is a lot at stake. However, he said that if these attacks continue, then there will be different options at the table, clearly referring to the 51 article of the UN Charter, which is about the self-defense individually or collectively, about the self-defense of the countries. So we do not know, when he said the options are at the table, whether he means diplomatic options or the military options, but in the coming days, perhaps we're going to have a clear answer for that.
Right, and Rasul, the Secretary General, also saying that Iran is charging fees for ships to pass through the Strait of Hormuz because, at least until now, it has been for free. Looks like we may have lost Rasul Sardar there in the capital of Saudi Arabia right now. Pakistan's foreign minister says indirect talks between the US and Iran are taking place, with Washington and Tehran offering counter proposals. Now, earlier, President Trump did warn Iran.
We're incredibly grateful for every single one of our subscribers. Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you, and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the Cash App symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.
On Wednesday, we heard from Caroline Levitt, who's his press secretary, saying that if there wasn't a deal, then Donald Trump is prepared to, in her words, unleash hell on the Iranians. And certainly we know that they're moving more troops into the region. The talk is that there could be American boots on the ground in Karg Island. The size of the force that is being predicted to be there, somewhere in the region of 8,500 men, might not be enough to carry out that level of operation, given that the Iranians have been able to prepare for a number of weeks. But it's clear that Donald Trump would like to push forward with some sort of move, whether it be peace talks or bringing an end to the war, as he says. The people I speak to tell me that he's still very keen to operate within the 4 to 6 week time frame that he talked about at the start. He would like to be able to declare victory at the end of that 6 weeks, then say he said it would take around 6 weeks. But he's also, as you say, been very critical about NATO in the last couple of hours, saying that they've done nothing to help against what he describes as the crazy nation of Iran. And he says that they will remember this. He says, US doesn't need help from NATO, but never forget this very important time. So Donald Trump is due to start a cabinet meeting in the next few minutes. They're already running about 15 minutes late. We're likely to hear from him in that time when he'll talk about what's going on in Iran. But while there's this twin track approach where he's talking peace on one hand but threatening on the other, this is what many people in the past have described as gun diplomacy. Do what we want, or else we're going to use our military and all its force against you.
All right, thanks very much. A strong message there, as always, from Trump. Alan Fisher, our chief US correspondent. Now, Iran has been sending several missiles and rockets towards Israel. There have been powerful explosions in Tel Aviv, that's in central Israel. At least 4 people have been injured because of falling debris from missile interceptions. Also in central Israel, there have been explosions and rocket debris across Kfar Qasim. At least 6 people have been injured, and the city is home to Palestinian Israelis. There has also been an attack on Haifa in the north. Israel is also targeting villages in southern Lebanon as the conflict with Iran's ally Hezbollah enters its 4th week. Israeli ground troops are advancing into Lebanese territory, with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that Israel is expanding what he calls a buffer zone in Lebanon.
The issue of dismantling Hezbollah remains before our eyes. It is also connected to the broader confrontation with Iran, which is still ongoing, contrary to what is being reported in the media. We are committed to doing everything we can to profoundly transform the situation in Lebanon.
And Hezbollah is claiming attacks on Israeli troops operating in some villages along the border. For that, we have a report from Beirut from Zina Khadr.
Israel's military is moving into southern Lebanon. Defense Minister Israel Katz made its plans clear to occupy up to the Litani River and create what he called a defensive buffer for northern Israel. That's about 1/10 of Lebanon's land. The Litani River is 170 kilometers long and runs into the Mediterranean Sea just north of the city of Tyre.
The resistance fighters are battling in that area to prevent Israel from achieving this objective. This is part of Israel's historical objectives, as it has always sought to occupy the south of Litani area and annex it to the Zionist entity.
Hezbollah has been firing rockets and launching drones into northern and central Israel since the conflict began in early March.
Hezbollah says it is also targeting Israeli soldiers who are now in villages in southern Lebanon. Let's take a look at the map. South Lebanon is divided into 3 sectors. Let's move into the west. Here, there were several days of clashes in and around Nakura. Israeli tanks are now positioned inside this border town, and Hezbollah is claiming attacks against Israeli soldiers here. Let's move to the central sector because the Israeli army is pushing in from more than one axis. Israeli troops have reached the town of Kuza, which is a hilltop town, strategic ground, because what the Israeli military has been trying to do is take elevated ground. Hezbollah has claimed responsibility for attacking a Merkava tank in this town. And nearby Ait Shab, there haven't been any clashes in recent days. This is along the border. It's believed that the Israeli military is now in control of this town. And then there's the eastern sector. Here too, Israeli troops have advanced. They have pushed into Khiam, which is close to the border. They've also reached Taibi. Both these towns are on elevated ground, but Hezbollah says it is targeting troops there. The closest route to the Litani River is also located in this sector. Hezbollah acknowledges that there is an imbalance of power, so its strategy appears to be not to hold ground, but to make it costly for the Israeli army to stay.
Israel says the battle with Hezbollah has just begun. The group, too, is promising a long fight. And military gains on the battlefields of southern Lebanon are likely to translate into political leverage. Zana Khuder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Oil prices continue to fluctuate as the Strait of Hormuz, a crucial waterway through which the fifth of the world's crude typically passes, remains severely disrupted, and the war shows no signs of relenting. Brent crude oil on Thursday has climbed above $106 a barrel after falling more than 2% on Wednesday, with West Texas Intermediate trading near $93 amid the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. And Japan is releasing oil from its strategic reserves to ease price pressure. The country depends heavily on Middle Eastern supplies, with about 95% of its oil imports coming from the region. Well, across Bangladesh, long queues at fuel stations are becoming a daily sight. The government is seeking nearly $2 billion in loans to keep power facilities and transport running. And it's another example of how the impact of the war in the Middle East is being felt far from the front lines. And for Bangladesh's newly elected government, the stakes are high. Tanvir Chaudhary has more from Dhaka.
I'm riding through one of the busiest parts of Dhaka. Behind me, you can see the long queue stretching for blocks. Police are deployed at some gas stations as tensions are high and fuel is running short.
We have to wait in line for 3 to 4 hours just to get fuel. During that time, we could have earned a decent amount, but instead, we are losing income.
The US-Israeli conflict with Iran is now disrupting global energy supplies, pushing up oil and gas prices. Here in Bangladesh, that's translating into shortages, panic buying, and even scuffle at some petrol stations.
We are not getting adequate fuel supply like before. Right now, there is no fuel at this station, and this has been going on for a week now.
Bangladesh is seeking nearly $2 billion in loans from international lenders to fund its fuel imports, aiming to keep power supplies stable through the summer without raising prices while easing pressure on its foreign reserves. But the import goes far beyond fuel stations' higher costs and are hitting transport, agriculture, and other crucial industries. Farmers in Bangladesh rely on imported diesel and fertilizer.
The future doesn't look good. Prices of essentials, fuel, and electricity are already going up. Not much we can do about it.
For Bangladesh's newly elected government, the stakes are high. And with global energy prices still rising, this crisis could deepen in the weeks and months ahead. From long queues to rising costs, like many other countries, it's already facing the impact of a distant war. Tanvir Chaudhary, Al Jazeera, Dhaka.
Experts are warning that the disruption of the Strait of Hormuz will have a bigger impact on food security than Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine. The UN says around 30% of fertilizers traded globally pass through the strait. Countries like India, Brazil, Australia, and Kenya rely heavily on imported fertilizer for the agricultural industry, and it's especially important for products like corn and wheat. The UN says there are no global stockpiles of fertilizer, unlike for oil. Now, earlier I spoke to Jervin Naidu, and he's a political economist at Oxford Economics Africa, and he says food security in Africa will be particularly affected.
The delays in fertilizers are really causing a major issue. And in some of the countries which I cover, I specialize in covering East Africa, there's also the El Nino weather effect. So we're having increased rains across East Africa, which is also damaging crops. So you have a combination of shortages of fertilizer, of increased rainfall. These are all underlying elements that make what's happening in between Iran, Israel, and US makes it worse for Africa. And as it is, food security is already fragile, generally speaking, with the supply chains in Africa.
Right. So are we seeing the effects already, or is this something yet to come, do we think? And is there sort of a sense the experts might have a timeline?
We haven't yet seen immediate impacts because obviously these fertilizers go towards crops. So for example, in South Africa, farmers are very prepped for the next season. But some countries are impacted. So prior to this crisis, Ethiopia was already struggling with the fertilizer crisis. They will be impacted. So some countries won't be able to catch up. Once you lose the planting season, you can't catch up. So we haven't yet seen the full effects as yet. Probably in our in-house view here at Oxford is that we think in 2 to 3 months' time, we'll really see an impact on certain foods once the harvest come through in certain products. But for now, things are stable-ish, but stable, but I would like to say critical to a certain point.
The EU's foreign policy chief, Kaja Kallas, says all countries are impacted by the war and an exit, not an escalation, is needed.
All the countries in the world are one way or the other way affected by this war. So it is in the interest of everybody that this war stops. And that's why we are also doing the outreach. We have partners, global partners here today to have a unified message that we need an exit, not an escalation in this war. And that means there has to be a diplomatic solution so that this region will come out of it stronger and actually more peaceful. And therefore, it can only be a diplomatic solution, sit down and negotiate to have a way out.
There have been reports of more airstrikes hitting Iraq's popular mobilization forces in the northern city of Kirkuk. It comes a day after 7 Iraqi soldiers were killed in a US attack on another site belonging to the paramilitary group, which includes some fighters believed to have ties to Iran. Iraq's defense ministry condemned the strike as a serious violation of international law. Nicholas Huck has been to the scene of that attack and filed us this report.
We're west of Fallujah, heading towards Habaniya under military escort. And this stretch of road was known as the Road of Death because at the height of the American invasion of Iraq, so many people died of IEDs. Same road, different wars. Yet again, the Iraqi people caught in the middle. This is what is left of the base's medical center. On the other side is the engineering building. 2 consecutive strikes, unannounced. Now, the Iraqi military says only Iraqi soldiers were injured or killed.
I'm upset about that because I lose 7 soldiers and 23 injured. And this is miserable. Anyway.
We're inside one of the wards in Fallujah Hospital, and the doctors here say that there are ranges of injuries from complex to simple injuries, from lacerations to burns to amputations. So why did the Americans target this place? Well, this isn't just a base for the Iraqi forces. It's also a base for the Popular Mobilization Force. And some members of this force are Iran-backed militias based here in Iraq. And they've been open about their intentions. They're targeting American bases in Iraq, but also throughout the region. Gulf countries and the Americans have asked the Iraqi government to rein in on these militias, or else there'll be more destruction like this. These bases are hideouts for these militia groups. Iraqis fear more devastation to come. They say they're being dragged into a war that is not their own, with both Iran-backed militias in this country and Americans escalating attacks. And so this appears to be another battleground to the war. Nicholas Hawk, Al Jazeera, Habaniya, Al Anbar province.
All right, time for some of the day's other top stories now. Venezuela's detained president, Nicolas Maduro, is due to make his second appearance in a New York court. Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, were captured in a surprise U.S. military raid in Caracas in January. Both have pleaded not guilty to drug trafficking charges, and their lawyers want the case dismissed. They say Washington is violating the couple's constitutional rights by blocking Venezuelan government funds from being used to pay their legal costs. Heavy rain and wind have damaged hundreds of tents that are home to displaced Palestinians in Gaza. Most of the strip's buildings have been destroyed by Israel, leaving hundreds of thousands of civilians without proper shelter, as Ibrahim Khalili reports from Gaza City.
While global attention remains fixed on escalating tensions in the wider Middle East, Gaza continues to face a deepening humanitarian crisis. Gaza's displaced are facing yet another challenge. Harsh weather is adding a new layer of hardship, compounding more than 2 years of war. People here say their tents have deteriorated beyond the point of offering basic safety, dignity, or protection.
This piece of cloth does not protect from the rain or the sun. These tents are worn out, and last night it was rainy and we experienced a strong rainstorm. The tents were flooded, the bedding, cooking utensils and food, the children, everything was soaked. They have no other shelter or other clothes to protect them.
More than 5 months since the U.S. brokered ceasefire took hold, authorities say Israel continues to violate the agreement either through airstrikes, expanding the buffer zone, or by blocking the entry of much-needed humanitarian aid like caravans and tents. And as winter conditions worsen, families are not only left battling the elements, but the uncertainty of how long they can endure life without adequate shelter. And with each rainstorm, the same miseries repeat. And for thousands of families here, there is still no safe shelter or lasting solution. Ibrahim Al-Khalili, Al Jazeera, Gaza City, Palestine.
Russia is unable to use at least 40% of its oil export capacity following a series of Ukrainian drone attacks, a disputed pipeline attack, and also the seizure of its tankers at sea. That's according to the Reuters news agency, which is also calling it the most severe oil supply disruption in the history of modern Russia. The news hits Moscow just as oil prices exceed $100 a barrel. That's because of the Iran war, and Russia is the world's second largest oil exporter. A marine drone has hit a Turkish-operated crude oil tanker that had departed Russia in the latest incident involving Western-sanctioned vessels heading to or from Russian ports. And it's caused an explosion in the Black Sea, that's near the Bosphorus Strait. Turkey's transport minister says that all 27 crew members are safe. At least 24 people have died after a bus plunged into a river in central Bangladesh. It happened in the town of Rajbari, that's about 100 kilometers west of the capital, Dhaka. Officials say the vehicle was carrying around 40 passengers when it lost control while driving onto a ferry. Efforts to resolve a funding dispute in the US Congress over the Department of Homeland Security have failed again. The standoff, which started in February, is now disrupting airport security with checkpoints short of staff, and hundreds of unpaid Transport Security Administration workers have quit or called in sick, leading to long delays for passengers. And a senior US transportation official has warned of growing pressure on airport security staff. Speaking to politicians, the deputy administrator of TSA, that's the Transportation Security Administration, said workers are under financial strain.
At this point, newly hired officers will not be able to work on the checkpoint until well after the 2026 FIFA World Cup. This is a dire situation. We are facing a potential perfect storm of severe staffing shortages and an influx of millions of passengers at our airports for the World Cup games in less than 80 days.
The UN has adopted a non-binding resolution designating the transatlantic slave trade as a crime against humanity. The African Union says it's a historic moment that marks an important step towards healing. The motion was tabled by Ghana, and it aims to begin a path towards reparation, but deep divisions remain, and that's over what accountability should look like. Ahmed Idris has more from Abuja.
The walls of Ghana's Cape Coast castle carry the weight of history. Dark dungeons, iron chains, and the silence of people held there before being shipped across the Atlantic. For millions, this was the last view of home. 12 to 15 million Africans were forcibly taken during the transatlantic slave trade. It spanned 400 years and was one of the largest forced migrations in history. Today, that history is at the center of a new global push. Ghana's President John Mahama tabled a landmark resolution at the United Nations General Assembly to officially recognize transatlantic slavery as the gravest crime against humanity and to begin a process towards reparations.
Is a result of months of consultation and consensus building by continental bodies, nations, experts, scholars, and jurists, with the sole aim of achieving a united front and grounding the final outcome in truth, compassion, and moral conscience, remembrance, education, and dialogue.
The resolution was passed with 123 countries voting in favor. It could form the basis of the first comprehensive UN framework addressing accountability for slavery.
This was not simply forced labor. It was a machinery of mass exploitation and deliberate dehumanization of men, women, and children. The wounds run deep and often go unrecognized.
Supporters argue slavery did not end with abolition, but continues to shape economic inequality and underdevelopment across Africa.
You are talking about a violent manner in which Africans, for a period of 350 years, were forced to leave their homeland in order to help develop another homeland, eventually giving rise to the Industrial Revolution in Europe.
Mahama says the focus is not just on remembering, but on action, calling for partnerships to deliver reparatory justice. 52 countries abstained from the vote, among them those that benefited most from the exploitation. Whether governments agree to reparations could shape how this past is finally reckoned with. For many, the question is no longer whether slavery was a crime, but whether the world is ready to account for it. Ahmed Idris, Al Jazeera, Abuja.
All right, well, we're going to take a short break. Talk to Al Jazeera is next, and the news continues here just around 25 minutes from now, so do stay with us.
On my left, you can see the thick column of the smoke. That is the continuation of the American and Israeli strikes.
Women, children killed in an Israeli strike that targeted southern Lebanon.
Continuing to hear the sound of sirens. According to Israeli media, one drone has infiltrated the borders.
There is a move in Congress to basically tie Donald Trump's hands and end the conflict. They say that's not America first, that's Israel first.
There is so much concern about what all this is going to do to energy markets, oil prices, gas prices, not just in the region, but around the world.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments. Al Jazeera, wherever you are. Always.
I'm Ali Hashim in Tehran, where Iran's foreign minister insists the system will hold despite the ongoing US-Israeli offensive, no matter the cost, as the region stands at a crossroads with far-reaching consequences.
We all know him very well, and he was a very popular senator. Very
Truth Talks.
Senator.
Breaking news.
Probably being the more important word, JD, don't you think?
Yes, sir.
And we wish you a lot of luck.
Thank you.
I think you do fantastically well. Congratulations to you. You have an amazing family that were here yesterday in the Oval, sworn in. His family's amazing, so thank you very much. We're now on day 41 of the disgraceful Democrat shutdown of Mark Wayne's department. Congratulations. You came into a department that's shut down by the radical Democrats, right? But Democrats are really punishing the American people. I saw it today on one of the shows where they were interviewing people at the airport, and they're all angry at the Democrats. They're saying they're actually angry at Schumer. I didn't think anyone knew his name. One woman said, that Schumer is disgraceful. He's a disgrace to our country. But they're angry at the Democrats. They know what's happening. but they're punishing the American people, including travelers at airports, all in the quest to return to open borders and give amnesty to illegal alien criminals. They want to give amnesty to some of the criminals that came into our country, just about all of them, actually, if you look at it. They love sanctuary cities, which is a sanctuary for criminals. They want to make sure they're taken care of. That's what we're fighting about. That's really what they're fighting. They don't talk about that, but that's what they're fighting about. They want to protect criminals. In many cases, 11,888 murders. Many of them, I will say, are gone now because of us. We got them out, but still have some left. Should have never happened, should have never been allowed to come into our country. But we're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let the Democrats get away with this stuff, and people are wise to them. So they need to end the shutdown immediately, or we'll have to take some very drastic measures. This morning, I want to give an update on the Operation Epic Fury, which is an appropriate name because we are absolutely obliterating them. Over the past 3 weeks, we've been hitting Iran's military capabilities at a level that few people have ever seen before. People never knew there was such a capability. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world by far. I built it during my first administration, and I used it during my second administration. Unfortunately, because I'd rather not have to use it. But it's a display of force and precision and skill like nothing the world has really witnessed, although you get a pretty good witnessing of it in Venezuela also. And that was a smaller version of what we're doing now. We're crushing their missiles and drone stockpiles, destroying their defense industrial base. We've wiped out their Navy completely, their Air Force completely. We've wiped out a large percentage of their missiles. And the missile launchers, without the launchers, the missiles don't do any good. And we've knocked out probably close to 90% of the launchers, probably more than 90% of the missiles themselves. Between some they fired and more than they fired, we knocked out. We've also destroyed a lot of the factories. We're continuing to do that, but a lot of the factories where they manufacture the drones and the missiles. The drones, too, are way down, but the reason they're down is they go one way and they don't come back, because for the most part, we're shooting them down. But we also are able to, we've really done tremendous damage to the places where they make them. And just so we set the record straight, because I've been watching the Wall Street Journal's fake news and all these stories that get printed like, oh, I want to make a deal. They are begging to make a deal, not me. They're begging to make a deal. And anybody that saw what was happening over there would understand why they want to make a deal. But they say, oh, we're not talking to them. Anybody would know that. And only a total fool. And they're not fools. They're very smart, actually, in a certain way. And they're great negotiators. I say they're lousy fighters, but they're great negotiators. And they are begging to work out a deal. I don't know if we'll be able to do that. I don't know if we're willing to do that. They should have done that 4 weeks ago. They should have done it 2 years ago. Or they should have done it when we first came into office, because 2 years ago they had free reign under Biden. Sleepy Joe, worst president in the history of our country. What he allowed to happen to our country at the borders, and even with a thing like this. But not just him. Every president for 47 years, every president should have done this. They should have done it a long time ago, because you cannot give lunatics a nuclear weapon, and they would have had a big one. It stopped really when we did the B-2, but even before that, the Barack Hussein Obama, what he did where he gave them the Iran nuclear deal, gave them free will toward a nuclear weapon. Basically, he chose Iran over Israel and others that didn't want him to do it. But I terminated that deal. Had I not terminated that deal, you would have had a nuclear weapon years ago, and it would have been used, guaranteed. And one of the reasons you know about the guarantee is because their neighbors were sort of like bystanders. They weren't involved very much. They didn't choose heavy sides. They didn't want to, because people were concerned with Iran. There was a big black cloud over the Middle East. They were concerned, but all of a sudden the war starts, and they start shooting at these five, in particular, 5 countries. They start shooting at Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Oman, they start shooting at them, and everybody was shocked, including us. You know why? Because they're sick, and they had a plan to take over the Middle East. And some of those missiles that were shot at them were locked long before we even started this process. They were locked and loaded and aimed at those countries. They wanted to take over the Middle East, but we happened to come along, so it wasn't so easy. So right now, their Navy is sunk in the largest elimination of a foreign Navy that has taken place, maybe ever, but certainly since World War II. Their Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft and communications capabilities are totally dismantled. And one of the problems they do have when they deal with us is we deal with people and the people aren't able to communicate with anybody else, you know, because all of their leadership has been gone. The first level is gone, and they met to pick a new level, and they're gone. They're all gone because they didn't make a deal and because they're sick people. They're really sick. They're really sinister, sick people. And if anybody thinks it was okay to have a group of people like this to have nuclear capability, nuclear weapons, and if we didn't attack with the B-2 bombers, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks of that, maybe 4 weeks. But between 2 and 4 weeks, they were planning to have a nuclear weapon. If we didn't hit them at that time with the B-2 bombers, and one of the great air raids in history, maybe the greatest, dark at night, no moon, no light, every single bomb hit its mark and just obliterated that place. So it's now buried deep under earth. And it was an amazing thing, but they would have a nuclear, and they would have used it without question. And you know that because why did they shoot all these countries that weren't even really involved with them? They weren't involved. They had no big problems because they're sick, because they want to take over the Middle East, not just Israel. Certainly Israel would have been the first on their list. They would have used nuclear weapons, a nuclear, you don't need too many of them, but they would have used a nuclear weapon on Israel, and they would have used it on the neighbors, and then they would have come after us. And if we had a weak president, they would have done great damage. But fortunately, you don't have a weak president. I knew what was happening. And I think we've been proven right. You know, they took one missile, went 2,500 miles. They supposedly didn't have a missile like that. They had no missile with that capability. But they shot the now famous Ireland, the island that the UK was very afraid to give us because they didn't want to get dragged in. But we don't want to get dragged into their wars either. You know, it's one thing we're very disappointed. I'll say it publicly. We're very disappointed with NATO because NATO has done absolutely nothing. And I've always said 25 years ago, I mean, I was somebody that wasn't a politician, but I was always involved in politics and I understood politics. I said 25 years ago that NATO's a paper tiger, but more importantly, that we'll come to their rescue, but they will never come to ours. And I want you to remember that we said this. They didn't come to our rescue. Now they all want to help. When they're annihilated, the other side is annihilated. They said, we'd love to send ships. They actually made a statement, a couple of them, that we want to get involved when the war's over. No, it's supposed to get involved when the war's beginning or even before it begins. We had the UK say that we'll send, this is 3 weeks ago, we'll send our aircraft carriers, which aren't the best aircraft carriers, by the way. They're toys compared to what we have. But we'll send our aircraft carrier when the war is over. I said, oh, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. Don't bother. We don't need it. And we don't need it. And we don't need them. We estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission. And we're way ahead of schedule. If you look at what we've done in terms of the destruction of that country, I mean, we're way ahead. Think of it. They have no Navy. And they had good ships. 154 ships have been shot down and are resting very nicely at the bottom of the sea. And we did that in a matter of less than a week. Because we have the greatest military in the world by far, nobody even close. So we estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission. 26 days in, we're extremely, really a lot ahead of schedule. The Iranian regime is now admitting to itself that they have been decisively defeated. They're saying to people, this is a disaster. They know it. That's why they're talking to us. And they wouldn't talk otherwise. But they're talking to us because they've got a disaster in their hands. They're defeated. They can't make a comeback. We're free to roam over their cities and towns and destroy all of their crazy nuclear weapons and missiles and drones that they're building. Are we doing that? They now have a chance to make a deal, but that's up to them. And they'll tell you, we're not negotiating. We will not negotiate. Of course they're negotiating. They've been obliterated. Who wouldn't negotiate? They are begging to make a deal. We'll see if we can make the right deal. And if they make the right deal, then the strait will open up. Hormuz Strait will open up. And even now, we don't know if there are any mines. You know, they have 22 they call mine droppers. Think of it. Who would have 22 mine droppers? There's a boat that drops mines. Who has 22 mine droppers? Except for people with very evil intention. So every one of those mine droppers has been struck with the same weapon we used to stop drugs from coming into the United States of America. When we hit those boats, it's the exact same weapon, extremely effective. We have unlimited supplies and extremely effective, but they have no more mine droppers. By the way, speaking of drugs, we're 98% down drugs coming in by water, by the ocean, by the sea. 98%. And we're trying to find out who are the 2% because we think they're the bravest men anywhere in the world. Maybe women. But whoever's on those boats is very brave or doesn't watch television. But where drugs coming in by sea, coming in by water, are 98% down. And now we'll stop the drugs coming in by land. The land is the easy one. You had to stop the water. A lot of it came into the water. Now it's all pinched. And these people are trying to come in by land. And we will, that's it. That's the easy one. But we had to take care of the water first. Nobody's coming in. Virtually nothing is coming in anymore. It was hundreds of millions of dollars a week were coming in by water. But they now have the chance, that is Iran, to permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions and to chart a new path forward. We'll see if they want to do it. If they don't, we're their worst nightmare. In the meantime, we'll just keep blowing them away, unimpeded, unstopped. Well, there's not a thing they can do about it. They can't do anything about it, you know? I tell you, if they could, you'd be hearing about it. You'd be hearing about it. You don't hear anything about it. They can't shoot our jets. We have the best military equipment in the world. No, not even a contest. You see that with Venezuela? They had other equipment. They didn't have ours. It didn't work. Didn't work. Think of it. We did the situation in Venezuela. It was a great military operation, getting a very, very dangerous man who's killed a lot of people, forced people into our country. Incredible. He emptied his prisons in Venezuela, emptied his prisons into our country. And I hope that charge will be brought at some point, because that was a big charge that hasn't been brought yet. It should be brought. He emptied his prisons into our country and was a major purveyor of drugs coming into our country. And he's now been captured and, I guess be given a fair trial. But I would imagine there are other trials coming because they've really sued him just at a fraction of the kind of things that he's done. Other cases are going to be brought, as you probably know. In the meantime, with Iran, we're going to keep doing what we've been doing. And nobody's a match for the United States, but they're not a match for the United States. It's small potatoes. That's why I'm so disappointed in NATO, because this was a test for NATO. This was a test. You can help us. You don't have to. But if you don't have, if you don't do that, we're going to remember. Just remember this in a number of months from now. Remember my statements. They have an expression, a great expression. Never forget. Never forget. So as we end threats to America abroad, we're focused here at home on building the greatest economy in the history of the world. Now, before this started, the Dow hit 50,000. The S&P hit 7,000. Both of those achievements were not achievable. Every one of you, most of you, I guess, said you'll never hit 50,000 during a 4-year period because it was too high a number. Well, we hit it in our first year. And I said, well, now we have to take an excursion to Iran and we have to stop this maniac who's no longer with us. The supreme leader wasn't so supreme, no longer with us. It's very sad. But we have to stop him from blowing up the world, blowing up the Middle East, and blowing up our country. And we did that. And frankly, I thought the oil prices would go up more, and I thought the stock market would go down more. Hasn't been nearly as severe as I thought. I think they have confidence in maybe the American president and maybe the people sitting around this table. But Americans filing their taxes this year are receiving record-setting refunds. It's been a very big story. Well, it should be a big story. I don't think you read about it that much, but I speak about it. You know, I speak about it because if I speak about it, at least people hear. You don't write about it. You don't write about the drug prices going down. It'll be going down 30, 40, 50, 60%, 70%. Favored nations, called most favored nations, we're going to be paying the lowest price anywhere in the world. Before we paid the highest price in the world, Bobby, right? And now we're going to pay the lowest price in the world. That's quite a difference. It's a difference of from 40 to 70 and 80 and even 90%. That's a pretty big difference. But we're slashing regulations and investment is pouring in from all over the world. We have the most investment of any country in history has been put into our country in the last year. And again, we had to take a little detour. Won't be long. Going to end soon. We had to take a little detour, go to Iran, and we had to put out a fire. Very dangerous fire that could have blown up big portions of the world, if not the whole thing. So tomorrow we'll be announcing a variety of actions that we're taking to support American farmers. We never forget, we love the farmers. We gave them $12 billion out of tariff money. We had a tremendous amount of tariff money come in, and we continue to have. We've gone, as you know, the Supreme Court gave us a very unfortunate, foolish ruling, a ruling that gives the people that have ripped off our country for many years, gives them some money back. It's one of those things. It's a terrible, terrible, horrible mistake they made, but it's okay because we have another method that's just as good. We'll use the other method. But because the tariff money has been so substantial, we gave our farmers who have been mistreated by some countries, we gave them $12 billion. And they're extremely happy, and they deserve it. They've been great. They never complain. They just go out and they farm, and they wouldn't do anything different. They wouldn't trade jobs with any of you, except maybe some of the fake media. I don't know. Somehow I don't see that. I like their job better, actually. I love the farmers. So we gave them $12 billion. So in just a few moments, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will discuss the actions that we're taking to address energy prices, which have not gone up as much as I thought, Scott, to be honest with you. And you know, it's not over, so maybe it'll go up a little bit more. It's all going to come back down to where it was and probably lower. And my predictions have been right. Trump was right about everything. They have a new hat. Trump was right about everything. It's pretty right. But Scott's going to address that. And I think before we go very much further, I want to ask Vice President J.D. Vance to say a few words about where we are with the situation. He's involved with Steve and with Jared on negotiations. And then some of the others will speak. We'll have Marco say a few words. Pete Hegseth, who was born for this role. I mean, he's doing a great job. They gave him a hard time. And now people, I'll tell you, somebody came up to me yesterday, gave you a very hard time, said, you know, I made a mistake. Pete Hegseth is doing a good job. So when I tell you who, you're not even going to believe it. He said, Hegseth, he gave you such a nasty hard time, but you're doing great. And then Steve is going to speak, and Scott will speak last. And if we have any questions, we'll take some questions. You may have questions. I doubt it, but you may have some. So, JD, please.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you. It's good to see everybody. Proud to be part of this team. Proud to be serving the president of the country. Let me just say a couple things. The first of all is the president summarized this very ably, But look, the Iranian conventional military is effectively destroyed. They don't have a navy. They don't have the ability to hit us like they could have even a few weeks ago. And what that does is that gives us options, Mr. President. Now, there's been a lot of reporting about diplomatic options, about negotiations. There's, of course, Pete and his team. There are further military options. But what we have now that we didn't have when the president took over just a little over a year ago is the ability to use every tool at our disposal to ensure that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon. Because when I say options, I think it's important the American people know options for what? And it's options to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. You talk about people who walk into a crowded supermarket and have a vest on, and they blow up the vest and a couple of people get killed, and that's a terrible tragedy. What happens when what's on the vest is not something that can kill a couple of people, but can kill many, many tens of thousands of people? That is the most important American national security objective that exists for any administration at any time, is you don't want the worst people in the world to have a nuclear weapon. That's why the president is doing this. That's why the president cares so much about this particular issue. I'll let Steve talk a little bit about the details of the negotiation, but the last thing I'll say before I turn it over to Marco is I'm very mindful, of course, that we have a lot of folks overseas fighting very ably for the United States of America. I know Pete and the whole team, we're very proud of them. But they're fighting at a time where we're about to enter as Christians the most important week of the Christian calendar, the Holy Week that celebrates the return of Jesus Christ to Jerusalem. And so I want to say to all of my fellow American Christians, but particularly those serving in the Gulf, that I wish you all a very blessed Easter, a very blessed Holy Week, and we continue to stand behind you and continue to support you every step of the way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Marco?
The most important job any president has is to keep the American people safe. And every president says it, but we have a president that means it and does something about it. As the president outlined very clearly to the world on the night this operation began, Iran has been at war with the United States for 47 years. For 47 years, Iran has been killing Americans and attacking Americans across this planet. And other presidents had an opportunity to do something about it. And they all warned about how Iran was dangerous, but they refused to act. And this president's not someone that's going to refuse to act. He's not going to leave a danger like this in place. He's going to address it, and that is what he is doing. From the very first night of this operation, the president made it very clear. People like this, and now what I'm talking about is not the people of Iran. The people that run this country are radical Shia clerics. These are religious fanatics. Look what they are doing now. At their weakest point, this is the weakest Iran has ever been, and look at what they're doing. They're attacking embassies. They're attacking hotels. Imagine what these people would do if they had a nuclear weapon. That is an unacceptable risk for the world. By the way, the president's not just doing a favor to the United States and to our people. This is for the world. He defined very clearly on the first night of this operation what the goal was. We were going to destroy Iran's navy, and that is happening. We were going to, if it hasn't already happened, I'll let Pete speak to the specifics of it. We were going to destroy their missile launching capabilities. We're well on our way to achieving that goal. We were going to destroy the factories so they couldn't make more missiles and more drones. And that is moving forward. Every single objective the president clearly laid out on the first night of this operation is being effectuated. Again, Pete will speak to the specifics of it. This has been an incredibly successful operation. Every day, it may not get covered because, we're unlike them. We're not bombing embassies and hotels. We're hitting military targets. But every day, the Department of War lets the drummer get wicked over every portion of Iran that has these military capabilities, and the results are going to bear fruit for the world. The world is going to be a safer and a better place when President Trump's mission here is achieved. And frankly, I think countries around the world, even those that are out there complaining about this a little bit, should actually be grateful that the United States has a president that's willing to confront a threat like this and not allow it to continue to persist. Because these people will kill as many Americans as they have a chance to do. And if they have a nuclear weapon, as the vice president pointed out, they could kill millions of Americans in the future. And that is a risk that was not going to continue to exist as long as we had this president.
Thank you, Marco. It's very interesting because yesterday I was watching, is it Anthony Blinken? And he was saying that they should have done it. But they didn't do it. Nobody did it. Nobody did it. For 47 years, Marco, that's the number, 47. I guess now it's 48 because we've been saying 47 for a long time. It's probably 48. But for 47, 48 years, every president should have done this. And some are saying now that they made a big mistake in not doing it, but we're taking care of business. Steve Witkoff, please.
Mr. President,
It is my distinct honor to be a member of your cabinet and to report to you and your team on our negotiations with Iran. Mr. President, you directed Jared and I to pursue a diplomatic resolution with Iran prior to Operation Epic Fury, which we did. However, it became quite clear during these meetings with the Iranian negotiating team that we could not make a deal that fulfilled your objectives of the following: no enrichment whatsoever, no chance of weaponizing whatsoever, decommissioning of Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan, which you destroyed in Operation Midnight Hammer, no stockpiling of any material, which they flagrantly violated, turning all enriched material over to us, and a cutback in Iran's missile inventory and range capability of those same missiles. Throughout our meetings with the Iranians, we heard the following from them. The Iranians have the inalienable right to enrich. Then we heard they possessed enough 60% enriched material, 460 kilograms, to make 11 atomic bombs. Finally, we heard the following statement. They would not give up diplomatically what we could not win militarily. In other words, they were again miscalculating the success of Midnight Hammer, which was a total success. These are incontrovertible signs among many other signs, sir, that their regime had not given their negotiating team authority to make a deal required by you. We conferred with you and all the other members of your foreign policy team, Susie Wiles, Pete Hegseth, the chairman, Marco Rubio, JD, Scott Bessent, Chris Wright, John Radcliffe, throughout all of these negotiations, and we were repeatedly rebuffed on everything we asked for. I have no doubt that we exhausted all efforts on behalf of a peaceful resolution, as you directed. Jared and I both agreed that the Iranians were there to buy time until a weaker president arrived. This was a flawed strategy, as your clear direction was to never allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon today or any time in the future. Against that backdrop and our compelling military successes in Epic Fury, we have had multiple reach outs from the region and others who want to play a role in ending this conflict peacefully. I can report to you today that we have, along with your foreign policy team, presented a 15-point action list that forms the framework for a peace deal. This has been circulated through the Pakistani government, acting as the mediator. And this has resulted in strong and positive messaging in talks, as you just indicated to the press. But these are sensitive diplomatic discussions, and you have directed us to maintain confidentiality on the specific terms and not negotiate through the news media as others do. I can say this, we will see where things lead, and if we can convince Iran that this is the inflection point with no good alternatives for them, other than more death and destruction. We have strong signs that this is a possibility, and if the deal happens, it will be great for the country of Iran, for the entire region, and the world at large. Your policy of peace through strength is the most effective tool for a diplomatic resolution here, just as this policy was an effective tool in each and every one of all of the other conflicts you settled in your first year. Iran is looking for an off-ramp following your powerful threat on Saturday. Your indications that you are willing to listen to peace proposals have been well received. You've instructed us that your preference is always peace, and that we should make that our priority. We have delivered that message, sir, along with the 15 points for peace. Finally, we have told Iran one last thing. Don't miscalculate again. Along with the 15 points for peace.
finally, we have told Iran one last thing. Don't miscalculate again.
Great. Thank you very much. I think you've done a great job. Everybody around this table is doing a great job. Pete Hegseth, please.
Mr. President. I'll start kind of where you left off, Mr. President. Thank you for doing the work of the modern military. Never in recorded history has a nation's military been so quickly and effectively neutralized. Operation Epic Fury is not an endless war. It's a decisive campaign with clear objectives to destroy Iran's offensive military capabilities and ensure they never obtain a nuclear weapon. This is stuff for the history books. This is stuff for legacy. Mr. President, you are acting now to ensure future generations do not have to live under the threat of a nuclear-armed Iran. However, you wouldn't know it if you listened to the dishonest hate Trump media, as you referenced. The folks here in the room, these cameras, they have a choice. You're either informing the American people of the truth or you're not. Because I hear it from my people every day. Behind every headline you write, there's a helicopter crew in the air. And behind every news banner you write, there's a battalion on the move. And behind every fake news story, there's an F-35 pilot executing a dangerous mission. My message to the media is get it right. This actually isn't something new to me. I may be a young guy, Mr. President, but I'm not a rookie in this realm. In 2007, I helped lead the surge, the public fight for the Iraq surge. Stood and watched people stand in the Senate and declare the war is lost before it even started. Who was that? It was Harry Reid. That was the Democrats and the media working hand in glove. Back then, it was 3 years into a war. Now we're 3 weeks into an operation. But see, unlike Iraq, this isn't a tie. This is not parity. This is not chaos. This is success, pure American success, on plan, and as the president said, ahead of pace. Over 10,000 enemy targets destroyed, over 140, I think now you're right, Mr. President, over 150 naval vessels sunk, underground facilities destroyed, their defense industrial base in shambles, and overnight, not only do they not have a Navy, Mr. President, they no longer have a Navy commander. IRGC's Navy commander was killed overnight in operation. So no Navy leader. Now that here's the thing about the media though, if President Trump had not acted, you'd be screaming, why not? And now that he has taken decisive action, you're asking, well, why did you? It's the same old tired playbook, TDS in your DNA. But the hardworking, God-fearing, patriotic Americans out there know better. And you alluded to this, President Obama, Mr. President. Here's a fact that you don't hear on your networks, but we know. Many of the Iranian military factories and bases that we're systematically destroying were paid for by the pallets of American cash that Barack Obama flew into Tehran under the Iran deal. You might call it an inconvenient truth. Iran took our money and turned it into weapons and bunkers and ammo. And now we're destroying those weapons and you're writing, Mr. President, that grievous wrong. And make no mistake, we had to act. And our objectives are clear. No nukes, no Navy, and a complete dismantling of their missile program and defense industrial base. And as Marco pointed out, that mission, and the VP as well, has not changed since day one. Yet, 2 days ago, they shot 2 failed missiles on a target 4,000 kilometers away. For years, they told the world that their missiles could only range 2 kilometers. Surprise. Yet again, Iran lied. And to the world, I say London is 4,000 kilometers from Iran. Washington, D.C. is 3,300 kilometers from Venezuela, another country President Trump did something about that partnered for a long time with Iran. So you're telling us that Iran is not a threat to the world or to the U.S. President Trump knows better. And here's what success actually looks like right now. You mentioned it, Mr. President. A-10 Warthogs, if you know them, you love them, and Apache helicopter gunships are flying strike missions inside Iranian airspace and throughout the Strait of Hormuz at will. See, you only send these slow, low-flying, close air support platforms when the enemy has no meaningful air defenses left. Their presence is proof that Iran's air defenses are gone. Their command and control is shattered, their top leaders hiding in underground bunkers, while their mid-level commanders are being crushed in the field. The morale of their fighters plummeting. We see that disconnect daily. They're privately admitting, as you said, Mr. President, very heavy losses. We know that. President Trump has given us a clear mission. Our capabilities are only going up and Iran's are plummeting. We are here to win, and we're full speed ahead. So, Steve, we appreciate your efforts. We pray for a deal, and we welcome a deal, and we have the ultimate deal maker to make it happen. But in the meantime, as I said yesterday, the Department of War will continue negotiating with bombs. War is negotiation by other means. And finally, I want to thank our incredible troops, our pilots, crews, sailors, refuelers, air defenders, the absolute best of America, the real 1% of our country. This president, President Trump, has your back. And I know this cabinet prays for you every single day. We ask the American people to do the same as they continue in this mission. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great. I think before I ask Scott to say a couple of words, it would be great if people like the mayor of Chicago and the governor of Illinois would say, please come in and stop the crime. A beautiful young lady was killed the other day, and the father was a very good friend of Dan Scavino. And he took it very hard. Dan took it very hard, like the father, friends. They grew up together. And it's a young lady whose life would be saved if we did what we did as an example in Washington, D.C., which is now a safe city. All the time, people come up to me in the building, people that work here, they say, thank you so much. I know immediately what they're talking about. They're able to walk to work. They walk to work. You all walk to work. Some of you were mugged. I know you told me stories. Some of you were mugged. One person in particular was viciously mugged. In the group right here, it's not happening anymore. You have a safe city. Louisiana, the governor of Louisiana called me, can you help me with New Orleans? They just had the Mardi Gras. He said it was the safest Mardi Gras we've ever had. Sounds terrible to say. No murders. You know, it sounds like, who would say this? No murders. But they always had murders. They had a lot of crime during Mardi Gras. He said virtually no crime. We had the troops down there. Memphis, Tennessee, I just got back. We were there. Crime is down 75%. In a short period of time, we're there 5 months. We could do that for Chicago. We could do that for New York. We could do that for LA. And we could do that for, frankly, San Francisco. I know they have a mayor who's trying very hard. He's a Democrat, but he's trying very hard. But we could do it much more effectively because he can't do what we do. He can't take people out from the city and bring them back to the country from where they came, where they were in prisons. They were allowed to go in prisons. There were drug dealers, the highest level drug dealers, murderers, 11,888 murders. We do things that they can't do. I had friends calling me up from San Francisco. Could you give him a chance? I said, absolutely. If you want, we'll give him a chance. He's trying. He's doing okay, but we could do much better. We could make it a lot safer than it is. San Francisco, a great city, was a great city, could quickly become a great city again. But, you know, they're going very slowly. I tell my friends they're very substantial people. They're in a certain business where people have made a lot of money. I don't hope that lasts. But they have a tremendous potential. It was one of the greatest cities in the world. Now it's got a lot of crime. And the mayor is really trying. Again, a Democrat trying. And I spoke to him. He just wants to have a chance. And I said, we'll give you a chance. But we can solve it very quickly. This young lady would be around today if we were around, because we have nobody coming through our border. I mean, literally for 9 months, it's zero. It's hard to believe that number could be possible because millions of people came in through Biden. But nobody even tries. We don't have the caravans of thousands, 25, 30,000 people pouring into our border. They come up in caravans. We don't have caravans anymore. There's no such thing anymore. There's a name that I think I developed, but somebody developed it, but I think it was me. I thought it was and appropriate. And thousands of people would come up and just barge into our country, totally unchecked, totally unvetted. And this man came in, Dan, right? And he came in through the ridiculous open border of Biden. If we were there, the election was rigged. What are you going to do? Came back, big comeback. But if we were there, we wouldn't have had people coming through. It's amazing. You know, it's so easy now because everyone knows they're not getting through. We don't have any caravans. Once they know that, when it was easy to come through. When I heard that they had an open border policy, I said, boy, this is going to be, I couldn't believe it. But when it was actually, you know, it dawned on me because I had built 1,000 miles of wall and we were finishing up some and he didn't want to finish it up. I said, they really do want to have an open border. And we got it finished. But that young lady would be alive today. And she'd be alive for another reason, because we would have the National Guard in Chicago and in New York and in other places. And they love doing it. It's like training, to be honest. It's actually training. I never want to take them out of D.C. I mean, maybe somebody later on will do it, but I never want to take. You know, the people, they look, they say, we feel so good, we feel so safe. We see these beautiful, strong people, and they're so nice. They help. They open the doors for people. They carry bags. They pick up paper when they see paper on the ground. I looked at D.C. last night. I drove to make a speech, and I drove through, and I said, take me this way, take me that way. The city's clean. The fences are down. You don't have homeless all over your parks. I mean, we had parks. There was no room for anything else other than homeless. It's all clean and nice. And it'll be even more beautiful in a year from now. And we have some projects that are great. This ballroom is going to be something that's so beautiful for the city, so desperately needed by presidents. I mean, now it's no secret the military wanted it more than anybody. It was supposed to be secret, but it became unsecret because of people that are really unpatriotic saying things. But doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's going to be great. We're building an arc, a triumphal arc, which will be incredible for the city. Incredible. We're fixing up what was the Kennedy Center. I was honored when the board changed the name a little bit. Actually, it shows that the Republican and the Democrats, they work together. It's really something we work together. So I think it's a great symbol, actually. But we're doing a lot of work. That building is ready to fall down. It's in terrible shape. We're closing it. We're going to open it with a bang in less than 2 years. It'll come in under budget, ahead of schedule. That's what I did. It won't be like the Federal Reserve that's costing $4 billion or something thereabouts. Think of it, $4 billion. You know, it's amazing. I said to the group before, I said, everything I do, I get sued. I build under budget, ahead of schedule. I get sued over a ballroom that's going to be the most beautiful ballroom in the country, so desperately needed. You won't have to have tents sitting on the wet White House lawn. If it rains, you get wiped out, to honor the president of China or the president of France or the president of somewhere. You can have the greatest. We get sued by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. They don't know what they're doing. Then I just found out we got sued by that group and another group, I guess, on the fixing up of again, I'll use the old name, Kennedy Center, because they're not fixing up Trump Kennedy. It's going to be beautiful when you add the name Trump. But we got sued. And all I'm doing is fixing it up. We're fixing broken marble. We're putting on a roof because it leaks like a sieve. We're fixing steel that's broken. It's the same building, same exact building. We're fixing it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be so beautiful and safe. It's actually unsafe. You had some of those columns on the outside that were painted a fake gold. Now we painted them a beautiful white color, beautiful cream white. It's beautiful. Everyone said it's so much more beautiful now. Instead of a cheap, you can't imitate gold. See, I'm a gold person. It's all real stuff. You can't imitate it. Someday they'll discover a paint that will look like gold, and the guy's going to be the richest man in the world. But you can't imitate real gold. It just doesn't. It's 24 karat, which is what this building deserves. But think of it. I get sued because I'm fixing up the Trump Kennedy Center. We're going to make it gorgeous and safe. We're fixing new windows, new this, but just all fix it. I got sued by preservationists. But you know who they didn't sue? The man that took this beautiful Federal Reserve building. That's small, much smaller than the hotel I built. I built the Waldorf Astoria Hotel down the road. And it was a beautiful job for $201 million. It's bigger, I think, than the Federal Reserve building. And it's got rooms and bathrooms, and it's not like just an open office space, which is much cheaper to build. Think of this. I hear he's going to be over $4 billion for a little building. He doesn't get sued by anybody but me. I sue because it's either somebody's very crooked, which has to be, because what happened to all that money? You can't sue. I would have done that building for $25 million. It's going to cost maybe $4 billion, and we have a great new person coming in to take over the Fed. And Kevin may not ever have an office, because I don't know if they're going to be able to build. I passed that building the other day. It's a see-through. You know what see-through means? There's no walls up. And they're going to spend. But the National Trust for Historic Preservation, which is a joke, by the way, they didn't sue that building. They didn't sue anybody. But they sue me, and I build. And by the way, my buildings, it's all donations. Rich people and people are putting up the money. Zero taxpayer dollars. Is that right, Scott? Zero taxpayer dollars. Stuff is all done for free, and I get sued. This could only happen to Trump. But they don't sue the guy whose interest rates are too high. That's why we call him Too Late. His name is Jerome Powell. We call him Jerome Too Late Powell. And done a terrible job. He suffers from Trump derangement syndrome, as he probably should, because I hit him pretty hard. So I don't blame him. But they don't sue a man who has taken this gorgeous building, ripped it down from the inside, taking ceilings that are as beautiful as you've ever seen, taking the ceilings down instead of leaving them, taking walls down that were 2 feet thick of solid concrete and plaster, replacing them with 6-inch walls.
We're going to leave that there. President Trump holding the first cabinet meeting since the start of the Iran war. Iran is begging me to make a deal, not me. He said Iranian negotiators are very different and strange, but they're great negotiators. Not sure we're willing to make a deal, he said. Iranians are talking to the US. We'll see if we can make the right deal, open the Strait of Hormuz. Iran must make a deal, he said, or face continued US onslaught. He also went on to say that before the war, Iran planned to take over the Middle East. He's disappointed in NATO. We will remember. We had to take a little detour, he said. It will end soon. Nothing to worry about. We had to put out a little fire. Then Special Envoy Steve Witkoff spoke. He said Iranians repeatedly rebuffed US requests in talks immediately preceding the war. The Iranians were stalling. He said, we've prevented a 15-point action list to Tehran, which forms a framework for a peace deal. We'll see where things lead. If we can convince Iran there are no other good alternatives, and we have strong signs this is a possibility. Let's bring in our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher, who's live for us at the White House. What did you make of all of that, Alan?
Well, you've kind of reiterated all the top lines. I think the most important thing was from Steve Witkoff. What we got there was confirmation that there are talks underway, that the Pakistanis are acting as mediators. They are go-betweens between both sides. Witkoff says that the Iranians reached out after Donald Trump made his threat on social media on Saturday that unless they opened the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours and made sure there was no obstacles to ships going through that waterway, then he would start bombing their infrastructure, starting with their largest power plant first. Witkoff said that there is a 15-point plan that has been presented to the Iranians. That includes no enrichment of uranium, no nuclear weapons ever, a reduction in their missile program. A lot of the things that we were told were actually on the table when both sides were talking with the Omanis as mediators. But what Witkoff said was they realized during those discussions that the Iranians weren't serious, that they felt they were just delaying. They were waiting, in his words, for a weaker president that wasn't Donald Trump. And therefore, the decision was taken by Donald Trump, by his national security team, and on the advice of Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, that they should launch the attack. Now, Donald Trump says that they are well ahead of schedule. Of course, he gave this 4 to 6 week window, but he's talked, even just in the last few hours, of possibly stepping up some sort of attack on the Iranians because the peace talks don't seem to be going in the direction that he wants. We heard from Caroline Levitt on Wednesday saying that if there was no deal, then Donald Trump was prepared to unleash hell. So it was not much new from Donald Trump, but certainly enlightening from Steve Witkoff, who gave us a brief glimpse behind the curtain of what is happening with those negotiations with the Iranians.
Our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher, reporting live from the White House. Alan, for the moment, many thanks. Nearly a month into the war between the US, Israel, and Iran, and the economic fallout is widening, with disruption now being felt across the globe. The Gulf Cooperation Council has condemned Iran's actions, warning that the war could have serious consequences for global food supplies. Speaking in Riyadh, its Secretary General said the conflict is continuing to disrupt key shipping routes. He accused Iran of now charging vessels to pass through the Strait of Hormuz.
This systematic escalation has affected the international economy immediately. Prices have risen, the costs of transportation have risen, and the Strait of Hormuz is almost closed, which affects navigation. Supply chains are also affected, and they must be protected. This is a joint international responsibility. What represents a threat today will only get worse, and this will contribute to wider damage that will hit the digital economy.
Well, there are already signs of strain. Rising oil prices are triggering concern across international markets, with countries in Asia already taking emergency measures to secure supplies. The EU's foreign policy chief says that no country is untouched by this conflict. Kaja Kallas is calling for de-escalation, warning that the longer the fighting continues, the wider the consequences will be. Let's bring in Al Jazeera's Rasul Surda, who's in the Saudi capital, Riyadh. Rasul, a stark warning then from the GCC Secretary General that the war will affect the global supply chain of food, medicine, and fuel, not just for the region, but globally.
Indeed, there were stark warnings, and he has came up with a list of the places, the locations, the facilities that were hit by the Iranian drones and the missiles. So simply talking about the airports, the energy facilities, the seaports, the residential areas, the infrastructure, critical infrastructure, the desalination the plants, and that list goes on. And he said that since the beginning of the war, more than 5,000 projectiles, indeed that is making 85% of the total projectiles that have been fired from Iran were aimed at the region in GCC countries, and that is particularly affecting the flow of the energy here. And he simply said that before the war, so the GCC countries were producing and supplying to the global market daily 60 million barrels of oil. But that's not only oil, so the LNG and the natural gas as well. And overall, it's making more than 30% of the global energy supply that is going through the GCC countries. And now he said that that amount is dramatically reduced, not only because of the Strait of Hormuz is being closed. And he said that now in the coming days, there are the expectations that the Red Sea and also the Horn of Africa could come under attacks. And that is going to put a further pressure on the global economy.
All right, Rasul, for the moment, many thanks. Let's go to Tehran. Al Jazeera's Ali Hashim is there. What's Iran's response to the GCC's comments?
Well, as a matter of fact, the way that Iran is dealing with these comments has been repeated on several events. The foreign minister actually spoke yesterday in an interview, and it's his own narrative in this regard is that Iran is defending itself against the U.S. Assets in the region, U.S. Military bases, and it's not aimed at the countries and the neighbors of the region. I mean, this is in general what we've been hearing from the Iranians. A few days ago, there was a comment also on the Saudi foreign minister's words on Iran when he criticized Iran clearly and openly. The spokesperson said that these were not fair comments and that what Iran is doing, Iran did not start the war. Now, just a few minutes ago, there was a call between the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and the Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan. In these calls, actually, they were tackling also the regional issue. I'm trying to get to that call because, you know, a lot of news coming all the day. So at least we need to go. Araghchi characterized the simultaneous request for negotiations while military incursions and deployments continue in the region. And he says that this indicates the contradiction in the U.S. behavior. He goes more into the regional issue and says that he urged all regional countries and the international community to responsibly condemn the aggression and crimes committed by the U.S. and Israel. So the Iranians are still concentrating on these points, saying, well, we are not doing the aggression against these countries. These countries are hosting the American bases, and what we are doing is just responding, retaliating to a war that we did not start.
Al Jazeera's Ali Hashem reporting live from Iran's capital, Tehran. Ali, many thanks. The war in the Middle East is, of course, causing an energy and economic shock, not just in Europe and in the Middle East, but in Europe too. Al Jazeera's Natasha Butler joins us now live from Vaux-de-Cernay, southwest of Paris, where G7 ministers are meeting. Natasha, what's the latest from there?
That's right. G7 foreign ministers are meeting here in this 12th century sumptuous former monastery. No time, though, for any quiet contemplation. You can imagine only 2 days of urgent talks. They'll be talking about Ukraine, how to keep up pressure on Russia. But of course, most of the discussions will focus on the war in Iran. They will be looking at those rising energy prices and what they can do to try and curb them. Also talking about de-escalation. We saw that Canada's foreign minister a little bit earlier said that she wants all of her G7 counterparts to commit to a call for de-escalation, and they'll be talking about how to try and get those tankers moving through the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, that was something that I asked the EU's foreign policy chief, Kaja Kallas, about a little bit earlier.
What sort of plans is the EU putting together to try and secure the Strait of Hormuz? Could you give us a few details?
We have had discussions on the operations that we have in the region. So we have the Operation Aspides that is already in the region and has a UN Security Council resolution under it. But right now, I mean, it's operating south from the Muscat line. So the discussions were whether...
Well, there is a notable absence here, and that is the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. We saw that he was there a short while ago with Donald Trump in Washington. He is, however, expected to attend this meeting on Friday, but the fact that he's not here seems to once again suggest and show that this transatlantic relationship is strained and that his priorities are perhaps not at this point with his G7 allies. Nevertheless, he will be here, and you can imagine that some of the foreign ministers will have a lot of questions for him. They'll want to know more about what the US aims are with this war, where it's going. They'll want to know about these apparent peace talks or any forms of negotiation that are happening. A lot of questions from G7 counterparts who are extremely skeptical for the most part about this war. They certainly don't want their countries to be dragged into it, and they really want to see it ending.
Natasha Butler reporting live from just outside Paris. Natasha, many thanks. Let's go live now to London for a new segment looking at the global economic impact of the war on Iran. Here's Al Jazeera's Jonah Hull.
Adrian, thank you, and welcome to our studio here in London, where we'll bring you the latest on the global economic fallout of the US, Israel and Iran war, beginning with this. The energy disruption and supply chain shock triggered by the Iran conflict continues to create volatility in the markets. After gains on Wednesday, shares fell once again in Asia. European markets all opened lower on Thursday. Oil prices have risen again after Iran rejected President Trump's 15-point plan to end the war. Brent crude has been trading above $100. Well, the cost of a barrel is now 40% higher than at the beginning of the war. And the OECD Global Policy Forum is warning that the conflict will damage the UK more than any other major economy. It predicts that inflation here will accelerate to 4%. That's the second highest among G7 nations, fueling concerns of a recession. Camille Nedelec has more now.
The UK has tried to distance itself from the war with Iran, but the fallout will be felt here nonetheless. The Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development warns that this year the UK could see inflation of around 4%, the second highest among the G7 behind the United States. And it's on track to record the second slowest growth at 0.7% ahead of Italy. The report warns that a prolonged conflict would further worsen inflation, making it harder for families around the world to put food on the table and heat their homes. In the long term, it says governments should phase out fossil fuels to avoid these types of energy shocks. The head of the World Trade Organization believes the current crisis should be a catalyst for wider reform.
Three things are clear. First, the world order and the multilateral system we used to know has irrevocably changed. Second, we will not get it back. And third, we must look to the future.
But what to do in the short term? That's the focus in this quiet French town, where G7 ministers had been supposed to discuss the Ukraine war. But now the priorities are the fallout from the war in the Middle East and fully reopening the Strait of Hormuz, the global choke point that is strangling the world's oil exports. In a bid to increase supply and control rising prices, on Monday, G7 finance ministers, central bankers and energy ministers will discuss the release of oil reserves. But Japan chose not to wait. Almost all of its energy imports come from the Middle East. It began releasing state-owned oil reserves on Thursday. Camille Nedelec, Al Jazeera.
Well, joining me now in the studio to tie together some of these strands of an escalating global crisis is Orkun Saka. He's an associate professor of economics at City St George's, University of London, and also a visiting senior fellow at the London School of Economics. Good to have you with us. Let's start with the G7 countries, because they're meeting now in France, looking for ways, these advanced economies, to try and help ease this crisis. What are the levers that they have at their disposal to be able to do so?
Right. So I think, first of all, we need to kind of put this crisis into perspective by looking at what we have been experiencing in the last 5-6 years. So this is actually the third major crisis that we are seeing on a global scale, including the pandemic in 2020 and then the Ukraine war 2022, and after that this is the third big shock that the world economies are facing. And at the supranational level, the countries are coming together to give a kind of coordinated response. And of course, because this is a kind of there has been an accumulation of this policy fatigue at the supranational level. It's going to be harder than the previous crisis to kind of be unified and respond to this shock. What can G7 do? Well, one thing that they could maybe perhaps try to do could be to change the real impact of the war on the ground. So maybe like negotiating with the US side and trying to kind of force an end to the war as soon as possible. Would that be possible? I don't see it very likely, given that there has been a lot of fragmentation since the last two crises that we experienced at the supranational level, and also there has been a lack of coordination, especially with respect to the specific Iran war, right?
Right.
What else can be done? Well, there can be policy coordination across fiscal and monetary space. So countries kind of trying to push the fiscal stimulus or trying to coordinate their monetary policies.
Okay.
But that's also more restricted.
So there are some measures that these big economies can take. Let's look now at the situation where we are here in the UK. Stay with us, because as if to emphasise the OECD report, fresh data suggests that consumer confidence in the UK is falling. That's a worrying trend because it indicates that households will rein in spending as grocery prices rise and energy costs soar. Our correspondent Milena Veselinovic has been sampling opinion in Piccadilly Circus, central London.
The UK is thousands of miles away from the Middle East, but the conflict there is having a ripple effect. Here, consumer confidence has collapsed, according to the British Retail Consortium, a trade industry body which found that nearly 2/3 of those surveyed think that the British economy will get worse over the next 3 months. And it's a worry that we also heard from people here on the streets of London who say they're really concerned about bills.
It does affect us. It will affect us. It will affect our children. They're on minimum wage. It is a worry. It's a huge worry for us.
I can see interest rates are going to go up, and that's going to affect folks with a mortgage, like my son.
Worried long term.
About prices rising?
Absolutely, yeah. Fuel, cost of living, heating in the winter.
Well, analysts have been downgrading their UK growth forecasts for 2026 because of fears that as energy prices rise, people will just spend less on other things. Now, the UK finance minister has promised targeted help for those households that need it the most in case these energy bills skyrocket. But the longer this conflict persists, the bigger its impact will be. Milena Veselinovic, Al Jazeera, London.
Well, Orkan Saka is still here with us, and some real concern being voiced there on the streets of central London. Orkan, the UK, of course, singled out in that report, the OECD report, as perhaps the largest economy to be worst affected by this unfolding crisis. What lies ahead for the UK economy, do you think?
Right. I mean, even before the war started, UK has been, kind of diverging from the other countries. In G7, for instance, it was the country with the highest inflation, persistent inflation over time. And, especially in the service sector, we have very high unit labor costs, which is, going back to the government's policies in terms of, national insurance hikes and, increases in the minimum wage. So there has been structural issues with the UK economy going forward. And of course, this kind of created an additional layer of fragility when this, war shock started. What could be done, as I was mentioning before, both at the supranational level and at national level, countries, especially advanced countries, have been stuck at a very, limited space because of the previous crisis and the response to those crises. So, for instance, UK interest rates were not yet, coming down, at sufficient levels, and now we are facing this new crisis where Bank of England has to either, stop that lowering cycle, or actually have to have some rate hikes in the near future, which traders are already.
4 more rate hikes before the year is out. Orkan, let's widen things out a bit now, because the European Central Bank is sounding a warning that raising interest rates is an option if war in the Middle East continues to cause energy prices to spike and inflation to rise. Bundesbank President Joachim Nagel is a member of the ECB's governing council. Here's what he said.
We will clearly have to make this option dependent on what the data situation is in April when we meet again. By then, we will certainly have reliable information. We will also know what has become of this negotiation option now and whether the situation is actually stabilizing. That's why it's good that we are keeping our options open. We will make a decision based on the data, and that will be the case in April as well.
So a real warning there about growth issues, inflationary pressures in the Eurozone. We know about Asian countries that are being hard hit by this crisis, African countries across the global south as well. As each day passes, this is really growing more and more into a proper global economic crisis.
Indeed, especially in the energy market shock was substantial. It was probably even larger than what we have faced during the Ukraine crisis. So this is also going to depend, of course, whether we are facing a temporary shock in terms of the energy market, or whether there is going to be a long-term war in the Middle East that's going to have create a permanent type of shock. So it's going to very much depend on that. But as I said before, I think central banks around the world, especially in advanced countries, have very limited space to be able to deal with this. It's very likely that we might, in the long term, get stuck in a stagflationary environment where the central banks are not able to raise the interest rates, even though they want to, because inflation is going to be rising, because of the economic growth concerns that are also going to be accompanying the rising inflation.
Well, Orhan, as we talk about the great many countries and regions of the world affected by the war, it's worth remembering that some countries are faring rather better than others. Take a look at this figure, because it's instructional. $760 million per day, $750 million. That is the amount of money Russia is making every day off its oil and gas sales, with higher energy prices, a real lifeline thrown to Russia by this war, and money undoubtedly that will prolong the other big war, the war in Ukraine.
Right. So this is probably one of the kind of positive spillovers of the war to a few countries that were energy exporters. So in this case, Russia actually comes out as a winner, at least in the short term, because of the rise in the energy prices. But of course, this is also going to depend on, as I said before, how long this war is going to go on, how long these prices are going to stay at the elevated levels. And also, it's interesting that when we look at the Russian economy, actually the revenues from oil and energy exports have been actually going down steadily over the years, and they have been actually facing a very near fiscal deficit crisis just this year. In the first 2 months of this year, they have actually got to the deficit levels that they were expecting to get in the full year, 2026. Right. And now, it has been kind of reversed. Now they're actually happy with
Russia's fortunes turned around. One of the winners out of this crisis, Orhan Saka, Professor of Economics, visiting fellow at the London School of Economics. Many thanks for your time and thanks for being with us. And that's it from us here in London. From me, Jonah Hull. Back to you, Adrian, in Doha.
Jonah, a man has been killed in a rocket attack in northern Israel. Authorities say that the projectile was fired from Lebanon by Iran's ally Hezbollah, striking a residential building in the city of Nahariya. Hezbollah began launching rockets into Israel in retaliation for the killing of Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Israel has since launched strikes across Lebanon and has also sent ground troops into the country's south. Israel's prime minister says that his forces have killed Iran's IRGC naval commander, Alireza Tangsiri. He was reportedly assassinated in a strike in the southern port area of Bandar Abbas on the Strait of Hormuz. Iran hasn't confirmed Tangsiri's status. Benjamin Netanyahu said that he was killed because he had blood on his hands.
We continue to strike with force the targets of the Iranian terror regime. Last night, we eliminated the commander of the Navy of the Revolutionary Guards. This man has a lot of blood on his hands. And in addition, he was the one who led the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. This is yet another example of the cooperation between us and our friend, the United States.
Live now to Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Al Jazeera's Noor Ode is there. Noor, tell us more about this Hezbollah attack on Israel.
Well, that was the latest barrage fired from Lebanon by Hezbollah, Adrian. And as you said, one person is confirmed dead. Another one is described in critical condition. And there are 2 other light injuries. This is because a building was directly impacted by one of those rockets fired from Hezbollah. Of course, northern Israel has been the subject of nonstop sirens and warnings of incoming rockets and drones, and a lot of the northern communities, not so much, Nahariya has been hit, but more so those on the front line near the border, like Kiryat Shmona, like Mtille and others, have basically been sounding the alarm that many of their residents are fleeing because they simply cannot sustain life in these conditions, and they complain of little help from the government. In the meantime, the rest of the country, the rest of Israel, has had to contend with repeated repeated sirens from missiles coming from Iran. One of them, actually, one of those sirens or warnings issued just a few minutes ago before I came for this live cross. And those missiles seem to be targeting Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. So we'll be updating you on any consequences from that when it happens.
Okay, no. And from an Israeli perspective, what's the significance of this reported assassination of the IRGC naval commander Ali Reza Tangsiri?
Well, to be honest with you, this is a good PR punchline for the Israeli prime minister. Strategically speaking, the Israeli defense establishment, Adrian, admits that these assassinations are not going to change the formula, that collapsing the regime, which was a declared objective by the Israeli prime minister, is not going to happen. It's not realistic. And in any case, Israel is not really affected so much by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz like many other countries in the region and the world are, because it also doesn't rely on oil, for example, from the region. This is something that has been repeatedly said by officials. Having said that, it is a good selling point, if you will, for the U.S. President Donald Trump, who Netanyahu is very keen to say that, Israel can be and is a helpful partner to. And as I'm talking, I can hear loud explosions heard over Ramallah.
All right, Noah, we'll allow you to go and take cover. Noor Ode reporting live there from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Let's get back to the energy and economic shock in Europe. The continent has imported more oil and gas from the region since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. But attacks on energy producers in the Gulf have exposed European countries to an uncertain supply chain, as Uma Kulsum Sharif explains.
Europe is staring at yet another energy crisis, one with echoes of the Ukraine war. But this time, the war is not on the continent. It's here in the Middle East. Now, Europe buys some of its oil and liquefied natural gas from the region, but producers here depend on the Strait of Hormuz to ship their exports. For LNG in particular, there is no other alternative. Now, Iran's effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz has halted shipping, disrupting energy supplies and triggering turmoil in global markets. Now, the increase in the price of Brent crude has had a domino effect on fuel and power prices. The result, everyone worldwide is paying more. Natural gas in Europe has shot up nearly 60% since the conflict began. Now, it's prompted governments to announce measures to ease the burden of high prices. Like Spain has announced a $7 billion package that includes tax cuts and subsidies. Germany, which has seen one of the highest rises at the pumps, is considering adding temporary levies on energy companies to limit profits and have price caps. But it's ruled out the resumption of purchases of Russian gas. Now, Italy is seeking to get additional supplies from Algeria to make up for lost LNG supplies from Qatar. Now, the timing couldn't be worse. Europe needs to refill its gas stores, depleted from winter. And as the LNG supply market shrink, it will have to compete with China, South Korea, and Japan for purchases. Now, as Europe stares at another energy crisis, it may be forced to turn to fossil fuels.
Malaysia says that Iran is letting its tankers pass through the Strait of Hormuz. The announcement came after Malaysia's Prime Minister, Anwar Ibrahim, held talks with Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank the President of Iran for granting early passage, and we are now in the process of securing the release of the Malaysian oil tankers and the workers involved so that they may continue their journey home.
Across Bangladesh, long queues at fuel stations are becoming a daily sight. The government there is seeking nearly $2 billion in loans to keep power facilities and transport running. It's another example of how the impact of the war in the Middle East is being felt far from the front lines. And for Bangladesh's newly elected government, the stakes are high. Al Jazeera's Tanveer Chowdhury reports now from Dhaka.
I'm riding through one of the busiest parts of Dhaka,
Behind me, you can see the long queue stretching for blocks. Police are deployed at some gas station as tensions are high and fuel is running short.
We have to wait in line for 3 to 4 hours just to get fuel. During that time, we could have earned a decent amount, but instead, we are losing income.
The U.S.-Israeli conflict with Iran.
We're incredibly grateful for every single one of our subscribers. Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you, and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the Cash App symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.
It's the top of the hour, and you are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Alive. We're FACT at it. And now, breaking news.
Energy prices still rising. This crisis could deepen in the weeks and months ahead. From long queues to rising costs, like many other countries, it's already facing the impact of a distant war. Tanvir Chaudhry, Al Jazeera, Dhaka.
We'll take a short break to regroup at this point. We'll be back with more continuous coverage in under 2 minutes.
We're incredibly grateful for every single one of our subscribers. Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you, and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the Cash App symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.
We're not CNN, MSNBC, or Fox News. We are your morning mic drop on at Truth Talks Live, where all voices matter.
Wow. Thank you for the super chats coming in. Please support independent media like Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters.
To deal with the consequences. That's what we do very well here, and those are the headlines that really define Al Jazeera.
President Trump holding that cabinet meeting at the White House. We're going to go back to that. Let's listen in.
Well, again, I can't talk to you about that. You're asking me a question. You're essentially saying, will I go in and do something? I can't talk to you about that.
You're looking at a coalition of ships to help, warships to help protect tankers. How close are you to getting that coalition?
Well, we have a coalition for them, but they should have been up here a long time ago. And, you know, they're affected. The amazing thing is we don't need the Hormuz Strait. We don't need it. We don't need it at all. We have so much oil. Our country is not affected by this. We have twice the amount of oil as Saudi Arabia or Russia, and soon it'll be 3 times the amount. Chris, do you want to speak to that for a second?
Yeah, that's correct. Our total oil production is greater than Saudi Arabia's plus Russia, and more than we consume in the United States. So we're the largest.
Pretty good.
Pretty.
You know what they call it? Drill, baby, drill.
Mr. President,
another topic? Anything else you want to say?
Well, it's same thing for natural gas. We went before your first term. We were the largest exporter of natural gas in the world. Today, we're just by far the largest. I mean, we're the largest importer. Now we're by far the largest exporter, and it's growing rapidly this year. New facilities are coming online. New production's ramping up. So
get a lot of help from that man right over there. He's getting approvals done quickly and very environmental. He's an environmentalist, actually. He does a great job, but he gives you a fast approval or rejection. Do you have anything to say?
Well, back on Venezuela, where Chris and I have both had a chance to be there, I literally think they're going to put a statue to President Trump. And I'm not being, it's not a political statement. It's an actual thing.
It's like they view President Trump like Simon Bowler. He's the liberator of a country. And this is a country where they love American baseball. You look on the street, they're wearing NBA jerseys. And Delcy and her team working with us, getting back. Chris and I both experienced, it was the first time in Venezuelan history that they had the free press allowed to come on to essentially where the White House, the Palacio Miraflores. And it was an emotional thing for people that had been for 20 years that never had a chance to be there. So whether it's and then production, it's showing up in production. The American companies that are coming back, most of those American companies have many American Venezuelan team members. One company in Houston's got 600 Venezuelan Americans that know more about reviving that industry. So their GDP is 1/4 of what it was before. They want to get back. They remember what it was. Their production on oil production is climbing towards 50% increase just in the 3 months we've been here. That flows to American refineries on the Gulf Coast, lowering the price of gas in America. So it's
forget that. When are they going to do the statue? The hell with you.
Thank you. You've been really honest about how disappointed you are in Sir Keir Starmer, particularly in relation to Iran. So I'm curious about your phone calls with him, how easy they might be. And also, were you surprised by...
Are we talking about Starmer?
Yes. Are you surprised by how weak...
I think he's a lovely man. I do. I think he's a lovely man. But I think he did something that was shocking. He didn't want to help us. And maybe in particular that country, the longest bond, the longest ally. Australia too. Australia was not great. I was a little surprised by Australia. I wouldn't say anybody was great other than the 5 countries in the Middle East. We never really had very much support. We spend trillions of dollars supporting countries, and this is Little League. This isn't the big league deal. This is sort of Little League pool for us. This was we decimated them in a period of a week. In the first week, it was over. In the first few days, it was over. I think the Navy took us 3 days to essentially annihilate it. They weren't there. So if there's ever a big one, which I hope there's not, but if there's ever a big one, I don't think they're going to be there. And that's not fair. And we have to remember that as a country, because we spend trillions of dollars protecting Europe, protecting the countries of NATO. They weren't there for us for small time. This is small time. You know what? Venezuela is a big deal, but it's not the big one. They weren't there. So what makes you think they'd be there if we needed them for something? And your prime minister was not there, as you know. He was there after we won. He said, we'd like to send some ships. I said, we already won. We don't need them anymore.
But can you explain why he was reluctant to help?
Why he what?
Why he was reluctant to help with Iran?
He didn't have to. I didn't ask him. I just said, just tell me, no. I mean, we're always going to be there, or at least we were. I don't know about anymore, to be honest with you. I would have to be honest. We were always there when they needed help. We always would have been there when they needed help. I mean, think of it. We're there to protect Europe from Russia. In theory, it doesn't affect us. We have an ocean, big, fat, beautiful ocean. But we're there to protect NATO, to protect them from Russia. But they're not there to protect us. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense. I tell you, a lot of people were big NATO people. I was never big. It was okay. I got them to pay 5%. By the way, they haven't paid it yet. You know that. I got them to pay 5% from 2% to 5%. They didn't pay it yet. I got them to pay up to 2% because they weren't paying the 2%. Then I got them to pay 5%, which they should be at. And we had a lot of, oh, that was great. Oh, only Trump could do it. But the problem is they haven't paid. Because if you look at the numbers, they haven't paid yet. So we were there for them, but they were not there for us. Did we need them? No. I never thought we needed them. I was more doing a test. I said, I really would love to have you come up. Bring your boats. You can sail through the beautiful Hormuz Straits, and you can protect people that are being shot at. They didn't do it. And that's small potatoes. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, does it affect the state visit with the king that you're now having in April? Are you looking forward to that?
With the king?
With the king?
No, he's a friend of mine. He's a great gentleman. As you know, he honored me and our country. He really honored our country. But we had an amazing time. I've known him as Prince Charles. I know him as King Charles. I'm proud of him. He's fighting a tough battle. He's tough. I think he's a fantastic. It has nothing to do with that. It's different. And he's going to be here very soon, as you know. We're going to have a state dinner. It's going to be great. But I was very disappointed when the prime minister said, I won't be able to. It started with the island that the indigenous have claimed away from your country. And for some reason, you went for it. And all of a sudden, indigenous people that never saw the place, they never saw it. He was afraid that we would do something to insult because he's a liberal. That's the way they think. And when we needed the island to land that beautiful B-2 bomber, we were told we can't use it. We'd have to fly back to Missouri, which is a 17-hour flight, as opposed to a couple of hours. And I said, you got to be kidding. Not good. They made a big mistake.
Mr. President, is the Friday deadline for Iran, is that pushed back now, or if not?
I don't know yet. I don't know. Mr. Witkoff and JD and Jared will tell me whether or not they think it's going along. And if it's not going along, maybe not. And we have a lot of time. You know what? It's a day. In Trump time, a day, you know what it is? That's an eternity. Say it, what?
European Parliament just passed a major deportation plan. Some of the tenets of it are that member states can deport rejected asylum seekers to third countries regardless of whether they have a connection to it. It allows for detention periods of up to 2 years and also offshore return hubs or detention centers similar to our.
Who did this? Who does which country?
European Parliament, and the vote was not close. It was 389 in
Good.
favor to 208 against.
I'd vote with them. Yeah.
Europe is where you are now. Do you think that will move the needle with Democrats?
I don't care about the Democrats. The Democrats hate our country. The Democrats are in chaos right now, and they have no common sense. You know, they have one quality that's amazing. They stick together. And it's harder because they stick together in a ridiculous policy like men playing in women's sports, open borders for everybody, including murderers and anybody else that want it. We're open to you. Come in, murderers. You know why they do that? They do that for a couple of reasons, but they do it for votes because they think they're going to vote for the Democrats, even though I did great with the Hispanic vote, tremendous with the Hispanic vote. You know, I turned that whole thing around. The Hispanics like me and I like them. And, you know, it's interesting with Hispanics. When I built the wall, everybody said, oh, that's going to ruin us for the Hispanic. It was just the opposite. They know all about immigration and they know all about death and crime, and they're smart people and they have common sense. They wanted to be protected from the people that were coming into our country. So, you know, I won the election with a very tremendous Hispanic vote, and I think it's higher now than it was then. So, we're a party of common sense. The Democrats are a party of insanity. They're a party that will destroy our country. If I didn't win this election, I believe our country would have been destroyed by now. 1 year, that's all it would have taken. If you had Kamala or Sleepy Joe, either one.
President Trump chairing the first cabinet meeting since the start of the war. That was the fairly combative question and answer session with the world's press. Let's bring in our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher, who's live for us at the White House. Alan, what did you make of that?
Well, I think the most interesting thing came from Steve Witkoff, a glimpse behind the curtain of what is actually going on in talks between Iran and the United States. He confirmed that those discussions are underway with the Pakistanis involved as mediators. J.D. Vance, the Vice President, is also involved in those discussions. This all came about, they say, after Donald Trump made his threat on social media on Saturday that if the Iranians didn't allow the Straits of Hormuz to be opened within 48 hours, that he would start attacking their energy infrastructure, starting with their largest power plant. He said that was what seemed to provoke the Iranians to reach out to a number of mediators in the Middle East and elsewhere. The Pakistanis stepped in. Steve Witkoff said that they've presented a 15-point plan. In that 15-point plan includes no nuclear weapon ever, no enrichment of uranium, and a cutback on their ballistic missile program. Some of the things that we were told were being discussed when the Omanis had both sides talking together before the war even began. Now, it's interesting that J.D. Vance said they still have all the tools in their box if they want to continue this. Donald Trump said, look, we're willing to talk. We think the Iranians have come to talk because of the damage that we have done. We have destroyed their air force, we've destroyed their navy, but if they're not serious about talking, then we'll continue to bomb them, and they can do so with impunity. So a bit of a glimpse behind the curtain there. Donald Trump not giving many more details, except remember earlier this week, and it might even have been yesterday, he talked about how the Iranians had given him a gift to show that the person they were speaking to was credible. Well, we got details of what that gift was. It was 8 laden cargo ships of oil passing through the Straits of Hormuz unhindered, with a Pakistani flag. They passed through. That convinced Donald Trump that the person they were speaking to in Iran had some sway, had some power, and that perhaps fuels the optimism that he had earlier this week that there was a possibility of some sort of peace deal.
Our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher, reporting live from the White House. Alan, many thanks. Nearly a month into the war between the US, Israel and Iran, the economic fallout is widening, with disruption now being felt across the globe. The Gulf Cooperation Council has condemned Iran's actions, warning that the war could have serious consequences for global food supplies. Speaking in Riyadh, its Secretary General said that the conflict is continuing to disrupt key shipping routes. He accused Iran of now charging vessels to pass through the Strait of Hormuz.
This systematic escalation has affected the international economy immediately. Prices have risen, the costs of transportation have risen, and the Strait of Hormuz is almost closed, which affects navigation. Supply chains are also affected, and they must be protected. This is a joint international responsibility. What represents a threat today will only get worse, and this will contribute to wider damage that will hit the digital economy.
Well, there are already signs of strain. Rising oil prices are triggering concern across international markets, with countries in Asia already taking emergency measures to secure supplies. The EU's foreign policy chief says that no country is untouched by this conflict. Kaja Kallas is calling for de-escalation, warning that the longer the fighting continues, the wider the consequences will be.
It is in the interest of everybody that this war stops. And that's why we are also doing the outreach. We have partners, global partners here today to have a unified message that we need an exit, not an escalation in this war.
Let's go live to Riyadh. Al Jazeera's Rasul Surda is in the Saudi capital. A stark warning then, Rasul, from the GCC Secretary General that the war will affect the global supply chain of food, medicine, and fuel, not just for the region, but globally.
Indeed, he so clearly emphasized that now the effects, the consequences are going beyond the region. And he came up with a long list of the affected sectors and areas, locations. So simply the airports, the energy facilities, residential areas, depots, oil tanks coming under the attacks. And he said that since the beginning of the war, more than 5,000 projectiles were fired from Iran. That makes a total of 85% of the total projectiles that were fired from Iran were targeted or aimed at the GCC countries. And so he said before the war, the GCC countries in total, they were producing and supplying 60 million barrels of oil per day. And that has decreased dramatically. But it's not only about the oil. We're talking about the LNG and about the natural gas as well. So in total, the Gulf is supplying 30% of the energy to the globe. And said that now, it's not only that the Strait of Hormuz is practically closed, and as the war is expanding and lingering on, now the Red Sea, which is another Gulf, and the Bab el-Mandeb, which is another Strait of Hormuz, are being affected from time to time. You're seeing that Iran is hitting the city of Yanbu, for example, in Saudi Arabia at Red Sea coast, and which is a major industrial city of Saudi Arabia, that roughly 30% of the country's energy is being shifted to the world. Then he said it could even go beyond that, affecting the Horn of Africa as well. So we are talking about another shipping line, which is making more than 10% of the global maritime trade. So, and that is why I say the reason that the GCC countries so far has shown a restraint and did not retaliate is because there is a lot at the stake. And as a rational actor, responsible actor, they do not just want to add to this, to the deterioration of the global economy.
Brazil, so now reporting live from the Saudi capital, Riyadh. Let's go now to Iran's capital, Tehran. Al Jazeera's Ali Hashim is there for us. What's Iran's response to the GCC's comments?
Well, Adrian, until the moment, we don't have a clear response. However, whatever has been said on or by Iranian politicians and officials is mainly that Iran hasn't started this war. It's just dealing with the reflections of this war on it. It's retaliating. It's hitting targets that are U.S. assets or allied to the United States. But we know now that the relations between the GCC and Iran is probably at its worst phase ever. Even during the Iran-Iraq war, when situation was very complicated, it wasn't to this amount of hostility. Today, we are hearing from, or at least yesterday, we're hearing from, for example, from the Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammad Baqir Qalibaf, a very strong man in Tehran, as being described, threatening a regional country. Probably he's trying to hint towards the UAE with respect to a possible attack on Iranian territories, or, as he said, island. So the idea here is that this situation or this relation between GCC countries and Iran has went into a very difficult phase, and it's not really easy to see them kind of going into a new situation very soon, or trying to do a rapprochement very soon. This is what we've heard also in the past few days, when the foreign minister of Saudi Arabia, Faisal bin Farhan, criticized Iran and harshly attacked it. We heard the spokesperson for the Iranian foreign ministry saying that these were unfair remarks, and that what started has started by the United States and Israel, and it's not Iran who started this war.
Ali, I'll be back with you in just a few minutes. A man's been killed in a rocket attack in northern Israel. Authorities say the projectile was fired from Lebanon by Iran's ally Hezbollah, striking a residential building in the city of Nahariya. Hezbollah began launching rockets into Israel in retaliation for the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Israel has since launched strikes across Lebanon and has also sent ground troops into the country's south. Let's bring in Al Jazeera's Noor Odeh, who is following developments in Israel from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Hang on a second, Noor. I'm being told that, no, we were going to go somewhere, and we're not. We're back to you, Noor. Bring us up to speed with what's happening. When we spoke to you about, 30 minutes ago, you were hearing explosions behind you.
Yeah, those were the interceptors, Adrian, trying to stop an Iranian missile with cluster warhead that was aimed at Tel Aviv and some parts of the western Jerusalem. We don't have reports on any impact sites, but these missiles usually, even when they're intercepted, because they have a cluster warhead, because they splinter into many missiles and they spread around into various, up to 10 kilometers. Sometimes it takes a while to know if there's been any impact and if that information is cleared by the military sensor. In the north, in Nahariya, the damage was extensive and it included damage to some infrastructure for gas, for the supply of gas to residents. This is a big city of nearly 70,000, Nahariya, and it has been the subject of repeated Hezbollah rocket fire. One person is killed, of course, 12 injured, one of them described in critical condition, Adrian.
Noor, Israel's Prime Minister says that his forces have killed the naval commander of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, Ali Reza Tangsiri. He was reportedly assassinated in a strike in the southern Iranian port of Bandar Abbas on the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran hasn't confirmed that report.
We continue to strike with force the targets of the Iranian terror regime. Last night, we eliminated the commander of the Navy of the Revolutionary Guards. This man has a lot of blood on his hands. And in addition, he was the one who led the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. This is yet another example of the cooperation between us and our friend, the United States.
Noor, what's the significance of this for Israel?
That it can be used as a punchline, as a selling point, Adrian, to the U.S. President Donald Trump. Israel has, repeatedly said that it is less affected by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, basically because it doesn't rely on energy sources from the region, and more so because it doesn't want to take any responsibility for the consequences of the war. Domestically assassinating one more Iranian official might give Netanyahu some traction, but strategically speaking, as far as the defense and intelligence community is concerned in Israel, Adrian, the assessment is that one more assassination is not going to make a great deal of difference when it comes to the declared objective of trying to topple the government, of trying to change the system in Iran altogether. But it is something that Netanyahu can boast about while Iranian missiles continue to target Israeli cities, while his government is unable to lift the restrictions on daily and routine activities. And, millions of Israelis are affected with no end in sight at this point.
Al Jazeera's Noor O'Day reporting live from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Let's go back to Ali Hashim.
We're incredibly grateful for every single one of our subscribers.
No confirmation.
Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you, and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the Cash App symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.
That's our program for the day. Keep watching Morning Mic Drop on at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. We are here daily from 6 a.m. to noon with unfiltered breaking world news coverage. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for when we go live. See you tomorrow.